YouTube is running, so you will be conserved on YouTube. And I'm going to post the link.
Let's give just a second so that Olaf can post the link, the YouTube link.
Talk about something. How's your experience so far?
Well, we are reaching half the middle of our live stream. How are you seeing it? It's an open question.
I was wondering, should we have a glass of wine or rather not? Because we got to go for another 12 hours.
Yeah, I think that we should leave that for when it's over. Olaf.
I think so as well.
Maybe we can
but
have
that will be drinking. For me, that would be drinking at 9 in the morning. That sounds weird.
Yeah, well, technically you are late, not soon because you haven't slept. So, you know what they say about very early hours in the morning is they are those hours in which the people coming from party and the people that at early meets in the street, but they are heading to quite different places. So that's what is going to happen when the live stream is over.
Okay, and we are live on YouTube, and it's posted on the website. And in this moment, the tweet goes out from Liferay Engineering. If I didn't make anything wrong. Nope, that's it. And we already have 10 people there.
Okay, so people are migrating to our new session.
Yes. Okay, so well, welcome everybody to this new 12 hours that we have ahead, full of exciting content and talking about our favorite platform. And for this second half, to start this second half, in the same way that we have a special host before, which was a user group, now we are going to have another special user group, which is the Brazilian user group. I don't know if any of you have been able to attend the worldwide user group panel. If you haven't, because it was too early in the morning for you, I recommend to watch the recording later on. But in this case, we are happy to have the meetup of the Brazilian Liferay user group, which is happening right now. And for that, I'm going to introduce you one of its organizer, which is Andre, which is doing a really great job trying to restart the group just in the middle of the pandemic. So going online, and I must say that I think this is a good thing because the last meetup, I think it's been probably one of the most overcrowded meetups in the world for the Liferay user groups. So let me introduce you to Andre, which is doing an amazing job and trying to restart the Brazilian Liferay user group. Welcome, Anne.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Brazil is in the house. Now we're going to take it from here and we're going to take, no, I'm just kidding, of course. We have all the Americas, all the time zones in the Americas online right now. So I hope that if you're from Europe or from Africa or from Asia and you're participating with us, please stay awake. This second half is going to be really amazing. So thank you so much for inviting me. And actually, David, our user group, Brazilian user group meeting will take place a little bit later today during Diego's presentation. But of course, Adam is one of the major participants on our community. He is one of the greatest ones and one that it's always committed to bringing the community together here in Brazil. So it is also an honor to be here together with Adam. And yeah, that's it. I think I can introduce our guest, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So guys, please welcome Adam Brindisi, right? Adam? That's Brindisi. Okay. He's part of the yeah, Adam is an engineer for Liferay, and he's part of the Brazilian user group here. And he's really dedicated to the community because he's also part of the Elastic user group. And he even created a community of his own. It's called Remote Hypothesis, that is dedicated to talking to people that are working remotely, right? So Adam, please welcome to Dev24, and the stage is yours, right? The virtual stage is yours.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Annie. To our fellow Liferay developers, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all. My name is Adam Brindisi, as Annie introduced me. I am an engineer on the search team at Liferay, and I'm here to talk about a question that we hear a lot in our team. Is it possible to show content for different sources through the Liferay Search? It's possible to use Liferay Search to carry content on different places outside Liferay, if that's the case. Well, of course, the answer is yes, but that's not something that most people are used to do. So I want to present you how to do it. In general, when our customers want to do that, they envision a listing with content from many different places in one listing alone. In general, that's not the best tool. This is possible if you have different indices. The way you can show content from different places in Liferay is by creating ElasticSearch indices, different ElasticSearch indexes, and showing all of them through the Liferay search. So it's very dependent on ElasticSearch. And when users ask about that, what they envision is, oh, okay, I will have different indexes. I will have different applications creating different indexes. And there will be one listing displaying all this content. In general, that's not the best approach. We have a different approach that we are going to present here. But to come to this point, to display how to do that, let's start in a more simpler approach by displaying content from an index totally unrelated, unrelated to Liferay, and display this content with Liferay Search. This is quite interesting. That's a very interesting thing that we added to Liferay Search in the most recent versions. So, and this is the first part. Of course, if you want to display content from different sources in Liferay, we need to at least display content from one specific source outside Liferay. So that's what I'm going to show that now as the first step. To do that, for practical purpose, I will clone our current search page. Liferay has a default search page, and I will create another one based on that. I will come here to page 3. I'm sharing my screen. I hope you guys are seeing it. So I come here to page 3, and I'm clicking this plus button to add a page. Okay, here I have some basic templates I can use. But I will go to the global templates because here we have the search template. That's the template used to create search page. The default search page from Liferay is created from this template. In this case, I'm using here Liferay 7.3, Liferay CF 7.3. You can download that from our site and use that, for example. And I also have here at ElasticSearch, this Liferay is connected to a remote ElasticSearch. It has a remote ElasticSearch connection. And in this cluster, ElasticSearch cluster that we are using right now, there is another index called TMDB with information about movies. There's a lot of information about movies, titles, and I will focus. If I search for that, you see that there's a lot of results with a lot of fields, but I focus on those two specific fields of every document. Overview, that's the description of the movie, and title. Okay, so far so good. So I will create now a search page that will search for movies in this index. So I will call this page search movies. And here we are. When you create a page, it displays this basic configuration. We should change some things here. First, I come to general configuration, and I stop inheriting changes because I am using the search template, but I will have to make changes on this template. So I cannot inherit changes from the template. The page will be by itself now. And here in look and feel, I will do a little change that is on the same section. I will define a specific look and feel for this page, and I will not display the search bar in the header because you should pay attention for that if you're going to use that. It's perfectly possible to have this search bar displayed together with the other search you are going to configure right now, but I want to focus only on our search, our current search right now. So I will, sorry guys. I will not, I will just disable it for keep the focus as well here. Okay, and I will save it. Okay, now I configured my new page, and I will go to there, of course, come here back to page 3 here, and I go to this, my new search movies page. Right now, this page is identical to the default Liferay search. If I search for something here, what I will find is basically content from Liferay, but I want to get content from that index that I displayed before, the TMDB index. So I came here. To do that, I use the low-level search option. To do that, we have the low-level search options widget that allows us to configure the search page to search elsewhere, not in the Liferay index. To do that, I came here. Don't worry, this portal doesn't appear to the user, it only appears to administrators. And here I had to give some information. First of all, the indices I want to search, in this case, it's the one called TMDB, and the fields I want to return. In this case, I want to return the title and the overview of the movie. There are some other configurations that I'm not interested to use right now. The point is, I want to search an ElasticSearch index named TMDB and fields to, and from this index, I want to get the fields title and overview. I save it. It's not enough yet to search content because I have to say to our Liferay page how to filter this communication. To do that, we use another widget called custom filter. This widget allows us to add extra content to our queries. I will add 2 custom filter instances here because I want to search our index by overview and by index, and by title. So I added 2 custom filters, right? I will now configure one to filter by title. I come to configuration page, and here I choose the filter field to be title. There will be no filter failure because I don't just forget this, just jump over this option. And here in occur, I want it to be showed. This means that I will have 2 custom filters, and both should be with the showed query, because the showed criteria, because otherwise, both title and overview would have to match the query we are going to do. We want only to when we want that if the title or the overview match the query, the document is accepted. So I will choose here. There are more options here, but the most important right now is the custom parameter name. That's the name of the parameter that will have the query on the URL. By default, It's defined by the search bar, and by default it's Q. You probably have seen this in your search bar right now. So I choose it to be Q, and I choose this custom filter to be invisible, because I don't want the user, the default user, the guest user, dealing with that. So those are the steps important here. I will choose the field title. I want to filter content by the title field. It should match. It don't must match. It should match. There is no must. And custom parameter name will be Q. That's the default of the search bar, and it will be invisible. I save it, and I will do the same thing to the other custom filter. I come here to configuration. The difference right now is that I want to filter by overview right now. So here is overview. It also should occur if I use filter, only documents that have the carry on overview will appear. I don't want to restrict that much. So I also go back to add the custom parameter name and make it visible as well. Okay, that's almost it. I mean, I configure the low level C# is to say, hey, Liferay, this search is not going to Liferay search by default. It's going to another index. It's going to another ElasticSearch index. And this is the index we are going for, and this is what we are getting from there. With the custom filter, we say how to filter the content from this index, and we also need to configure the display of this index. So I came here to search results, configuration, and I say in the results that I want to display. I have some other, but I just need to add the fields to display. I want to display the fields. Here they are: title and overview. So I will filter by title and overview on my separated index. I will return these fields, and I will display the search results. Did it work? I hope so. I tried it a lot of times. Let's hope it's working right now. This dataset has a lot of movies. I will search for Alien right now. And here we are. We get 2010 movies related to aliens. This content didn't come from Life. It's not web content. It's not blog posts. It's a totally unrelated set of documents that is a separate index. This is the first important step here. There is some small bugs. For example, if you came here and notice that we discovered this regression when I prepared this presentation, but when the overview doesn't have a content, doesn't have the word that was carried, it doesn't appear. The same with the title. If the title doesn't have the word alien, it doesn't appear here. Only the overview appears. This is annoying, but the good news is that I'm going to work on that. It's a regression in 7.2. This doesn't happen as far as I remember. So I have to investigate what happened in this meantime. But the point is, we can't search another index. Okay, that's good. But we came here to search content from two different sources, not only from these different indexes. We want to search for three different indexes, right? Fair enough. But when our users ask for that, in general, they envision this. I will have one listing of results with content coming from different indices. And this is not the best way to search different indices most of the time. To see why, I will run an example here. It's possible to do that. Liferay allows that, but we don't recommend that most of the time. It's only good if all your indices have the same structure. That's not the case here. So to say to see how to do it and why it's not that convenient when indices are too different, I will convert this search page to search at both my movie database and Liferay index itself. To do that, for display how to do that, I will add some content here. I come to blogs, and I will create 2 or 3 different blog posts here. The first one, let's call the first one aliens are cool. And it could have a content like this. I have it here to use. A very interesting thing here that the content has a lot of the mention of the word alien. So this document should be very highly prioritized. I published it. I will add another one title, another blog post just for the exact sake, title my favorite movie, and let's put this, let's use this content here. And those are very simple posts to do. And there is one slightly more complicated because it's not a blog post that I'm going to add now. I'm going to add a top secret document that nobody without the right clearance could see. It's a top secret government report on aliens. It explains everything about the Area 51. So the content should not be seen by anybody else. And because of that, I come to permissions. I will publish it. But then I will come here to the permissions and I will remove all permissions from the guest user. This post shouldn't in any way appear to guest users. The point is, now I have 3 different blog posts. Of course, that page I created will not display them because this page just displays content from that index I was in parallel. So I need to create another page. But if I use the default Liferay search, for example, here, if I come here, and search for alien, the 3 results will appear. Of course, if I open an incognito page and make the same search, only 2 results will appear because one doesn't have permissions. Now I will create a new page that will search both the index and my blog posts at the same listing. By the way, guys, if I'm going too fast or you have any questions, just let me know. If you need, just interrupt me. I'm not sure I'm going to in a nice space. If there's any need to interrupt me, feel free to do that. Back to the work. Okay, I do have a search page here in my page. I do have this search page that search Liferay content and this one that search movies. I will add another one that says Liferay content and movies. And for practicality, for being practical, I will copy my search movies page, right? I will make a clone of them and I will call it, here it is, search movies and Liferay content. Nice. Well, where's the page? Oh, here it is. I do have this new page. I will go there and here's my page. Right now, it's a clone of my search movie page. So if I search anything here, I will only get content from movies. To change that, it's very straightforward, actually. You come here to the low-level search options. And remember when I put the index of that contain movies, I will add another index. That's my current Liferay index. I believe it's this one. This is the index that contains documents about all Liferay assets. And I will save. Okay, cool. So let's make a search. Well, it didn't work for some reason. You notice that it didn't, when I searched it didn't work. I did have 210 documents before, 210 movies, and right now I have the same number of results. Why? That's expected because I am filtering by title and by overview, but here it is my blogs are they have a title field. So, but this field is analyzed as a standard analyzer, not with the English analyzer. So when I search for alien and my blogs contain aliens in their titles, well, that doesn't work. I cannot see effect. The analyzer the default analyzer doesn't know that alien and aliens are the same thing. This is a situation that happens a lot when you try to search different index at one listing. It's kind of easy to fix because I can come here and add, let's say, another custom filter. This one will search for, I will change this one to search for title title ANUS. That is a field that our documents at Liferay have. It's analyzed with the English analyzer. So aliens and alien are the same thing for this field. And I have to follow all the steps to be sure. I will have to use a custom parameter name queue, making it visible. If I do that, and I search again, I will get some more documents. It's more documents than I expected, to be honest. But I know why. If I came here, the first thing you will notice is that the documents doesn't appear here. From previous experiences, my blog post appeared on the last page because that's another bad consequence of using low-level search to search Liferay's low-level search to search different indices. So if the indices are too different in the schema, the prioritization doesn't work well. So that's why a document that has a lot of the nature of the main word alien is not on the top of the page. The index are too different to get a significant ranking here. This is another bad consequence of using using one search results to display different indices if they are too different in the schema, in the document format. You notice that there are two repeated documents, two repeated blog posts here. This is actually, I didn't expect that. That was not my plans, but it happened because I had tried before on this setup to these blog posts, and this one, one of those are here and one of those here are actually, sorry guys, are actually on the recycle bin. Since my search, since low-level search doesn't consider anything about Liferay at all, the content that's in the recycle bin is appearing on the search. This is another bad consequence. You also notice that I have 3 blog posts, right? This is my favorite movie, but it doesn't appear here. This is expected too because the alien word is on the content of that blog post. And I'm filtering only by title, overview, and title ANUS. I can add another custom filter to filter by content. That would be the solution. But you can see that's getting more and more complicated. And finally, you notice that the blog post doesn't have any content around here. They should only show the title. It's because I asked it only to low-level search options to only retrieve field title and review. I don't have to ask it to retrieve content as well. And change search results to display that. Why it's happening? The issue here is that we have 2 different indexes with vastly different schemas. The movie database doesn't have anything at all to do with the Liferay blog posts. So when I show the same listing, a lot of bad consequences will happen due to the difference. Items from the recycle bin will appear. Probably the worst problem is that if I search for data here, in my incognito window, you see that the top structure document is appearing to guest users. The permissions are not considered when you do that. This is the reason that we, from the search team, does not recommend most of the time to search two different indices with the same listing. Okay, that's, I guess you guys can concur that it's fair, but the question remains. So how do I make, I search different indices if it's not in the same listing? The trick here is to create what we call federated search. Federated search is basically searching many different indexes, but using different search results to display them, because it's insane to try to prioritize correctly results from different indices in the same results. So federated search allows us to display content from different indices, but side by side, separated by indices. Okay, that's the main part of the presentation actually, and so let's get prepared because things are going to become quite exciting now. To do that, I will again clone my movie search database, search movies. I make a copy of it, but I will call this copy, let's say, I don't know, federated search as I did before. I add it. Now I have a federated search page. You can see here. It's a clone of my search movies page. So I have to configure that to have two different listings of results in the same page. To do that, we have the concept of federated search key. Basically, when we use federated search, in Liferay, to use federated search means to have two or more search processes happening at once at the same page. So to do that, we need to name this process differently. In the almost all widgets support that. For example, I come here to low-level search options, and I will name I do have here my options to search the movie index. I will call this search option, I usually call the same name of the index. It's not mandatory. I can give any federated search key name here. But for convention, we call the name of the index we are searching right now. Now, these low-level search options widgets configuring a separated search process different from the default one from Liferay that's nameless. I come here to the custom filter and do the same thing. I name it to be the name of the index, TMDB. And again here. Okay, now I have to, you notice that I changed the name of the search process of the federated search. I changed the federated search key in the widgets I had added to the page, the low level and the custom filters. But I didn't change it on the search bar, I didn't change it on the search results and search options. So now I have two different queries, two different searches running on the page. I have the default one with the search bar and this one. If I make a search right now, I will only get content from Liferay because the search bar uses the default search query. The search results as well does the same thing as well. The low-level search option and custom filter execute a query, but it doesn't display anything. To display this context, what we do recommend is to add another search results. I went here below the first one. And here I will configure it. What I will do here is, okay, this is the basic page. We do need in here the fields to display because this search result is going to display content from my movie index, my movie database. So I will get the title and overview fields that I mentioned before. And for the rest search key, I will give the name that I give to the other widgets. Now I have a search results that display context configured by these low-level search options, and then have a search results that display contents by how Liferay displays by usually. That doesn't help a lot because I mean that's an advancement, but this search result is not going to work. If I search for alien here, I will get results from Liferay, but I still not get results from my index database because I need to add still a last widget. I need a search bar with the TMDB federated key to search the TMDB, the movie index. So I come here to search bar. I will add another search bar. Here's the thing. We don't want the page to have two search bars. I don't want the user to have to type alien here and alien here. That doesn't make sense. But it's very easy to solve in the configuration. I just need to make this search bar invisible. It will be there for the purpose of activating the search on the database query, on the movie database, but it's not going to be visible to the user. Of course, I have to say to tell this search bar to use the federated search key of my movie database. And finally, a last detail, it's very important that the keyword parent name here is the same as of the other search bar. Both search bars are going to check the same parameter in the URL here. You can see that there's a queue here, and execute the same search then. So let's save this configuration and try to search again. Okay, we now get 3 results from Alien, but the 2010 results we got from our movie database are here as well. This is the way we most of the time recommend you to display content from different indices. Create a search results for each index, because then the prioritization here will be done correctly. And most important, if one of the index is from Liferay assets, it's very, very important that all the process of that index is going to happen as Liferay expected. It's very important to use the default search from Liferay for Liferay content. Otherwise, we would have that problem that I displayed before, that that permissions would not be checked, content from recycle bin would appear, and so on. To confirm that everything is okay right now, I will come here to my incognito screen again, incognito window, and search. As a guest user, you notice that now I just have the 2 blog posts that are supposed to be visible to users here. The top secret one is not appearing anymore, because this search result, this search process of this search result uses the standard Liferay process of filtering out content by permission. And here in here we get the movies we searched for. Of course, this is only an example. This page is not very elegant. We can do much more here. It's possible, for example, to create custom facets regarding your specific index. But I'm a bit afraid of taking too much time, so that's the presentation prepared for today. I don't know if I have more time, or if it was too short or too long. That's okay. So that's it, people. If you have questions, I would be very glad to answer. I don't know if it was very clear, so feel free to ask me anything you would like to know. If it's very confusing, I will go, after this presentation, I will go to our channel on Liferay Community Slack, and I can answer questions there as well.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Adam. That brings me to the explanation of what we are doing here. Dev 24, this is the second half and the end of the first session of the second half of Dev24, which means we are streaming for 24 hours. And some of you know that. We have a couple of people in Switzerland where I don't know if I have the answer yet. I'm going to try to bring them on towards the end of the show so that they are as motivated as we to go through all of the 24 hours. We have the YouTube stream running, and on there I have notified people. They're not so chatty currently on YouTube, but I have notified them that I will send you indeed to the community Slack. So on YouTube, you can find the links. That is liferay.dev/chat to get an account, or liferay-community.slack.com. And there you can find Adam on event dev.life. That is the channel. Thank you, Adam, for being available there. And thank you for your presentation. And with that, I'm almost going to hand over to Anne, who has thankfully agreed to introduce our next speaker, for whom I only have one question. And that's a question that I also had to the previous speaker from the same company, because Alvin, you're from Firelay. And whenever we had a Liferay event so far, or one of the last Liferay events that we had, we saw Lex somewhere, and he was always there and always visible. Do you know Lex, because you're in a different part of the world? And do you know where he is?
Oh yeah, I think pretty much he's probably sleeping at this time. You hear me, right?
Yes, yeah.
I think Lex is pretty much sleeping at this time, or probably just see me as through YouTube. But yeah, for this event, he decided to rely it on us to explain and give it the event and the presentation for you.
Okay, well, I was expecting to see some comment from him, but we'll see. Maybe I've just missed it.
Probably probably next occasion.
Yeah. So, okay, I made you talk, which you shouldn't do with the next speaker before he's introduced, but nevertheless, we go with a full introduction anyway. Please take it on, Anne.
No worries, no worries. Thank you so much. So now I'm introducing Alvin. He is going to be talking about the ultimate guide for production ready Liferay in Kubernetes. So if you like the ultimate guide, this is the moment. And let's welcome Alvin Estrada. He'll be talking especially to people that are aiming to migrate Liferay environments from VM to containers using Kubernetes and Docker. So Alvin, please, welcome.
Okay. Yeah, as you already mentioned, I will present today the ultimate guide to deploy Liferay on Kubernetes, production-ready Liferay on Kubernetes. I will be talking about the challenges that you may have. For this presentation, I will be using the official Liferay image that is publicly available at Docker Hub. I will proceed to present my screen. And I think it should be ready right now. Okay. So as some of you would already know, run Liferay on containers is just as easy as type docker run Liferay/portal column, the tag. That's actually the version of your portal that you wanted. Yeah, and you will have a Liferay running on your local machine on a server that you want. But while you are, when you start to thinking about Liferay and thinking about connectivity and how to proceed with ElasticSearch, database, replication, cluster configuration, you will find that it's a bit more complex than just type a command on your computer, on your terminal. This talk was made to aim in order for that, and in order to probably provide you a point of start to how to know or how to migrate your old-fashioned VM machines into a Kubernetes production-ready environment. So if you see here the official Liferay image on Docker Hub, this is Docker Hub, actually provides you a lot of information, useful information about how to run his image. There are a bunch of tags that are related to Liferay versions, 7.2, 7.1, GAs, and even the time that those was built. And one cool thing is that I think since version 7.2, Liferay actually supports to set up the configuration, the portal configuration as environment variables. And that's something cool to have when you are working with containers, because for instance, sometimes you will not be able, or probably it's a bit difficult for some of you set up a configuration file into your container, or probably you don't need something like a configuration file on your container. I will quit this. You don't need a configuration file on your environment, because there's probably some just to set up just like a tiny database connectivity or some of the locales that you are supporting. So here in the documentation, you will find that they actually support this on his image. If you probably want to know more about the available setups that you have, you can go into the official documentation, or the official documentation for the properties, the portal properties that you have. You will find every configuration and a related environment variable for it. For instance, if you see this sites.email membership request subject, you will have something like Liferay sites period, email period, membership period, and something will be replicated for other configuration. And here you will find a lot of them. There you can actually see here that there are setups or documentation for a lot of versions. And yeah, the latest ones from 7.2, J1, J2, and 7.3, and the latest version, J5, and also for this. And I think it's very cool to have knowledge about it, because sometimes you will be finding a fast way or an easy way to set up some configuration on your container. After that, I want to take a view to the Liferay Docker, the most digging a bit into how that image was built, because it's a good point to start when you want to start to deploy your application in Docker or using Kubernetes, and knowing how that image was built, what is the requirements for that image, and probably users and some configuration that may not be well documented. I will start here by digging a bit into the Docker image on the Docker file. And we can notice that the image is made from Zulu, the Zulu OpenJDK, using an Alpine-based image. Alpine is basically lightweight Linux instead of something like Ubuntu or CentOS. Alpine was built in order to have very lightweight functionality and provide you only what you need to run a Linux. It's kind of useful when you are working with containers, because your container will be a lot more lightweight than using another image, for instance, Ubuntu, CentOS, or Debian. But probably at some point you would find some difficulties to some configuration as for the lightweight. But for this example and for most of the use cases, I think it's okay. We will see here that in the build process, they pass some arguments that are used to configure some labels later in this image. We have a run command that is a part of the Dockerfile API. And it actually runs an APK that is basically how Alpine installs packages. It says that no cache in order to avoid to have a lot of stuff here that we don't need. They add some packages like Bash, Curl, NNS, Tomcat, Native, Tree, and some other packages that are used by this image in order to start. They copy some scripts that are defined in this repository. I will take a look at some of them, not all of them, because we don't have enough time to dig about it. We create a new user. This is very important to know. They create a new user named Liferay, and they provided a home directory, home/Liferay, and they add this user to the group Liferay. Okay, cool. And they make a chown of the files that are in the home of the Liferay, and also for OBD Liferay. This is the path where the Liferay is actually installed, or all the files related to Liferay are installed. They create symbolic link between the OPT Liferay into the home directory of Liferay in order to be more flexible to access to it. And they define the entry point for Liferay entry point. This is a script, as I mentioned before. This script is a copy from this very repository. Some environment variables that probably is used by this image in order to decide some configuration, like the Liferay, the Java version, the GPDA address, that is the 8000, and some other environment variables here, like the Liferay home, and they clean the JVM ops, and the production name, that is actually the label name that's defined some lines before. And here's a good part that they define the exposed ports. This actually are the ports that are exposed by this image. That's basically the 8000, the 8009, 8080, and this port that I think is for the OGA thing. I'm not sure right now, but yeah. They define a health check for this image, the Docker actually can use it to know if Liferay is actually running. They have an interval of the health check to run this health check every minute. It started at a period of 1 minute after the image actually started, a timer of 1 minute. And this is the route that the health check is actually checking every time in order to see if your Liferay is actually running. They define some labels that are just information for this image. In order to, they put the build date that it was done, the name, the schema, the schema version for this file. This is most some informative tags, and they put here the user that runs this container. This is very important to know and will be helpful for us when we decide to configure our Liferay in Kubernetes, because if we don't set up properly this user, or we may have some permission issues with working with the file system on it. And as a last step, it defines a work there that is the default directory that will be triggered when you enter into your container. All the operation will be start from this very path. And from the scripts, I want to take a look just for the entry point, the Liferay entry point, and this is a very good stuff that Liferay team put on it. That is basically a Liferay mount there. This is an environment variable that basically when the Liferay starts, it looks for files that are put inside that mount file or that mount directory, and actually copy all the files that are configured here into the Liferay home directory. For instance, we can put here some configuration files like the portal-x properties, the OGI configuration like ElasticSearch one, or probably some jars, extra jars or extra dependencies that we have for it. And all the magic for this one is actually done in this other script. That is the configure Liferay. If you see here, you will find, this is the Liferay mount there. There are some other configuration that he done, like, okay, if you have a license, if it's probably if you are running a DXP Docker image. But for instance, I will be running a Community Edition, so I don't need it. And then this is the part when it says, okay, there is a mount here, and inside this there needs to be a directory name files, and all the content of this files directory will be copied into my Liferay home directory. So with it, we actually know that if we have some static files that we want to deploy into our Liferay, I could say, as I said before, the configuration, the portal-x properties, probably the license, Elasticsearch configuration, or some jars, or probably how to deploy something at the start of it. We can put it up here to start using our Liferay without thinking a lot about, okay, I will have to create a custom image, or I will have to think about how to probably map these components inside my container or something like that. So with this tiny explanation or tiny thing, think about how the Docker image is built, I have to pass to the part of Kubernetes. And part of my research for this talk was done looking at this blog post, this very good blog post written by Marshall. It is in Espanol and in English, if you are a Spanish speaker. And he actually finds a very well a lot of the steps that you need to deploy your Liferay into Kubernetes. This demo is actually made with Liferay 7.3 Community Edition, but I'm not saying it's bad, but he's actually used Minikube, that is actually minimalistic Kubernetes version that is supposed to use only for development and your local machine, or you can probably set up in a remote VPS, but it's not a production copyland distribution. He set up a lot of configuration and explains very well what he does. And as I said before, I came here in order to prepare for this presentation. If you want to start, let's say, for Liferay for a development process in your local machine, I would recommend to come here and read it and follow the steps that he made in order to create his Liferay. So now, as I said before, he's in this part he's using Minikube, that is basically pretending to be used in local machine and for test purposes. But for let's say production one, you need something more powerful and more flexible in more components, the production ready one. And for this talk, I'll be using OKD, that is a community distribution of Kubernetes. It is basically a distribution of Kubernetes that Red had prepared, and he built on top of Kubernetes a lot of components like high availability. He implements some Devops tooling that are very helpful for us, and they define some guidelines that you can follow in order to deploy or have a Kubernetes ready for production. And for this one, one of the things that you may know about how to deploy or deploying your Liferay or deploying a Kubernetes for production is that you need some requirements. Let's say I will be using kubectl, that is the command line interface for Kubernetes. I will see what are deployed here about the nodes. And as I said before, this is a production-like configuration. If you see here, we will have 3 compute nodes that are only supposed to run applications, or like I said, our Liferay database, ElasticSearch, Nginx, or any other component that you're using, but it's related to your application. We have other 3 nodes that are basically 3 other machines that are only running infrastructure components, let's say monitoring, logging, and storage management, and other components that are not actually related to your application, but more likely for manage your applications. And 3 other machines that are named masters, that are only supposed to run Kubernetes-related components like a scheduler, control plane, the Kubernetes API. And this is designed in this way in order to be the more confident possible, like having 3 replicas for each component. And you will know that if you lose, for instance, 1 master, you will have other 2 masters that can take care of your application, that will make more high availability of your applications, of the access of your cluster. Yeah, it's very important to say that while I'm using OpenShift for it, it's totally compatible with Kubernetes, and I will be using only Kubernetes components. I will not be using private or especially OpenShift components in order to make it more available for other people that don't want to use something like OKD and are using something like Kubernetes cluster in GCP or Azure or any provider that they want. So in order to deploy our Liferay, I will start for some components that are very important. It's our search engine, for instance, ElasticSearch, and our database. I will be using for this presentation a Percona cluster. And for it, I will simplify my life and make it more easy using some Helm charts for it. Helm charts are basically templates that are built for community or for the companies for his products. And those defines all the necessary components and templating for you in order to deploy his applications. In this one, I will be using the Percona official ExtraDB cluster Helm chart. You can find it at the Helm charts and Stable One and Percona ExtraDB. And here in the GitHub repository, you will have a lot of information about how to use it, the prerequisites for it, how to install this chart, and how to configure it for you. I will be using some simple configuration for it. I will try to dig it a bit for the configuration that I'm using, but it's cool for you. I think it's cool for you to know that it actually exists, and you don't need to think about, okay, how to deploy my database inside my Kubernetes and how to deploy my ElasticSearch. And for ElasticSearch, I've been using the official ElasticSearch Helm chart. It's actually placed into the Elastic repository at Helm charts. And you will find here, you will have to install this Helm chart or make it available for you and your local machine before to actually use it. And it's very straightforward, like look at this one. It's basically add a new repo to your local Helm, and just Helm repo, add Elastic and the route of the ElasticSearch that is here. And the installation is very straightforward. So now in the cool part of this, I have here my values of my configuration values. I have here the configuration values for my Percona, and I'm just setting this in order to configure it. I'm letting other configuration as it is in the vanilla configuration for the Percona Helm. As you see here, I have the persistence enabled. I will enable it through yes, because I want to persist my database between the restarts. If let's say my nodes or my Percona nodes gets restarted, I don't lose my information. I define the MySQL user. This should be Liferay, and I will set up a very secure password for it. Please remember to set up very secure passwords, and some configuration that are required for it. You need to set up the chart set for your database. I will be use UTF-8, and some other configuration for my nodes on the MySQL service that are very standard for it. I think the only one that I had to actually add was this one. This is to stop the chart set for all the database in order to avoid to have issues with my Liferay installation. And for the ElasticSearch one, I'm actually using the vanilla configuration for it. I think I didn't make any change, but it's cool for you probably to take a look at it. You can actually find the cluster name, the node group. I will be using just 3 replicas of ElasticSearch. Those 3 replicas will be master, ingest, and data. I will not be deploying it as a very production-ready competent ElasticSearch because it needs a lot of resources and it will take more time in order to deploy. So I will simplify my life just deploying 3 replicas that will be handle the three roles for it: master, data, and ingest. I have here the 3 replicas that I want to deploy. I will set up that as minimum for the cluster in order to be available. I need at least 2 nodes to be alive or be responsible. I have some other configurations, and down here I will be using the ElasticSearch 6.8.0 for it. This is the official Elasticsearch image path. And I will be using just 1 GB for the Java ops. Every node for it will have 2 GB. I think it's important for you to know that when you're working with Elasticsearch, you will only be available to use the half of the available memory for the Java process, because Elasticsearch actually uses some kernel and some Linux features in order to make the searching. So if you use more than the half of the memory for it, you may probably have some issues with later when you are trying to reindex, or when you have a high load of traffic in your Liferay portal. So the installation for it is very easy when you are using Helm. I put here the commands that I need for it. You will have to install the repo or add the repo for the Elasticsearch, because it's not in the official repositories for Helm. So just with it, you know that you actually will be able to deploy Elasticsearch using Helm. And I will be using this command here to deploy my Helm. Here, it will make a Helm install, the name of the installation, that will be Elasticsearch, the name of the chart that I want to use, and I will specify the values that I will be using. This is actually a reference to my local file that I have here for the Elasticsearch configuration. And if I want, I can change probably the cluster name and the resources, but I will keep it as simple as possible in order to make it fast to deploy. So we just with it, let's wait some seconds. And you will notice here that you have a message that says you, okay, your Elasticsearch cluster have been deployed at this namespace. This is a Kubernetes namespace that I named Liferay 24, for instance, for this talk. And you can see some of the health check for it. I will check if it's actually being deployed on my infrastructure. Just running kubectl get pods to see what is being done here. And if you see, my Elasticsearch has been started. It's running, but it's not ready yet. It will take some seconds to be ready. I will see if with a W. Okay, I will give it some time to be available. I will continue deploying some other stuff because we don't have a lot of time. I will proceed with my Percona one, and it's very simple. As it's one of the stable releases and part of the official repository, I don't need to install or add an extra repository for it. So I will just copy and put it as it is and enter. Let's see, it will take some seconds to be available. And yeah, my Percona seems to be deployed. And if you see here, my Percona has started. We'll have some Percona cluster here, my masters for the Elasticsearch. I will clean and clean again, get kubectl get pods, just to see what we have here. And if you see here, you will see that the Elasticsearch master 0, master 1, and master 2 has been started, and those ones are ready. My Percona cluster is partially ready. At this moment, just one of the members of my cluster has been deployed, and it's just have one of the pods, one of the containers that the pod has already. I will see again. It will probably take some seconds to be ready. One important thing that I want to show you is that if I see more or if I get more information about how or where are those pods being deployed, my -O white, you will see that every member of my Elasticsearch cluster has been deployed in a single node. I don't have multiple or two instances of Elasticsearch in the same node, and it's very important for us to have, because if we can know if we lose one of those nodes, one of the Kubernetes nodes, we will still have other Elasticsearch nodes running. And for instance, if we would have multiple Elasticsearch in one single node, and that node just disappear, we will lose all the entire Elasticsearch cluster, and that will affect us in our very progress for our work. And if you see, it's kind of the same for Percona. Here you will see that the first Percona member was deployed on the Compute One node, and the Percona 1 node was deployed on my other Compute 3 node, and I will say that the other Percona member will be deployed in the last node Compute member. I will create again kubectl get pods -w just to watch what is happening here, and we see that our Percona is almost ready. We have two of those members are already ready, and it just misses the last one. I think it's probably already safe to deploy my Kubernetes, my Liferay. And for it, I then created a Helm chart for it. This Helm chart was deployed, was created by me, and just have some production configuration, very simple ones. I will be showing here what I have for it. For instance, I will be deploying just one replica of it, but I think later we can scale the replicas for it. I will be using this image that is in the repository, the official repository, Liferay portal. I will use the bit old Liferay version, that is a 7.3 GA2. And the pull policy, I will just pull the image if it's not actually present. And for my pod run, I will make sure that it's actually running with this user, that is the ID user for Liferay that is deploying in this container. The resources, I will configure some limits for it, that I will be only 2 CPUs as limit, and the memory will be 8 GB. Yes, 8 GB for limit, and the request will be 1 CPU and 4 GB. I'm using this setup because I think this is the more reliable for your deployments, because if you load the memory, it would take a lot of time to actually get your Liferay working. And for my database configuration, I'm using this driver that is the new MySQL driver that is available in the latest Liferay versions. And the URL that it's the service for my Percona to be accessible, the port for it, the name of the user that will be connected, the name of the database that it will be used to connect, the user to connect, and the password, that is a super secure password. For Elasticsearch, it's kind of the same. I'm setting up the URL to access my Elasticsearch, the port for it, and the cluster name, that is Elasticsearch, as same as the configuration that I have in the Elasticsearch values. And for some properties, I will be using the auto detect, that is actually a route that all the members of the Liferay clusters should to be available to bind, in order to make sure that your cluster is reachable between each others. I will be enable the cluster configuration. My web ID will be firelay.com, and my admin setup will be my prefix. For my email, it will be Alvin. My first name, Alvin, my last name, Estrada, and my password is also a super secure password. And if we check a bit into the templates that I have here, for instance, I've been using a config map in order to set up all the configuration files that I will be using inside my Liferay. I will be overriding my root.xml file, and I have here my GDNI configuration with a Liferay pool here. And as you see here, I'm binding the configuration that I have in my values file. That is basically the driver, the URL for my database, the port, the user that I'm using to connect my database, the password for it, and the Elasticsearch config file, that is the cluster name, some standard configuration for it, and the search URL, the port, and other configurations. As here we have it great running. I will run here. Sorry, I will check. Okay, home install Liferay values. Okay, I got this message that tells me that my Liferay has been deployed. I will check here, and I see that my Liferay is actually running or had started to be deployed. I will check the logs of it and see if it's actually being deployed and what's happening here. And kubectl logs in order to check the logs of a container, the name of a container, and I will add -f in order to follow the logs. It should take about 4 minutes to be ready, or probably less than that. It starts to the creation of the tables and populate it for us. It will take some time in order to be available. It's kind of cool to know that this latest version of Liferay takes a lot less time to start, because I remember with previous version, I think, for instance, 7.0 take about 10 minutes to start, but I've seen that this configuration with these resources takes between 3 and 30 minutes to start, and that's very cool because you can actually provide a Liferay in very fast time. And it will generally complain with creating tables and populate the data on it.
If you can make it go faster one way or another, we believe that it starts, but we gotta stay a bit in time, so I gotta push.
I can probably just make it easy just to explain the one of the setups that are deployed. We can ensure that it will start at some point. I will just stick some in the configurations that I have here. Probably it's very important for us to know that I have, let's see, in the deployments, and it's very important, at least for a production-ready configuration. I have this part that is the life cycle part that is actually known when you stop your container, it should to stop with the shutdown of the Catalina. So I'm actually calling this when I shut down my container, of when you trigger a deletion of your container, just to make sure that your portal actually ended in a good status. As my readiness proof and readiness proof, I'm just setting this configuration, the JS bundle one, and this can actually work in most of the scenarios. But probably if you are working or changing your Liferay configuration, probably you may change this one. But please always remember to have a liveness proof and readiness proof for your Kubernetes to know that your service is actually working. And my configurations, I'm mapping my root.xml and my portal bundle as mounts inside my container. And the Elasticsearch configuration was made by the configuration that I mentioned before, setting up a file inside my mount Liferay files. And back here, we will see that, okay, we have some good logs that seems to be healthy for our Liferay 7.3.1, J2, and it may take some time in order to start. It will be probably not ready quite for a time. I don't know if we have questions for it. I have the idea to write a blog post inside the Kubernetes community, so you can actually have access to all the configuration and things that I make here, so for you in order to test and probably start deploying it on your infrastructure. It's just quite interesting that as I've been providing here and I'm showing here that it's very easy to start deploying your Liferay, and there's some things that you have to take care of it. It's not that easy as it is, as it may look, because you will have to think about your Kubernetes, and your Kubernetes made to be well tuned in order to support a production-ready configuration, like reliability, the storage. Oh, what happened here? I think my database just crashed. Oh, okay, this has a duplicate entry. Interesting. It probably because of an issue with the connection, because of it says that it started, but it started to complain about some cooperation with the database. Probably something went wrong with the connectivity within it. I will reload it and see if it actually gets my Liferay started. It says that it runs. I will try to access to it. It may take just a bit seconds. Oh, what? Well, it may happen when you are doing your demos. The demo gods doesn't like me today. Probably from here. I have some internal issue. Well, probably I will make to probably check about my database connectivity. That is probably something went wrong when I just deployed it. But yeah, I've tested it a couple of times before this presentation. I don't know why it failed just here. But yeah, thank you about it. Sorry for this ugly error. Shit happens.
That's the proper answer to that with.
I don't know. Actually, I've tested it a couple of times, and you say, okay, it's working just fine. It has to fail in the presentation.
It totally is. That is what happens. I've mentioned that earlier today, that I've had a live demo in Paris once at a symposium. And what can go wrong in a live demo? Everything. And
everything can go wrong.
I've been in that situation. That's why it's live. That's how you can see it's live, because otherwise it would have been a perfectly dubbed video, but less interesting. Because this was actually really interesting, where other people use test as their password. You are actually using a super secure database for a demo. That's perfect. I have preempted a couple of answers already by asking if they could be carried over to Slack. That is the Liferay community Slack.
Okay.
Anybody in the webinar currently can see the questions with the links to the chat. On YouTube, we'll add them as well. And I see you are already on the community Slack, because the question have been carried over there already, and you have been added to the channel, which means if we can point you over there to answer questions, that would be great.
Okay. Which channel is it?
That is Event dev.life.
Event dev.life. Okay.
In the Liferay community Slack.
Okay, sure.
But you will see the question that has been carried over from here has been asked there. You are mentioned, and you are already added to the channel.
Okay, I will just check it after this meeting.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much. And next time you speak to Lex, as he isn't here, say hello.
Probably next time. Yeah.
And yeah, I'm happy to have seen this, another DevOps topic, after we had a couple of DevOps topics this morning. Earlier this morning, this gets harder and harder the longer we are on. It's 20:32 in UTC time, which is 2 hours later for me, and we are way past the 12 hours time of nonstop streaming. Alvin, thank you, and hope to see you at some event. And we'll carry on with the next slot, with the next presentation, which is a dear colleague of mine. While with Alvin, we are in the American worlds, we come back to Europe for Mariano, who is well, I won't give away his location to not get all the groupies up on him, but you can find him in a part of Spain, and if he wants to give it away, it's up to him. He has fixed quite a couple of things in Liferay, has gained a lot of knowledge through that. How else do you gain knowledge? If something breaks, you look at it and then you dig deep. That's what nerds do, and you figure it out. He has recently blogged as well about this topic, but this won't be the assisted reading of that blog post, but it will be giving you valuable information about a topic that I know that many people get not so right, or often don't really see why they should do that. It's about Liferay clustering and on how to diagnose and recover Liferay clusters. Please welcome Mariano Alvaro Seitz. That was probably...
That's right. That's perfect. That's perfect. And
tired.
Okay. That's perfect. As Olaf mentioned, I'm going to give this talk from a very small island that it's called Mallorca. So that's great, at least for me. So I'm going to start with the presentation. Right now, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, perfect. So in this talk, we'll make a brief introduction about some of the most important cluster concepts. We'll try to go from a top perspective down to what Liferay does in the background. This will help to understand how it works, making it easier to recover from unexpected situations. So when the word cluster is mentioned, at least a couple of concepts should come to our mind. First is the cache and its types. According to their synchronization nature, caches can be classified in either single VM and multi-VM. We'll talk about them later. And the other concept are the scheduled jobs. Liferay provides three different kinds of jobs that are memory clustered, and persisted. Then we'll see the start of a cluster, trying to take a look to the most important events that you should take care of. And after that, we'll mention some different mechanisms that can be useful to analyze the cluster health at any given time. And last, we'll offer some alternatives to avoid having to stop every node in case jobs are lost. So what does cluster means in Liferay? Mainly, everything starts with the property cluster link enabled. When it's set to 2, this will cause the generation by default of a couple of channels. These channels are the heart of Liferay cluster. Channels are created over the JGroups library. On one side, we have the control channel. Basically, its purpose is to handle the scheduled job synchronization from a master-slave communication perspective. And also we have the transport channel that handles all communication messages sent in order to keep caches synchronized. We'll talk later about what a synchronized cache means. So regarding the cache, a library relies on EH cache to implement its caches, but it only relies on EH cache from the space cache perspective, because the synchronization it's managed by Liferay code. When talking about caches, we can refer regarding to its synchronization to either single VM or multi-VM. Single VM, it's the easiest one because there is no background synchronization involved. There is only a cache space handled individually per every virtual machine. What does that mean? Well, we are going to see now an example. We are going to execute a script in one node, and the script will just put a value in a cache. Then we'll execute another script in a second node, and we'll see that the value or the invalidation hasn't been replicated. And if we update the value and go back to the first node, we'll see that the value that we inserted in the first step remains. So let me show you the script. As you can see here, this part, it's pretty much the same as when you add an add reference in your component to retrieve the service. And after that, we'll get a cache and a cache example, and we'll put a value on it. So I'm going to copy it and to execute it on one of the nodes. I have already started. And as you can see here, now we have test value 1. Now we are going to execute a second script in a different node. It will just check that there is no value for that test key, and it will change the value for that test key. Let me copy it again, and I'll go. You can see that the port is different. I will execute the script. And you see that there was no value initially, and now we have a totally different value. And now we'll go back to the first node, and we'll see that because it's a single VM cache, the value remains the same. So as you can see, the value hasn't changed. So really, there is no synchronization at all. It's like the cache of every node was totally independent. Now we'll move to the more complex one, multi-VM. Multi-VM, as I have just said, it's more complex than the previous one because synchronization is involved. In fact, if you take a look to the code, you can see in the manager configurator for single VM that there is no replication code involved. But if you go to the equivalent one in multi-VM, you will see that there is a replication code involved. Even if we talk about synchronization, multi-VM, it's not a shared cache. Every node has its own cache space. One important thing to mention, because it sometimes causes confusion, it's how does Liferay manage the cache replication. Cache replication, it's done by default via invalidation, not via replication or copy of the value. What does invalidation means? It means that if you put a value on one node in a cache, a message to the remaining nodes will be sent telling them to remove the value they had for that cache and key. And if they need that value later, they will have to reconcile that value with a common source of information like database. I'm going to show you another script similar to the previous one, just to show you the difference. I'm going to insert in one node a value for the cache, and then we are going to go to a different node and modify that value. And if we go back to the first node, we'll see that because the value was changed, an invalidation message was sent, and now the value has been removed. So let's go to the script. As you can see, it's very similar to the previous one, but in this case, we are getting the multi-VM pool instead of the single VM pool, and we are, for a cache example, we are going to add a value, test value 1, so I'm going to copy it. Now you can see that we have test value 1 in the cache. Now I'm going to copy the script for the second node. The script, as you can see, it will check that because there was an initial invalidation message from node 1 to node 2, there won't be any value here. And then we are going to add a different value for that key. And in the background, Liferay will send an invalidation message that we'll check later. So I'm going to the second node. And as you can see, initially we had no value, and now we have test value 2. Now, if we go back to the first node, we'll see that that value has been removed. As you can see here, the value was removed. So regarding both single VM and multi-VM caches, both can be overridden. This override can apply to two different concepts. The first one, it's the cache itself. So you can override the EH cache configuration in order, for example, to increase the cache capacity or to change the time after a value becomes idle. To do so, I'm going to show you an example that Liferay provides out of the box. If you go to the journal service module, here you can see that we have an XML file that what does is for this cache, it changes these properties. You can add any value to these attributes in order to change Liferay default behavior. One important thing to note is that in this version, it's much easier to do the modification because you only need an XML file, while in the previous version, you also needed a Java file. And now, the other concept that you can also override, it's the cache replication feature. With this, you can modify which operations are replicated. You can decide to replicate removals, puts, updates, and you can also decide if you want to replicate via invalidation, that it's the default value, or if you want to replicate via copy of the value. I'm going to show you an example of that. Here I have a cache that has been overridden, this one, and now it's going to replicate puts via copy of the value as well as updates via copy of the value. So I'm going to execute a couple of scripts. The first one, it will insert a value in node 1, and with the second one, we'll see that immediately we have that value in node 2 cache. So I'm going to copy the script. Okay. Well, first I will show you that there is no initial value in the second node. So I'm going to use the overridden cache that it's called cache via copy. As you can see, now we have no value at all, and I'm going to execute a script that simply puts a value in that cache. So again, I'm going to change it to use the overridden cache. Now you can see that we have test value 1 for the cache. And if we go back to the second node, you'll see that the value has been replicated. Normally, and just to finish with the caches, it's used the multi-VM pool because normally you want to, or the multi-VM cache, because normally you want to keep the information synchronized. You only use single VM. The information that you are going to save there, it's only relevant to the node you are working on. let me continue with the presentation. And now we are going to move to scheduled jobs. As I told you, Liferay relays for the cache on each cache, but for scheduled jobs, it relays on Quartz as its scheduler. So Quartz is not in charge of the execution, but simply it works as a scheduler. So it basically detects when a job must be triggered, and it notifies Liferay, and a message is sent through the Liferay bus, and the listener that you configure for your job, it's going to read that message and it's going to execute the job implementation. Liferay defines three kinds of jobs: memory, memory cluster, and persistent. And now we are going to talk about them. Memory, from an implementation point of view, all three types are pretty much the same. The main difference strives in how does Liferay decides which node it's going to execute the job. Regarding this not very common type of job, memory job, it's coordination. It's the simplest one because they get executed on every node. And as its name implies, its information, it's always kept in memory. So everything is lost after every restart. So that means that if there was a misfire or the next fire time information, it's going to be lost as soon as you stop a node. Then you have a memory cluster. This is the most common type of jobs. In fact, depending on your Liferay version, all or almost all of the jobs that are provided out of the box are of this type. Liferay has a background synchronization process for them that ensures a couple of things. First one is that only the master will be executing memory cluster jobs. And the second thing is that in case that the master stops, all the remaining jobs will have the necessary information to become master and schedule exactly the same jobs. First, how does Liferay ensure that only the master will schedule the jobs in Quartz? Well, that's pretty easy because jobs are only, or memory cluster jobs are only scheduled in Quartz at any given times. The slave only have that information saved in memory as a backup mechanism. And how does this happen? Well, we are going to assume that we have a couple of nodes already started. We have a slave and a master, and a new job gets deployed. If it gets deployed in the slave, what the slave will do is to ask the master for the deployed job information. The master will return the Quartz deployed job information, and every slave will save that job information in memory. And in case the job is deployed in master, first the job will be scheduled in Quartz. The master will notify every slave with the job information, and every slave will save that information in memory. To better see this, we are going to take a look at the class that is in charge of this synchronization, that it's called Cluster Scheduler Engine. It's a very useful class because it contains pretty much all the code that involves the synchronization of memory cluster jobs. So I'm going to go to the class. And if you go to the schedule method, you'll see that for memory cluster jobs, if the node we are on is the master, first we'll schedule the job. This scheduler engine, it's the Quartz scheduler engine that you see here. And after that, it will notify every slave with that information. To do the notification, we are going, or Liferay uses the control channel. And in case the node is the slave, it will ask the master for that job information, again using the control channel. And if everything goes well, it will add that information to memory. And now we are going to move to the persisted jobs. This kind of jobs, it's not very common. In fact, Liferay doesn't provide any out of the box. And this kind of jobs can be used for tasks that must be executed no matter if the server was down when it had to be triggered. In this case, the synchronization is fully handled by Quad. So Quad decides, in case there is a cluster, which node it's going to execute a job. And because the information resides on Quad tables, the information it's available to each node. So in case, for example, that there is only one node and it gets stopped, the information about, for example, the next file time will remain available in the next node restart. So as a summary, and to understand the big picture, we are going to take a look to what every node is in charge depending on its role. So the slave node will always execute memory cluster jobs. They are never going to execute memory cluster jobs, but they will have that information saved in memory just in case. And regarding persisted jobs, they can or cannot execute a persisted job depending on what decision. And the master node, it's always going to execute both memory and memory cluster jobs. And also they will execute or not persisted jobs depending on Quad decision. It's important to note that to Quad, the Liferay node hierarchy of master and slave, it's totally invisible. This decision, it's performed by Liferay with the help of the JGroups library, and Quad doesn't have access to it. So there is no master and slave from the Quad's perspective. And now that we have talked about the basic concepts, we are going to see the start of a cluster from zero, a cluster composed by a couple of nodes that, for our example, it's more than enough. Remember that always the recommended approach is to start the node sequentially to avoid concurrency problems. So the main events that will happen are the channel creation and the nodes joining those channels. And then after that, depending if the node is master or a slave, if it's master, it will schedule the jobs in Quad, the memory cluster jobs in Quad. And in case it is the slave, it will ask the master for the scheduled job information. So I'm going to go to the cluster I have started already. And as you can see, first the control channel it's created. And first, because there was only a node started in the list, you can see that there is only one node in the control channel. Same thing happens here, as you can see, for the transport channel, and also it has only a node. And now that the first node started, you can safely start the second node, and the process will be pretty much the same. The control channel will be created, and now we'll have a couple of nodes in that channel. By convention, Liferay decides that the first node here, this one, the first node in the list, is going to be the master node. If you check the code, you'll see that the master node, it's also sometimes called the coordinator. And as well as with the control channel, there is a transport channel that also a second node will join, and you'll have in the list 2 nodes. and because this is the second node and it's the slave, you can see here that a number of 21 memory cluster jobs were loaded from master. The configuration about these channels can be overridden using the following properties. You can see them here, and with this XML file, you can also decide if you want to use the as a transport protocol multicast, that it's the default behavior, or you want to switch to unicast. So now that your cluster is up, under this section, you'll see how to check the cluster health regarding scheduled jobs. Mainly, we have a couple of approaches. The first one is to analyze the traces, and the second one is to use some helpful Groovy scripts that we are going to provide. Here I have added a link in which this talk is based that contains more or less all of the traces that you should take care of. But due to time reasons, we are just going to cover some of them, but they are enough for my purpose of giving you some tools to understand better what's happening. So the first one is this accepted view trace. The accepted view message, usually it's printed when there is a cluster event, either a node joining the channel or a node departing from the channel. But if you see appended this merge view, you should take consideration about it because usually this happens when your cluster was splitted, temporarily splitted, and it has joined back again. Why can this happen? Usually it happens due to some network problems that maybe you are losing some packages, or because a node is overloaded and it's not able to answer in time to the channel it's alive request. So if you see this message, it's not an error per se, because it means that the cluster has joined back again, but at least you should monitorize and take a look to your installation. This second message was brought to express the importance of a good deployment process. So jobs must be deployed on every node, and after that, Liferay will take care of the synchronization. So this message usually appears when you deploy it on both nodes, but due to a race condition, the job gets deployed first on the slave node, and it will print that it hasn't been deployed yet on master. If your process is okay and you are sure that afterward it's going to be deployed on master, you shouldn't take care, because Liferay will notify when the job gets deployed in master the remaining nodes, and it will send the job information. And the last message, this usually happens if the synchronization, the initial synchronization fails. And this brings us back to the cluster scheduler engine that will help to understand how the initial synchronization process works. So the cluster scheduler engine, and if you go to the init memory cluster jobs, you'll see that this method is executed during the start, and you'll see that in case you are not a master, hence you are the slave, you will again, using the control channel, you will ask the master for all the scheduled, the memory cluster scheduled jobs the master has, and if everything goes okay, it will save the memory that information. Because this is a crucial process, we have an eternal retry that will keep retrying until it works. So as I told you, it's very important that you take a look to every message that appears here, because they can be useful to monitorize your application. For example, the message I showed you before, the one that tells the number of loaded jobs in the slave, can be helpful if you check or you monitorize your installation to check that that number of jobs is exactly the same one that you are expecting. And if that's not enough, here you have some other relevant scripts. The first one checks on the node where it's executed the cluster structure at that time. Every node should return the same list. Otherwise, the cluster will most likely be splitted. So I'm going to open just the script. You can see here that what the script will do is to retrieve all cluster nodes, and it will print the nodes information. So I'm going to execute it just to show you the output. Okay, I lost the session. Let me log in again. So this is the number that you should take care of, and you should ensure that it's the same number of nodes on every node you executed. And the second script just show the different information that it's saved on each node. So I'm going to close the previous one, and I'm going to open this new one to explain it. As you can see here, if the node is the master, it will print the master information. It will just print the scheduled jobs that the master has at that time. And in case it is the slave, it will print the memory cluster jobs set information at that moment. So I'm going to execute it to show you the output.
And if you could bring that closer to an end, that would be great.
Yes, I'm just finishing, just a couple of minutes more, and I will end. So these are the jobs that we have already scheduled. And the important thing to notice about this script is that you can change it here and execute to always retrieve the information that it's safe in master. For example, if you want to see the scheduled jobs in Quartz, how does Liferay ensure that it's going to always retrieve the job that it's saved in master? So if you go to the method, you'll see that there is an annotation that forces to execute it in master, and related to this annotation, sorry, there is an advice, and if you invoke it from the master node, the method will be invoked normally, and if it's invoked on the slave, it will retrieve the master information again using the control channel. And last, just to finish, it can happen that jobs are missing. Normally, this is a two-step process. First, the jobs are lost in the slave node, not being saved in memory. At this point, the error is invisible because jobs are executed only master. But if that slave turns into master, jobs will be scheduled from memory to Quartz, and the lack of jobs will be visible. The easiest way and the most harmful is to stop all nodes. Why all nodes? Because maybe there are some other slaves that are also affected. So you should stop all of them. But first, you can try some alternatives. The first one, it's just if you know which job is missing. For example, if you know that this one is the one missing, you can just go to the Google Console or the Google cell in the control panel and execute component disable enable that will force the schedule again.
And I would like to push the rest into a blog article.
Yes, no problem. And just as desperate last resource, because maybe you don't know how many jobs are missing, or the jobs were created not using the Liferay component pattern that it's common in the new versions. You have this script. You can check it later, but it will only recreate the service tracker, forcing all the jobs to be scheduled again. And that's pretty much all. See you next year. That will mean that the situation has really improved if we can see each other.
Thank you, Mariano.
You're welcome. I'm going to stop. Okay.
And I would like to push all of the questions over to the community Slack. So if I can ask you to lurk around there for a bit so that we can see if there are any questions for your presentation. I have seen a couple of forum posts, a couple of customers where clustering went wrong. And I hope that some of these people have learned something and that I can that they will learn something out of this session, and we can basically point them to this session. I'm wondering, something is weird with the camera because I see different pictures on the webinar and on YouTube. That's funny, but it looks like...
Okay, I have just to stop it just in case. So
okay. With that, well, thank you again. And yeah, as I said, interesting. Let's learn from this. And if I have cut you short in anything, then please bring that over to another blog article. We always love some more documentation from actual practice where you discover something. With that, we'll continue. We'll be back in the US, this time very firm in the US. And for that, I'll better hand over to our moderator from the US, Jonas.
All right, so we're back in the US. I have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker. His name is Greg Emerson. You've been to DevCon or attended other Liferay events. You may have heard him speak. He is part of the dev tooling team, so working with Liferay IDE and Blade. I would also like to introduce Greg's beard because that is his workaround on his wife not letting him grow a mustache. So it's his imitation of ReactJS, if you know him, and his wonderful lumberjack beard. So yeah, over to you, Greg.
Thanks, Jonas. Yeah, that's right. Whenever last year I went to DevCon, and I'm really sad that I don't get to see many of you at DevCon like I did in the previous years, but I'm happy we can communicate in this format. Thanks, Olaf and the team for setting it up. Last year, I was very envious of a lot of the mustaches that I saw at the at DevCon, and so I went home, tried to grow my own, and that was vetoed by the wife. But then COVID hit, and so I didn't leave the house for seems like a really long time, and so I got a chance to grow the full beard anyway, and trying to look more and more like ReactJS, as Jonas said. But mostly people, when I do see people, and I don't have a mask on, they think that I am, I've taken a part of a historical reenactment play and I'm going to like imitate someone from 150 years ago. So that's kind of fun to see their faces. So I hope that you can see my screen, and then I hope someone will tell me if that's not the case. What I'm going to be showing you guys today is just a few of the features that we've added in the last, I guess since the last few months to Liferay Workspace. Some things that we think that you'll find useful. So I'm going to talk about some of the things we've added to Workspace, and then kind of hit some of the latest features of the project templates and some of our scaffolding and tooling. And then if we have time, we'll take a look at some upgrade tooling that we're working on. Let's see, it's 4:15 in Dallas, so I'll try to keep it under my time. But like Olaf said, I'll be around, hanging around the community chat afterwards. Okay, so first off, I'm going to switch over. I have a little workspace that I prepared here, and this looks probably a lot like the workspaces that you have in your dev environment. But let me switch over to IntelliJ here. And the first thing I want to show you is this new key that we've added, this new property key that we've added in a more recent version, the most recent versions of Workspace. And this is the product key. And so the idea here is that if you've used Workspace in the past, and so for those of you that you don't know, this is our Gradle scaffolding tooling that we're using for developing, extensions for Liferay and applications for Liferay. We have both the Gradle and a Maven version, but we'll just be looking at the Gradle version today. And in the past, people, if they wanted to target a certain particular version of Liferay, they had many different properties they had to set. They needed to know where are we going to get the portal bundle, download it from the CDN. They needed to know, okay, if you're using Docker, what is your Docker, which Docker tag are you targeting? And then also, if you wanted to enable some of the dependency management features, you needed to set this target platform version. So for those of you that know what a BOM is, what a Maven BOM is, this tells our tooling which version of the Liferay BOM are we wanting to compile all of our projects against. And there's some other settings that you also had to set, Tomcat version and other things. And so what we found with our customers and our project teams was that it was a lot of work to have to update these for every new fix pack, for every new release. And so what we did is we added this one kind of, overarching key called the Liferay Workspace product. And with this, you just simply set it to the name of the product that you're targeting. So this can be Portal, DXP, or we have support for Commerce 2.x or 2.0 and 2.1. And the idea is that you just specify this one key, and this will automatically set defaults for every other property. And then that way, when you want to go from GA5 to GA6, which is going to be released here shortly, then you just change one character. You just simply switch this from 5 to 6, and that's going to automatically update the bundle URL and the Docker tag and the BOM, the target platform version. And this is really useful for customers that are upgrading from one fix pack to another. Now, if you do have, as we've seen in a lot of our workspaces, that people will have a custom bundle URL, maybe they've modified the stock Liferay bundles in some way, or they're going to use a custom Docker image tag. So if you do set a product, you can override any constituent field of the product just by specifying the value like you have. So if you have both a bundle URL and a product key set, it's going to the product key will be the default, and then anything that you set in addition to that bundle URL or Docker tag, it will override what's in the product key. And so that way it allows you to still customize what's in there. But if you don't want to worry about managing all those, you just want to pick what's in the default, you can use this this new product key. And so, and to know kind of what values that you can pick there. So let me just create a, so what we can do is we can actually ask Blade for the list of product keys that are available. Now this list will be published on some documentation in Liferay Learn site, but for now, both the IDE, IntelliJ, and Eclipse will give you this list, and then you can also use the Blade tool. You need to update it to at least version 403. So just run Blade update and get the latest version, and then you'll be able to get this list of product keys. And you can see, you can sort of predict them based on just this more human readable scheme here. Now you may notice that there's a lot missing, so you can actually also just say I want to show all of them, and this will show every version that we have in our version history. Now this is not every version of Liferay. There's a lot on here, a lot of fix packs and things are not on here, but because the product key, it manages the Docker image name, the target platform, BOM version, and the bundle URL. we actually have omitted some that don't have some of those. We have some releases that don't have Docker images for them, some very old 7.0 fixed packs, for instance, or we don't have we don't have bombs uploaded for those. And so, but if you're using one of those and you are a customer, then you can simply request that, and we can add any missing version that you need. So now, if I want to create a new workspace, and let's see, it's actually going to prompt me for what version I want to specify, because we need that now. We need to specify that version, and so that I can simply select the latest portal version 5 there. Or if I want to see all of them, I can type more. It'll show me all. But I'll just select 5 here. And then all that does is that just sets the product key. So you can see that set that in that place there. Okay, so that's the first feature I wanted to tell you about is the product key, and so that's going to be supported in the upcoming versions of the Eclipse and IDE plugin. We already have it there in Blade, but we still haven't released the versions in IDE and IntelliJ. Now, if you want to know how do I take my existing workspace and start using this product, you simply just need to update to the latest version of the Workspace plugin, and then you can just simply add that in there. We're going to add some more upgraded tooling. Also, I'm going to talk about that at the end, but we also have added the upgrade support for this in Dev Studio, Developer Studio. If you want to use that and use the upgrade tool, it will help you upgrade your workspace to use this product feature. So, and actually Simon, who's going to be giving a talk about the newest features from the IDE tooling side, if you attend his talk, he'll show some of the new upgrade tooling support. So another thing that I want to mention is something that we've added recently, and that is Yarn support to Workspace. So by default, if you have a Workspace project and then you have front-end projects, or you have portlets or modules that use front-end tooling that call out to NPM to package front-end resources, we've used NPM in the past. So if you've used those features, it's like NPM install, NPM run build. But some of our customers and internally at Liferay, we've added a lot of Yarn tooling, and the idea behind that, there's many reasons why. I don't know them all. I'm still learning the front end space. I'm still a newbie there, but from what I understand is that Yarn has this really nice concept of a Yarn workspace, and we have our Gradle workspace, our Liferay workspace, and so we thought, well, it makes sense that we should bring the Yarn support over and support Yarn workspaces and get all the benefits of that, like being able to share modules that are installed locally, share dependencies that are just installed one time. Because if you add many portlets or many widgets and they all have the same front end dependencies, it can make the build slower and take up more space. And then also, what's nice about the Yarn workspace is that you'll be able to share JavaScript modules between 2 projects, and then just use the common Yarn workspace. So all you have to do to enable the Yarn support is, first thing, you need to get a recent version of, so by recent, you can just do the latest version of the Gradle plugins workspace. And just to show you how that, of course, Dev Studio will upgrade your workspace to this. But then if you need to do it manually, you can always run over here to our Nexus repository, over to Maven Central, and then just run a query and have it load actually, our Nexus is a little bit slow. Oh, did it finish? Yeah, there we go. You show the latest version is 3.08. So actually there's one new version, newer than 3.07, but 3.07 should work. So with that, I go back to my Gradle.properties, and you can see if I create a new workspace, let me just create a new workspace, and let me take a look at this. You can see by default, the package management is set to NPM. But if you want to set it to Yarn, then you simply uncomment out this, and then it will switch the package manager over to Yarn. So you can see in this workspace, we've set the package manager to Yarn, and we actually have some front end code in here. And I pulled this from the Liferay JS Toolkit Showcase. So if you haven't looked at that, that's over here on, get this out of the way, over here on this repo. So this is a really good thing to show off some of the JS Toolkit stuff. So I just grabbed some React projects from here, and then I'm going to just run the build. Actually, let me switch over here to my workspace. And you can see when it goes to build, it's going to detect that we have these front-end resources or these front-end modules, and it's going to actually call yarn install and then set up the yarn workspace if it's not already set up. And then and there it is. And it's going to call setup yarn, call yarn install. And what these tasks, this setup yarn task, I'm going to mention that, is this is a task that actually manages the yarn workspaces. So if I take a brand new workspace, oh, that one's building. Set this to yarn. And then let me create a front-end project. You can see that I don't have a yarn file, a yarn log file, and I also don't have a, let's see what's package.json that sets up the workspaces. Sorry guys, just let me help my dog. I think I have someone came by the house. Just a second.
Bring it. We want to see the dog.
Yes, please.
Every meeting, every digital meeting gets better with a dog, with a kid, with a cat running through the picture.
In fact, it's the second pet or the third pet that we have.
Indeed, yeah.
Today.
Was that Marcos who we only heard, where we only heard the dog?
Yeah, it was Marcos who we heard the dog, but I think Carlos Lancha, his cat,
yes, there was a cat.
Also, yeah.
Yeah, the cat wanted to be in the picture, and it was like the tail wagging there.
So sorry about that, guys. I think we have it all under control. Sorry, we have a first time to do a webinar with a dog in the background. So
digital meetings get better with pets.
Yeah. We I just had some solicitors come by, and so yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so where were we?
Go ahead.
We had the oh yeah. So to set up the yarn workspace, you need a couple of files. You need the package.json with the workspaces configured, and then you also need this yarn log file. But don't worry if you switch it to yarn, and you also need a yarn RC file. But if you switch the package manager to yarn, and then you run a build that actually has the front end code in it, then the workspace task will generate the needed file. So let me go ahead and run this here. Let's see if this other one finished. Okay, so it's still. That one's still running. So we actually should be able to see, go ahead and see the yarn files have been created. So you can see the package.json has been added, and then that one new project that we added is already been added in there. And then if we were to add another project, okay, so that first build finished. And then if we run it again, let me let this one finish. The point is, if we run it again, then the next time you run, it'll detect that you've got a new project's been added to your workspace, and so it'll automatically add it here, and it manages this file for you. Now, if you edit this file, it will preserve anything that you've added in there. But as far as the workspaces map, it's going to manage that for you. So that finished. So let's run the build again. And the next time it runs, you should see the new workspace has been added. So it ran the setup yarn task. You can see it's added the package. So that's one thing that it'll do for you. It'll manage your packages in your workspace, and then it's building everything with yarn, so you can take advantage of that. Now this is not the default yet. We're still kind of making sure we have all the parts we need. Some teams are adopting it internally, and we're letting some customers adopt this tooling. And then once we feel like it's mature enough, we'll probably switch it so that it's the default. So that if you create any front-end resources, have any front-end build in your project, it's going to use, or in your workspace, it's going to use yarn by default. So another thing that we have added is the notion of a flexible project layout. So in the past, if you had a workspace project and you had OSGI projects, they went in one folder. If you had traditional wars, they went in another folder. And if you had themes, either Java or Gulp themes, then that went in another project. And so after getting feedback and interacting with customers, we realized that we need a much more flexible layout and no kind of and make it in such a way that it can be quickly adapted to whatever the needs of the project, and not having to update the configuration to support the different layouts. And the biggest thing was we wanted to get rid of the wars folder, because we know that portlets and portlet wars usually go next to the other constituent parts of the application. And so we got rid of that folder. If you still have the wars folder, the themes folder, those folders are still supported, but also you don't have to have those structures. You can simply just have any file system layout that you want. OSGI modules right next to pure front-end JavaScript widgets, next to themes built with Java or JavaScript. And you put them in any location you want, and then Workspace will find those and then build those. And so one of the reasons we did that is that if any of you have looked at the new documentation over on the Liferay Learn site, and I think I have an example of that right now. So here is a sample from Liferay Learn. If you've gone through any of the commerce sample or any commerce documentation and they've given you some samples to download, it will look like this. And this is actually a workspace. So you can see they're using a Liferay Workspace, but there's no modules folder, there's no themes, no configs, none of those folders you may have seen if you've used Liferay Workspace in the past. And so you don't need those. Those are strictly optional. And you can see that all in the Gradle.properties, all they're setting is just which product this is targeting, 7.3 GA3. So and then you can see here is a module project that's implementing some feature. I think this was the model listener example, I think. But it doesn't matter what folder that's in. And then, but any of your existing setup, any of your existing configuration, that's going to be still, that's not been deprecated. That's still supported going forward. Another change we made to Workspace that you might want to be in the latest version of Workspace is Gradle 5 BOM support. So in the 2.x version of Workspace, we were using a third-party plugin for our dependency management target platform feature. And then now with the 7.3, I mean, the newest versions of Workspace, we switched over to Gradle 5, and we're using the native BOM support inside of Gradle 5. So I don't know if any of you had run into problems. Some of our customers ran into problems using some other plugins in combination with the plugin that we were using. So we got rid of that. We switched over to the native method, and so that should make Workspace much more compatible with newer versions of Gradle, and also make it more compatible with any other plugins like the Maven Publish plugin or some of these other plugins that are very popular out there. So okay, so another thing I want to mention is that another change that we've made in for the 7.3 release, or specifically to Liferay Workspace, is we no longer support standalone projects. So if you want to create a portlet or a service builder project or a service wrapper or anything like that, the build for that has to be inside of a Liferay Workspace environment or directory. So no longer do we support just creating a new project, a new REST project, or anything like that from the project templates in a standalone directory. So it has to be inside of a workspace. And so actually, if you try to do that in a directory that's not a workspace, so if I do going to tell you that it needs to be in a workspace. And so you'll just simply need to create one. And then you should be able to create it. Now, along with that, we've made what's required for a workspace to be much simpler. All you need is a settings.gradle. All of these other files, all of these other folders, they're optional. So you could remove everything in here, but except for a settings.gradle, and that would be enough for it to be a workspace. So it should be very minimal, the requirement. Now you would have to have one subfolder that has your other projects in it. So we do require one small level of nesting, but after that, it's up. You can organize it however you want. So, so that's one thing that we've changed. Along with that, since we require workspace, we're able to now start using a lot of other features that in the past were optional. So this is like the target platform feature, the BOM dependency management feature, and also we can start promoting this new API jar that we've added. So let me demonstrate what I'm talking about. So in an old version, and I have a old version of Blade. I think I have it downloaded. I guess. So in an old version of Blade, when it would create an old version of a portlet, I think I actually have one right over here. So if we look at, here's a project that was created with the old version of the project template. So this was just a portlet, and this is the old standalone version. So if you just created a standalone portlet from in 7.2, it would have looked like this. All these versions are specified, and then all of these dependencies are specified. And this is good. And on the one hand, as you can see all of these different APIs that you can use, but then it also creates a maintenance and an upgrade challenge. Is that okay? Well, this is the version that matches 7.2, but when I upgrade to 7.3, what should all these versions be? And of course, if you're using target platform, well, I don't, and using the BOM support that we have in Workspace, well, then I don't need all these versions. The versions are automatically managed for me by the Gradle BOM support and by the target platform support we have in Workspace. So you can see here. But then we went a little bit further. So we also started creating another artifact. So instead of having all of these compile-only dependencies, having them all in their constituent artifacts, the release team went and created a single jar that has all of the APIs that are exported into the Liferay runtime. So we essentially took everything that's in the portal, and then we took all the exported packages and we lumped them into one single artifact. We called it the release, the API jar. And so now if you create a new project in 7.3, so here's my new workspace. If I create actually what's in here? Let me just create a new MVC portlet. You can see that all of those dependencies have been simplified to just one line, just release.portal.api. And so that contains all of the APIs that were in all those other jars that are in the portal. And also notice that I don't even have the version on this because that's also managed by the target platform, both the version of this and then also all of the dependencies are added in here. So this is really nice when it comes to upgrades. Now, when you go from 7.3 to 7.4 or 7.3 GA5 to GA6, then you don't have, in the past, we've had, especially for a service builder project, we've had a lot of dependencies that might change from 7.1 to 7.2, some breaking changes. And so that was one of the ideas behind this portal API jar, is that it will shield you from any of those changes. Now, if you are using some of those APIs that are removed, I mean, you're going to have to fix that. But at least from the build configuration, you're not going to have to go in there and tweak all of those versions over and over. So you can also find that if you want to look where those are located. Release.portal.api. And then we also have the DXP versions as well. And once again, these will all be managed for you if you're using the product key. And so you don't have to worry about updating the versions. That'll all be managed by target platform. Another thing that we added to the latest version of Blade is, okay, so in the Blade changes specifically, and if you're using any of the IDE plugins, everything's going to require Workspace. Target platform is going to be automatically enabled. We have this new release API jar that that's only available for 7.3. So the target platform and the product and the BOM and all BOM management, all of that is available for 7.0, 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3. But for 7.3 specifically, that's the only one that the release API is only available in 7.3 going forward. So just want you to know that. Now, another thing that we've added is, so if we look at project templates, is we've added a couple of new project templates that specifically deal with the front end tooling. So as some of you know, if you've built any kind of widgets or themes, JavaScript widgets or JavaScript themes, you've used the Yeoman package manager, the Yeoman templating CLI tool. And so what we've done with Blade is we wanted to support all of the great work that the front end team has done. And so these two project templates actually just encapsulate that tooling. So they just call out to Yo and they just download the correct versions, the latest versions, and actually just invoke that for you. And you can do that right from either your IDE or from the command line. So now if I want to create a new, let's call it, it's actually going to download the latest Yeoman template and all of the JavaScript files it needs, and then it's going to just call over to that. So it's just going to just delegate you over to that CLI, but then you don't have to worry about getting the right version of Node or Yo or anything like that installed. So then you just answer the questions. And then you can see it'll be generated there. The same thing for the themes as well. You can just do -JS theme. And let's see, I think that's pretty much everything for the new project templates. We have added a REST builder project template. So if you want to use that, so I want to thank the team that built those features into 7.3. They've helped us create a project template for that. And so I want to mention a little bit about Maven. So everything I've talked about here has been Workspace, Gradle, and then also with Blade. We have also added for Maven users and for people that still use the Maven archetype, they want to use the Maven archetypes directly. We have added the BOM support, at least for the portal, we've added the BOM support in there. So all the new project templates will always import the Liferay BOM based on whatever version you're targeting. And then all of the versions will be managed after that. And a nice thing about that is it will also manage the versions of the plugins. So whatever you know, whatever plugins are used to build those modules, it'll manage those as well. So lastly, how are we going to help customers and users get started using these features? And so what I want to show you, let's see. So I've actually created I have this little upgrade branch here, and I just want to show you just a little preview of some of the tooling that we're working on. As far as upgrades and how to adopt these new features, you're going to want to use a Dev Studio, install that, and then go through the upgrade planner, and you can point it at your workspace, and it's going to help get you up to date on the product that you're targeting, and then set the target platform stuff, and then configure your build scripts so that they'll take advantage of the target platform. We don't have support yet for adding the released API jar. That's coming. But another little a bit of tooling that I want to give you a preview of is here. So, and this will be the last thing I'll show, and then I'll cede my time. But here we can see this is the little workspace that I was showing you. And I'm going to push an upgrade branch that has a previous version of a workspace, and also is not using the latest product, and it's also not using the target platform, the dependency management features as well as it could. So I'm going to push this. Actually, I think the upgrade branch is already there. Delete it. Let's see if we get any help. So we've actually been working on an upgrade bot. It's kind of, I know Olaf didn't want me to show anything that wasn't ready to be used. So everything I've shown you so far can be ready to be used today. And, but I am going to see if the upgrade bot is listening. I'm not for sure. It might have gone to sleep. But the idea is that you can push a branch to your repo, and then if you have some certain metadata turned on, will actually scan that branch and then provide some pull requests for upgrades. So here's an example of some pull requests that were sent by the bot. So here it said, okay, I noticed that on your branch you have an old version, the workspace. So here I want you to update to 307. And so here it can see that you haven't set the product. It wants you to set the product to the latest version of 7.3. And then here it says, okay, I've noticed that you're actually still specifying the versions. So we want to remove all those because now that's managed. So here it set the product to the latest 7.3. This is actually the latest DXP release. And then the latest DXP 7.3 preview. And then here it removed all of the versions. And so I could merge this or not. So that's just a little preview of some of the tooling that we're working on towards upgrades to help you to migrate these, help you take the best advantage of some of the new features we're building. And I think that's all my time. There was some stuff I was going to show about the resolver, but I'll leave that for another, like Olaf said, another blog or maybe another video. So I'll stop sharing my screen, and Olaf, is there any questions?
Checking now. Hold on a second. I gotta make this off. Okay, checking. I think I saw something, but
and I'll jump in the community chat right after this.
yeah, well, I have something because I remembered a story from an old Radio Liferay episode where I've asked Jorge about a couple of words, just made up words that were like in the tradition of Blade and coming up with all of those names. And I think I made up a couple of words. I didn't find them anymore. I would have needed to listen to the episode, but now I can add yarn to that as well. And then we've had a nice discussion on YouTube on some hot pepper that went on there. And that pepper was called, what was that? Guys, help me out. No, they're talking. That was something with P, Padron pepper. And I was wondering if there is an NPM module with the name Padron. So what do you think?
I haven't checked the whole list. There's only there's only about 1 million packages out there. So.
Right. So Jonas mentioned a drinking game where you gotta come up with a name, with a noun, and then you check if there is an NPM module with that name. And I don't know if you got to drink when you find an NPM module or if you got to drink when you find no NPM module with that name. But we figured that padron.js is not a valid module. And maybe there's Jonas, maybe he can help us. Do you have to drink when you find something that is no module?
Yeah, so you have to drink when you find a module with that name. However, statistically nowadays, you're more likely to come across it, so might as well just drink anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's do the game where you drink either way.
Okay, yep. Then let's see. I don't see any question on YouTube. Is there anything on Slack? I think I've seen something I have seen somewhere. Yes, on Slack there is some, but as we are behind the time, I would really like to send you over to Slack and answer there. Oh, actually, are we over time?
There's also
yes, we're still.
a question on the QA panel on
Zoom,
but we are going to redirect that. Okay.
Yeah, so there's a comment on the Q&A. It just says, it looks great. Thanks for all your hard work, from someone.
There's Rob, yeah. Hi, Rob. Shout out to Rob. And I can say that, yes, indeed, whatever Greg puts his hand on gets done. That's the old story. I don't know from when that was, but that was the early times of Liferay IDE and Developer Studio, when I do remember that I came out of a training in Germany with an idea that either came to my head or to one of the trainees, to one of the students, and I chatted with Greg in the evening and told him, hey, wouldn't it be a nice idea if? And then I went to bed, and next morning I got up and the first thing I saw was an email which said, do you mean like this? And then a link to a nightly build. So that made me shine in that training. Thank you for that.
Well, I think that was when I lived in a different time zone. And then,
yes, indeed.
And then also, I'm glad you remember that story, because I do remember one time, I don't know if it was you, but one of our brave training associates went into a training and I'd gone to bed and we had broke everything. And so
that was me as well. Yes.
Okay. I'm glad you might have had therapy and gotten rid of that particular episode.
Okay. Thank you for remembering. Thank you for reminding me. Next.
Thanks, Olaf. Thanks, Jonas.
Okay. Please come head over to Slack to see. There is a question for you, and we'll see you over on Slack.
Will do. Thanks, everyone.
Community Slack. As I said, next, and that means Jonas for now.
All right, so we have a talk by John Lee and Chris Jung. They're both from the Analytics Cloud team. John is a product manager for Analytics Cloud, and he's been part of Liferay for a really long time, probably around the same time I joined. And he actually used to work on Social Office, if anyone remembers that. I remember that.
I forgot.
And just a little bit about John. He actually likes to make Japanese ramen from scratch, which involves making his own noodles and doing his own broth, and that's actually kind of impressive. So Chris is a product designer for Analytics Cloud. I thought he hadn't been with Liferay for that long, but he's actually been with us for about 3 years, which is a lot longer than I thought. and he really likes golf. So when he's not thinking about design, he's thinking about golf. So I'll turn it over to you two, and yeah.
All right, thank you. I just want to make sure, are we sharing this slide right now? Yeah. Okay, actually at first I just want to say I actually haven't seen some of you guys, some of the developers in our own company, and the only time I got to see you guys is through this. So thank you for organizing this. This is great. Yeah, and thank you everyone for tuning in. So today we're going to showcase a very exciting upcoming features of Analytics Cloud. It's called custom event tracking. So I'm going to quickly talk about why this is going to be a next big thing for the Analytics Cloud and why it is actually important to you. And then we'll pass it on quickly to product designer. Majority of the time, he will be, Chris will be demonstrating how this feature will work. So just a little bit of the background here about Analytics Cloud. The product was launched 2 years ago to complement our flagship Liferay DXP product. And many of you, use Liferay DXP to build, manage, and deliver your application or website. And with the help of Analytics Cloud, you can measure your website's performance and use that insight, the data, to improve your website and application. So one of the things that Analytics Cloud tracks is the performance of your websites or application. So how many session visits, how many the bounce rates, and metrics such as these. Then the next thing, the second thing that we also track is who is doing what on your website. Who is submitting the form, who is downloading the documents, clicking a button, clicking a link or some kind of video content, or when they're just simply visiting a page. Okay, and so all of these, it's made possible because we are tracking events that are actually happening on the UI of your website and application. So currently, our offering without custom event tracking and in this cloud, we're able to automatically track some of these default events, things like page views, form submission, comments, and rating for a blog. I think, and these events are all tracked out of the box. Okay, so without any code or implementation. So how this works is the JavaScript snippets actually detects, the HTMLs, the class names. So if you're using out-of-the-box components, UI components, widgets, or portlets when you're building the site, so all of these events will already be tracked. So this is great for non-technical users to get analytics data quickly without doing any developments. So this is our first strategy, initial strategy. But however, I think throughout time we noticed there's some limitation to this approach, and this is why we want to introduce the new feature of custom events tracking. And the first limitation we noticed was because a lot of you guys actually build custom front-end components, custom interface, custom UI that is not out of the box from Liferay DXP. So Analytics Cloud couldn't track some of these events, some of these things that you want to track. So we want to make sure that with custom events, you have more freedom to deciding how you want to track your events, and also still keep your own development, your freedoms of how you want to build your front end. So technically, with this feature, you can track websites that is not even built using the Liferay DXP technology stack. So another reason why we want to introduce custom event tracking is that you can also start tracking other new types of events that that wasn't mentioned in part of the default events. So if you're running a commerce site, if you're want to track shopping cart behaviors, if you're running a modern intranet, a social networking site, you can track users that are sharing or liking a post. So the possibility it's endless. You decide what you want to track, and you can implement it yourself. So let's dive right into it with Chris, our product designer. He's going to show you how this feature will work once it's released. Just a quick disclaimer, since I'm the product manager, this feature is still under development right now, and things we show here today might be different when we release. Okay, so I'll pass it to Chris. Please take it away.
Okay, thanks, John, and thanks everybody for joining the session. I'm Chris. I'm the lead designer on Analytics Cloud. So I'm really excited to show you guys what we've been working on towards this upcoming release of custom events tracking and what that means to the custom assets. So this feature, I think, is going to be a real massive leap in terms of product maturity, with the ability for us to dive really deep into your users' activity and bring comprehensive understanding for pretty much anything that you might be building on top of the core DXP product. Okay, so first of all, I want to just go over some of the key concepts that are new to Analytics Cloud, which are events and attributes. So events are defined as any measurable interaction, and attributes are the extra little bits of information that give it more context. So in this e-commerce component, add to cart, that would be the primary event that we send. And when we send that, we're pretty much gonna be able to count how many events, how many times add to cart was clicked within a given time frame. But it's not telling the whole story. Without attributes, so with attributes, you're going to be able to send things like category, which is a sweater, color, which is pink, and then size, which is large. So every time the add to cart event is fired, then we're going to send this code, which is a JavaScript code, and along with it is the event and all of the attributes. So this means instead of having a total count of how many add to cart events there were, now we could say how many sweater items were added to the cart, or how many pink items were added to the cart, or a combination of these. So how many pink sweaters in large sizes were added to the cart. Okay, so let's talk about implementation. So there's 3 stages of implementation. The first is to plan. This is probably the most important. When the product owners and the analytics teams and anybody that has skin in the game is going to get together and decide what's really important for us to track. What are our goals? What are the signals that's going to signal to us success? And work backwards from there. So figure out what those signals are, and then figure out what the metrics will be, and then how the events and attributes are, what events and attributes you need to measure or make a package into a metric. And then once you have that done, this is where the developers come into play. Basically, the developers are going to make sure the JavaScript snippet is injected into the head section of all the headers, and then go around and just add the listeners to trigger the tracking for the events and attributes for a component or individual elements on a page. And then finally is validation. So you want to validate whether or not the events are coming in properly. And the best way to do that is still to send test traffic. So you might be just clicking around and then confirming on the application side whether the events are being seen, and then whether the values with the attributes are being sent as you would expect them to. Okay, so I kind of want to just go into an example. So here is a modern internet use case. A lot of you out there might be building intranets, so I thought this might be a good one. So this is actually from our own intranet. We have this feature that's similar to like a Twitter feed or a Facebook news feed, where people can just add a post and share updates to what they're working on or announcements, and share it with people, and people can comment back, like, and then they can also share content. So this is how I would probably track this with custom events. This doesn't mean this is the right way. Every company, like I said, might have different goals. So whenever this post enters into my viewport, I probably want to trigger this viewed event. And along with it, I want to send an asset type, asset ID, and tags. Asset type and asset ID, you'll see why it's important later. But for now, asset type is post, and asset ID is a unique identifier telling me that this is a unique post. And then the tags are what Miriam decided to, whoever she wanted to share it with. And then secondly, you might notice there's a lot of little things that you can click in here, but you want to be kind of intentional with what you track. You don't want to run into a situation where you're adding a lot of noise into the workspace and then forget, kind of lose track of your own goals and run into like a scenario where you have analysis paralysis. So you want to be intentional and only track the things that will help you get to your goals. So for us, that means tracking the content, whether that might be a video, image, a PDF, whatever this main content area is. I want to track how many times people are clicking on this. So every time someone clicks, I want to trigger a content click event along with asset type, asset ID, tags, and device type. And next is probably likes. I want to know how many times this post is liked, and then comments. But I'm familiar with this product, and I know that clicking this comment button doesn't really do anything. It just shows this comment section. So I probably don't want to track this exactly. What I do want to track, however, is this text box. When someone is entering a comment and then we're listening for the enter stroke key. So whenever someone hits enter after they wrote their comment, that's when I would fire this comment attribute with the same attributes. And then finally, in the spillover menu, we have ability to share. So when someone clicks the share button and then selects the share type, then I would want to fire this share event along with the share type, whether it's on Facebook, email, Slack, however, whatever it may be. So let's say we planned everything correctly and we decided what things we need to track are, and then the developers went and actually tagged everything correctly. Now you want to validate. So I kind of want to just jump into our prototype here and show you how you might do that. So when you go into Analytics Cloud, you navigate to settings, definitions. We have a new section called events. When you click into events, you will be shown our default events that come out of the box. And anytime we see a new custom event or a new attribute, you will see them in the appropriate tabs. So let's go to custom events. And as you can see, we have the event name, the display name. The display name is just so to make the event name a little bit prettier in the UI and description. So that kind of gives you the context. So the person analyzing it is not lost. For example, a comment could mean a comment in a post, but it could also mean something in a blog, or maybe it might be both. And that's the type of information that you want to put in description. So let's go to our share event. And when you go into the share event, you notice we can edit it. That's where you would edit the display name and the description. And along with this event, we're showing you all the attributes that have ever been seen along with the share event. And then we have the display name and description, but we also show you a sample value. So this is how you would validate whether or not things have been configured correctly and what you expect to see is being shown here. And another little thing that I want to point out is we have this sample JavaScript area. So you could actually just copy this. And this is really good to maintain consistency on the implementation side, so that if there are multiple developers working, so it's for developer experience. So if there's multiple developers working, they could come and use this as a template. Or let's say there are 2 sessions of 2 campaigns across time, and like one happens 6 months later, and you kind of forget how you made the event name, which you made the event names to be and attributes to be. You can just copy this and use this as a starting point. So now that you've validated it, I just want to go in and show you guys what that means in terms of real analysis. And I'll just jump into the product here. So this is our main workspace area. If you notice that we added a new section called events. Before I show you this, I'm going to show you what the custom events actually mean for assets. So I'll click into assets. And if you notice, we used to have a custom section, but we removed it so that you could get more fine-grained control over your asset categories. And you would do this by clicking new asset and just add your own category name, which is post. And if you recall, when we were adding the events and attributes to the post, we had an attribute called asset type. And whenever we're seeing a new asset type, we will add it to this dropdown. And you could select posts from here. And when you hit next, you're basically configuring a dashboard for all items that had the attribute asset type equals post. So you can customize your metrics. For me, what matters is views, and I could click on value. So values are all the events that are related to the post. So I'll click view. And then I want to display this as a number. And I'll hit save. I'll add another metric called likes. Look for likes in this dropdown and display this as a number. So these are really great because these are aggregations. These are totals of the view events and the like events within this time period. But sometimes your metrics will require some computation and calculation. And actually, we support that here. So let's say we want to measure comment ratio. So I can name this comment ratio. And within this value, we actually support mathematical operators. So you could select multiple events and then add your addition, subtraction, dividing, multiplying, whatever it is. So to me, comment ratio means comments divided by views. And I want to display this as a percentage. And I'll hit save. And that's pretty much it for posts. I'll save this dashboard. And as you can see, we created a new section called posts. And then each post is shown here on this table. And we know that they're unique posts because we defined it with the asset ID with a unique identifier. So let's jump into one of the dashboards. So I'm in this HR Strikes New Deal with Replicon dashboard. And as you can see, we have all the metrics that we defined and all the other cards that we have in the other assets. So it's pretty standard. But we also wanted to bring this concept of customizing a category of assets or one asset itself. So you can customize a category, which is what we just did by adding a new metric. But when you go into one asset, you're going to be able to edit that dashboard. Meaning any edits you make here is not going to affect anything else. You're only going to see it in this particular asset. And we find this is going to be really useful for people using web content, for example, and forms, because although they're in the same asset category, the things that you might be wanting to track or wanting to measure might differ slightly. So I showed you how to create new metrics. So let's just jump into how to add a new card. So you can add a card by going here. And for cards, you're basically deciding to look at distribution of your events and attributes. So let's say I want to look at a card. I want to create a card that shows me share events, right? So let's call this shared. And these are all the events that are related to post, asset type equals post. So I'll click share. And I could stop here, and then it'll show me an aggregation of total shares within a time period, or I could break this down by its attributes. So let's say I do want to break it down by the share attributes. And then it shows me a list of all the attributes that are available. And I choose share type. Again, I could stop here, or I could filter these results even further. But let's stop here for a sec. And then as you can see, now we're looking at a distribution of how this particular post was shared. Most of them were to Facebook, and then it was copy link, and then Twitter. I could see this as a total, or I could see this across time. But let's say on the post, there was a call to action that said, okay, can you please share this information to Facebook? Maybe you guys have a Facebook group for external employees or something, right? You can go ahead and edit and filter these and set the condition. So filter share type result is Facebook. And when I hit done, I will always get only the Facebook results. So let's go ahead and save this. And now when I come back to this dashboard, anytime I come back to this dashboard, I will have this card. And it's not gonna affect any other assets. So next I wanna show you the events section. But before I do, I just wanna reiterate that events and attributes are the most atomic level of analytics analysis. So you'll notice that all of our cards will come with a new button for view analysis, which means you're going to be able to view analysis in the events section for any card you have. So let's just go and show you what that means. So when I go to share and I click on the drill down for view analysis, I'm taken to the event analysis section. And on top, we're shown the query, the exact query of how that analysis works. So we're looking at the shared event broken down by asset type equals post name equals HR Strikes New Deal with Replicon, and the shared type is Facebook. Okay, so you can start over, you can remove this event, you can create a new analysis by selecting a different event and breaking it down by its attributes, or you could actually even edit the existing one. So let's say I don't really care about this particular post anymore. I actually want to see the performance of Facebook shares across all my posts. So I'll go to this particular attribute. And as you can see, the condition was set to HR Strikes New Deal with Replicon. So I'll exit this one. And I'll just pause here for a second. As you can see, we can break down by event attributes, individual attributes, and account attributes. So just goes to show you the power of this event analysis. You're going to be able to cut your data up in so many ways and get find way more insightful things through this attribute setting. So what we care about was, again, post names. So I'm going to select that. And now I'm seeing the performance of Facebook shares across all of the different posts that I have. And that's pretty much it. I there's so much more that we want to share with you guys, but we're kind of low on time. But we do want to invite you to take a short survey. Just give us some insights. Your feedback is invaluable. Like John was mentioning, we're still in the development phase. So any information that you share with us is actually going to be super helpful, and it's going to inform the way we develop this product in the future. So that's it for me. I'm going to hand it back over to Jonas. And thank you, everybody, for joining the session.
All right. Thank you, John and Chris. Let's see if there's any questions. I see no questions. If anyone wants to post a question? No? Okay. All right, then we'll carry on to our next speaker, hoping to make up some time.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Christopher.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you, guys. See
Thank
you.
you.
And I still have one question, Jonathan. I want to know, is that a dog or a cat in the background?
It's a dog.
Okay.
She is very sleepy.
Yeah, I guess so. But from a distance,
she's been waiting for today, and she waited too long. She fell asleep.
okay. Good.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you. So then, do we have the next ones on here? Not yet. So we got to bridge some time, I guess. Where's my agenda? He said he's about to come. Let me see. Is he in the? Oh,
No,
he's in the okay,
attendees.
Ryan, I'll promote you. Your screen will go dark for a bit. And then he shall
Hey guys,
appear.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Cool. Sorry, I must have joined the wrong room.
Okay, then. As usual, I hand it back to Jonas, I guess. Yes, indeed.
All right, so continuing our stream of North American speakers, we have Ryan, who's been with Liferay for about 8 years. He actually likes to travel a lot. He misses DevCon. I'm sure we all do, actually. And he's been to Papua New Guinea. He's been to the Baltics, which is actually a really cool place. And also he works on the Liferay web team. So liferay.com and all that other stuff is the purview of Ryan. So Ryan, take it away.
Great. Thanks, Jonas. Thanks, Olaf. Yeah, I'm excited to be here just for a little bit with you guys today. You guys are braving the 24 hours. You guys look great for being this long into it. But I'm excited to jump in a little bit, yeah, and share just a little bit. Like Jonas said, I'm on the web team, so help manage that team at Liferay, and I've been here for a while, and it's been really cool to see it grow and see, yeah, I mean, the community grow, going to events over the years. It's just been cool to see the way that Liferay continues to grow and how the community continues to back it and gives lots of feedback. Yeah, through the forums, through the Slack, all those different things. And I always love giving a little bit of feedback. I like to think that we're on the web team, we're just like a perfect little medium or use case, because we're kind of our own customer, or we are our own customer in a way. So we get the opportunity of using Liferay, feeling the frustrations that people feel, but then also get to give feedback and interact with the devs and everyone in engineering and product and all those things. And these last few years, we've definitely seen a lot of really great progress, especially in yeah, just the managing of websites. So I wanted to share a little bit of that with you guys today. We might make up a little bit of time, maybe not. Well, it depends on questions and I guess how distracted I get by the code when I start talking about it and getting excited. But I'll start sharing my screen. And yeah, I will let you know just a little bit of how we've been working here at Liferay on our own website, and how we've kind of used some of the features that have been kind of new in 7.2, and then also that are continuing to improve in 7.3. So Full disclosure, Liferay.com is currently on 7.2, and we are hoping as soon as 7.3 releases, which I'm not giving any dates or anything like that, but very shortly after we get the official images and all of our customers can see the images, we're hoping to upgrade as well to be on 7.3 and use all these sweet features that you've been seeing all day long or night long or whatever it is for you, or rewatching the live stream. So I wanted to just share some of the stuff that currently we have, and then I'm actually going to use an environment that we have that is kind of our test upgrade version. So we already have an environment that we're testing the upgrade and resolving issues and fixing those things. So if things look a little weird on certain pages, it might be just because we haven't fixed bugs yet, or we have something weird on our server because it's a test server. But I wanted to show you just a little bit of what we've been doing on Liferay.com, so you can see all these pages on our website. Primarily, this is our guest marketing website. So, but I wanted to show our use of fragments on the website. So modern site building, all the sweet features that they've been building. And we've actually been able to give some feedback on kind of how those work and how we've been using them. So I'm excited to show you a few of those. This is our live website right now. So we have a number of pages, not all of our pages yet, but we're hoping to migrate all of our pages eventually over to be using the new content pages, as they're called, or fragments. Basically what that means is, if you remember web content, still around, still used, we had built all of our site on that. And then as we were getting better use cases for what a static page should look like and how to let editors and marketers edit content better, Liferay came up with this idea of fragments and content pages, which are basically kind of, when you're not having reusable content, you put these things on the page. And so what we were able to do is create a whole library of fragments that we, as the web team, or the designers of the web team, or even marketers, can create pages very easily by just drag and dropping different things, different modules, updating content in a really seamless and cool way. So before I jump into all the code, I wanted to show you kind of, it's helpful for me to usually see what's the end product that we're talking about here. This page and a lot of our pages on our website, mainly all of our solutions pages right now, and some other landing pages here and there, have already been converted to landing pages. So on 7.2, they're working. We have all these fragments. As you can see, there's a lot of similar components used on all the pages. And so we are able to reuse those, update content, translate those, and make a really sleek and impressive looking website. Many thanks to our designers that, make these really cool designs, which we could not do as devs, but have sent a ton of things in place for us so that we can very easily create new pages and not spend as much time each time reinventing the wheel. So this is another example. This page actually isn't fully fragments. It's actually a React portlet in some places, but it's also using fragments in some. So this is a cool example of one of the newer things that we've made that implements different fragments in different places. Like these, as you can tell, are cards that we've used in other places. These are actually just fragments that we've put on the page using our components, and then all of them go to different resources. Basically, this is our resource library. So when you search, if you were to filter this page, you would see a bunch of different results. That would all be a React portlet. But this page is using the content pages, and we didn't have to create a whole UI and build all those out. We were able just to use our components as they were. So that's one place that we were using fragments that's kind of more integrated than just a simple content page, which I think is a cool and good start for us. And then if you're looking at some of the individual, so this is an individual resource. This specific one is kind of its own content page that we made for a resource. And then this resource is linked to from the resource page. And so we've got a lot of really cool components. We got carousel, we got forms, all sorts of different things. Basically, we've built out a component library that we can then create all these pages and reuse them, not just for static pages, but also for dynamic content. So one of the things I'll talk about, I'll kind of show you some of our page templates that we use for a lot of these pages, but also some of our asset display pages, which are really cool because this, for example, is an asset display page. So we have a whole resource library. This, for example, is an ebook. So we have our asset publisher that has all of our resources in it. That's what that app was before, that you could see. And then this is actually an asset display page. So instead of having to create this page for every single resource that we upload, it just dynamically maps the content onto our fragments, which I'll show later. But the end product is we can create lots of really good looking pages that can help marketing convert leads as they're coming in with minimal setup and a lot of consistency, which are all been issues that we've faced in the past. So that's just a little bit high level of kind of what it looks like. I'll jump into some of the actual code, or first I'll jump into the control panel before we go into code and see kind of what it looks like. Let me jump back here. So this is our upgraded environment. So not everything is perfect yet. If you see little things that are off, but a lot of it, what is cool is, so all these components, we have global components, Japanese components, landing page components. These are all custom libraries of components that we built and put into Liferay in 7.2, and now they're still existing and working in 7.3. And we can view and edit those, or we can create our own custom ones. I know there's been a couple of talks already on how to build those, or there's lots of documentation. But we have here, if you haven't seen it, they have updated even some more cool features in the sidebar. So things like style books, which are super cool. We haven't implemented yet, but are new to 7.3. But we have our fragments, our page templates. So we have all of our fragments here, which you'll kind of see in use later. But we also have page templates. And so if you go to our page templates, you can see we have a number of different page templates that we have set up on our website. And these templates are mainly for marketers, so that marketing has lots of landing pages that they like to create. They'll do an AdWords campaign or some sort of LinkedIn or a social media thing, and they want to divert traffic to a landing page that basically has a form on it. And so we have a bunch of different varieties of landing pages that they can create. They look really nice. They have a bunch of different options that they can use, but then they can also just go in here and create pages off of them. So we have a number of those. I'll show you some of those in action in just a sec, but we also have some display page templates. They're actually in a different site. So we have a sub-site for landing pages, but all of these tools actually utilize our fragments in a way that makes them really powerful. It's not just like, oh, I can create a basic static content page, but I can do some really cool dynamic applications that use these fragments. So to give you a little bit, some examples, here's like one of the page templates that we have. This is the upgrade environment, so it looks like we need to fix some CSS still, but basically simple pages that we can create that marketers can use and update. Some templates. This is kind of what it looks like to edit the page template. So what's cool is these things are, this one is just a page. So if you were to, we can edit the template that marketing is using. So say we want to switch this out to like a different fragment that it's using. We can do that on this page. And so this is the new or updated fragment and widgets. So they combine fragment and widgets in the same kind of side nav, if you remember what it looked like in 7.2. And then we now have all of our fragments here. And we can, for example, say like, oh, say I want a button on this page. I can grab the button and drag it over here. So you can build out these pages and we can have a design and we can do all sorts of testing and review. And then they're all ready and set for marketers to use and just easily generate new pages as they're going, which is really helpful, really powerful. Another example of a different type of landing page that they can make with a sticky form. So there's lots of really cool things that we can do that help us keep a consistent design. Another example is a landing page or a thank you page that you can use. Or yeah, we have this event page. So these are all really cool page templates. Create an agenda fragment that you can use. All these things are like easy to use, easy to set up, and you can, yeah, then empower marketers instead of them requesting from our team to create another page for this event or create another page for this. We can create these page templates that use fragments that still give them flexibility, but maintain consistency, which is really powerful. Another cool aspect of it is how you can use them with asset display pages as well. So an asset display page is basically your ability to take an asset, and then if you want to display it in a certain format, you can create an asset display page. And basically, you drag a bunch of fragments. So like we had before, you have a bunch of fragments, we can drag them onto the page. And then when you get on the page, for example, our form fragment, you can click on the element and you can actually map it to certain fields. So for example, we have this asset marketing asset display page. So I can choose, this is a marketing asset, and then I can choose which field I want to pull from that asset. So this is like a document library. So whatever custom fields, whatever categorization, whatever fields are on that, I could choose to map the title, say, to this value. And then anytime someone views that asset, it'll use this display page and map those fields accordingly. So as you can see, those are pretty cool and powerful. Even if you're not using, even if you're creating custom applications, instead of needing to create this like unique view, all these things, you could use asset display pages to, to build pages and make them more dynamic, but also have the power to configure them and not have to rewrite, I don't know, JSPs or rewrite and React, all those different things. You can use kind of Liferay features out of box. So that's enough of what you can see from how we're using it. I know you guys want to see code, which is why we're here. So I wanted to give just a few simple looks at what our code base looks like right now, and then kind of some tips and tricks of what we're looking forward to in 7.3 as we're upgrading, and what some things that we've come across as we've been implementing fragments kind of site-wide and building kind of a component library, what that looks like and how that can continue to, how you maybe just have some inspiration or ideas for your websites, however, or applications, or however you're using them. So this is my workspace for Liferay.com. We can go into our modules and extensions. Two main things I want to talk about. One is the fragments. We have basically, as you saw, remember those global fragments, Japan components, and landing pages, and then also kind of this miscellaneous one. So these are all of our custom components that we've created. And we'll come back to those. But another thing that we set up kind of before that was what we call this foundations extension. So this is basically a module, which is super useful. It basically is just abstracting some logic so that a lot of the styles or JS are not tied necessarily to the theme, but we can use them across themes so that we can have consistent styling. So this actually might be something that, at least portions of it, we might try to move to style books, which is that new feature, kind of set styles globally and abstract them from the theme. This was kind of our first attempt at that. But I think it's still useful in some ways, so we can jump into some of these. Most of what we're using them for is setting these kind of base utility styles. Basically, like we're styling cards, so we want to make sure that we style cards everywhere. We set up some kind of extendables that you can use. So there's a lot of utility classes, whether you're using kind of some SAS functions you want to compile, or different things to keep our fragments clean and scalable. So we're setting up mix-ins, different things like that. And then also some kind of utility classes in here. If we look in utilities, you can see kind of like some aspect ratio utility classes. We could have the debate about utility classes and who likes what standards. We've found that there are some certain cases that are really helpful to have these utility classes. So we've created some of them so that you can, easily create content and functionally create fragments a lot easier instead of restyling things a lot of times. But another thing that is really cool that I'll show you that we came up with is this fragment utilities. So we also created this, basically this import list of a bunch of extendables, which, if you know about SAS extendables, are kind of just things that you can, for example, a bunch of variables that kind of set some sort of baseline or bring in a bunch of styles that you would like, and then you can also extend them when you use them. So this has been really helpful for us because we have this one fragment utilities extendables, which basically we define all of our colors, our elevation, all of these basically are like in a storybook, what would be the foundation level, like design tokens, spacing, typography, buttons. We're putting all of those in this SAS file, and then we actually call this SAS file in our build step. And so in all of our fragments, we can then access all of those variables, which is super useful for keeping consistency. So instead of every time I use a button, I need to make sure I use the right like color and do all these things. Like we could use a utility class, but there's a lot of cases where you want to reuse the border radius or reuse the color. And so we have all of these things built in so that we can just use them. Let's see if I can find a good example. We can just call them straight in our fragment. So for example, if you can see right up here, we have an import foundations. So this is where we're essentially importing all of those custom variables, and then we can then just call them and use them wherever we need. So let's see if I can find, for example, color action default, right? So this is a variable that we've defined globally in that foundations, and we can use it wherever we want in our fragments. And now suddenly if design decides that we want to change Liferay's colors from blue to pink, instead of having to go into all of the fragments and update all those things, we can literally just change the variable in the foundations. And then when we rebuild and redeploy them, it will propagate to all of the fragments and everything will be updated. So that's just been one of the things that has been helpful for us. That is useful for sharing. But as you can see, this is kind of our structure. These are all of our global components. So we have a number of them. The document preview is a good example. They did in 7.3 rename these files. So instead of index.js, it's main.js, but they're the same kind of concepts. You have kind of this metadata of your fragment, kind of your name, mapping some things together. And then you have a JS file where you can write all of your JS that you need. You have a CSS file where you can write all your styles. And then you have this configuration.json or index.json, which you define all of the fragments configurations, which are super helpful for making it so that marketers can change something on the fly in your fragment. So you can make really robust and usable fragments much easier. And then the main one is the index.html. This is kind of how we write our fragments in the code. You can also do this in the editor. So there's like a editor in control panel. You can see all these things and they have a visual for it. But one of the most important things for us is that we could be able to commit our code, be able to have version history, be able to deploy it all at once, do testing, all of those things. And so we have it committed in our repo. And actually in 7.3, there's now a new way of auto deploying fragments even easier. So if you notice, there's a lot of nesting that we had to do with our module and getting the things to work. But now there's a simple way that it'll just basically, you can zip it up and drop it in the deploy folder. And whenever it deploys, it'll deploy the latest fragments for you, which is really cool. I'm looking forward to upgrading and using that to simplify some of the things. Also gives you kind of the flexibility and power to use the fragment CLI, which is a really cool console tool that you can use to deploy and import and export fragments, and it just makes a lot of the dev easier, which a lot of front-end devs, it's just very common in front-end development that everything is very simple and quick and auto-deploying, and Liferay hasn't always been the fastest because of deploying and build steps. And so there's been a lot of cool improvements on making that development process smoother and faster, which we're looking forward to for 7.3 as well. A few things to note from here. You can use free marker in these fragments. That might be like a little hush hush, but it's evident that you can use them. You obviously can hit some performance issues if you go too crazy on it, but basically just like you could in templates, you can also in fragments use free marker. The syntax is a little bit different. Instead of, if you normally see the carets, you have to use square brackets, mainly because the carets will conflict with things and it gets confused. So in the documentation, there's a separate kind of syntax that explains how to use. But once you get used to it, it's very simple to convert stuff over. But basically you can assign variables, you can do logic, you can even call, I don't think we're doing it in this one, but you can call Java classes, whatever utility classes, whatever you need to use in your fragments. The goal is to keep them simple and static and not too dynamic. But I know there's always cases where you need to be creative. And as developers, we see that all the time. And so they definitely have the ability to do that. And we've definitely used that. Yeah, so you can create variables like this. You can use them, print them out like this, pretty simple. It's also cool. They have all the LFR editable tags. So different ways of creating and editing, but those are kind of, if you haven't used fragments before, you can kind of see some of the documentation of how to use them. They're pretty cool, pretty powerful, and make it really slick to edit pages. Yes, another thing I wanted to show you that was helpful, we actually created, this is a module, OSGI module. So we have different versions, and also we've done different upgrade steps. So one thing that's helpful, or one challenge that we've come across in maintaining fragments is sometimes you have to update fragments and you have to change their configurations. And as you change configurations, you could break pages that are live. Like if you're using the button fragment all over your site and then you decide we need to change it, you could break or need to reconfigure or different things like that. And so we figured out ways of doing, upgrade steps inside of our module so that we can upgrade our database and do that in a systematic way so that it's clear what's going on and what needs to change for each deploy. And if you make a big change to a fragment that's used in lots of places, you can write an upgrade step like you're accustomed to and update all the places that you need with the database. So yeah, it took a little while to figure out how to best manage those things, not necessarily technical limitations, but just implementation details of how you manage a site that's live and maintaining those things. But some really cool tools that have come across in that way. Let's see. Let me check my notes. Are there any questions so far in the presentation that have come up, Jonas?
I'm checking, and I didn't pay attention for a short time, which
That's
means
okay.
losing my question, or I can actually ask my question. I saw you operate routinely in Vim, so you are one of the people who know how to exit Vim. But I didn't see you exiting Vim, so.
Oh yeah, I accidentally exited too early, actually.
That was the moment when I didn't pay close attention, but
yes, I do know how to exit Vim. I do like it. It makes it easy to navigate things faster.
I saw a question on Slack, which is, how did you make fragments work with SCSS?
Yeah, so we basically, you can see in our fragments, basically because we created this module, this fragments module, or there's actually 4 modules, each one for each collection. They are deployed and they run through the build steps. So because they run through build steps, all of everything that we need can run. I mean, Liferay just handles in the workspace all of the SCSS build steps. So you couldn't use SCSS if you were writing straight into the GUI. So if you go into the GUI, you can see in fragments, you can edit fragments. For example, but as you can see, like all of ours are actually locked because we actually contributed to the Liferay fragments. So we were able to do that. And so in the GUI here, if you were to write it here, you wouldn't be able to use SCSS because there's no build step. But because we are deploying it, we're able to, the workspace will build the SCSS for us and generate all those out and then deploy them. So let's see if I can find the actual spot that's doing it. A lot of it is just automatically done for us because it's a module and it knows to look for SCSS files and then build them. So it might actually, I don't remember if we had to configure anything or if they're just straight up work. I'd have to double check on that. But basically, because we are creating a module and it's going through the Gradle deploy cycle, it knows to build the SAS files, which is really powerful that we can use. And then there's some, because this is our repo, it's pulling across kind of the files, the foundations, the SCSS files that the foundation uses are also available to fragments. So some of those are because they're in the same repo. But in general, that's super powerful and super useful. And one of the benefits of having a build step and committing your fragments, they're less easy to iterate on, like in control panel, but they're also easier to manage, and you can keep clean with things like nesting and stuff like that. It's a good question.
Okay. Okay. And until Anne and David are showing up, there's one more. Why did you choose to use base 64 encoded images inside your fragments? And if you can make that answer really short, there is already a guess, which I second, that is on Slack. Why did you choose base 64? What did I say? Base 64 encoded images in your fragments?
Oh, I don't remember the exact decision. I mean, so you're talking about where we committed them, or in the
fragments contain some base 64 encoded images. Why?
Oh, I see. There were probably, that might have been an embed of an image, so like a SVG of sorts. I have to check. I wish I knew where it was.
I'll tell you the guess.
What's the guess?
That we see how to do it. And by the way, David, Anne in the background, get ready. When you are coming up, then we'll change. We are. It's past midnight here, local time, that is. Anyway, the guess is, that's Louis Guillaume who guesses, I believe it's easier for providing default images than trying to use actual resources, which will be uploaded to Liferay. And that's my guess.
So there are, yeah, that's true. We have a few defaults, and those are actually committed. A lot of times we try to make images selectable in from Liferay, but that'll be done on the GUI side. So if anything is like a default icon or something like that, we would put them straight in there.
Default icon or a gray PNG or something like that.
But we don't want big images that people will probably be using too much.
Yeah.
So true. But just a start, but hopefully it's some useful, at least inspiration to keep looking into fragments and how we've used them.
Yep. So Louis Guillaume, good guess as well. And for the other question, there's more questions coming in on Slack.
Cool.
So if I could ask you to head over there, Liferay community, liferay-community.slack.com for everyone, or if you don't have an account yet, then liferay.dev/chat.
Great. I'll definitely do that.
Thank you very much. And if you couldn't get enough of Ryan, then head over to Radio Liferay and listen to the episode that we both recorded a while ago. Thank you very much, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm very happy to have learned the fun fact about you, or the actual fact about you, that you know how to exit Vim.
Yep. Thanks, Olaf. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ryan. Well, now, before I was really looking forward to meet the Liferay user group in Portugal. So I introduced the Liferay user group in Brazil a couple of hours before actually they were going to meet. And this is one thing that we wanted to do during the conference, knowing that the Brazilian user group is going to meet, and Andre is restarting it. We wanted to have one of the talks that is going to be, in fact, the meetup of the user group there. And now to introduce the user group and introduce the speaker tonight, the next speaker tonight, I'm going to hand over to Andre, which is, as I said before, if you weren't around, she's one of the organizers and she's trying to restart the group there. So welcome, and again, welcome Brazil and what can the user get?
Thank you so much, David. Yes, we are back to Brazil. Yeah, we had Adam's talk earlier in the afternoon, and right now we're past almost 8 o'clock here in Brazil, and it's going to be like a great night for us tonight. So yes, this is like what we wanted to do to sponsor one of the talks here at Dev24. And I hope to have some Brazilian Liferay user group members at the chat. So please, if you're from Brazil and if you are from the Liferay user group, please shout out at the chat so we can get in touch. And if you're not a member but want to become one, please feel free to just raise your hand and we're going to talk. I'm going to be at the chat or in the Slack channel too of the community. So yeah, we began to rebuild the Liferay user group here in Brazil at the middle of the year. Yeah, we had the plans to establish the user group earlier this year, but the pandemic like put everything on hold for a little bit. So we started our meetings last August, and the plan is to have a monthly meeting. So we already are having this one. And for October, we're still open. So call for papers. If you have a suggestion, if you want to present something, if you want to show what you're doing with Liferay, feel free to reach us. So we also have a meetup page. I'm going to post it in the chat. So please join us and be there, participate on the group. It's really important to network and exchange with everybody. And for November, we already have a talk scheduled. We're going to talk about React at Liferay, so using React in Liferay. And it's one of our champions of the community, Danilo Buzar, who's also a volunteer here at Dev24. He's going to be presenting what he's doing with React in Liferay. So it's really interesting. And I want to, as this is one of our meetups, I want to introduce you to Diego. He's one of our software engineers at Liferay. He works at front-end infrastructure. And he's also super hyper connected to the community. He's one of the people that really is engaged with the community, and he's a leader of React Recife, a local community here in Recife, our city, and he's also one of our engineers that is always presenting things and sharing things. So it's really great to have him here, and I hope it's really great. Hope to catch up with you guys in the chat. And Diego, the stage is yours.
So, can you guys see my screen? Oh, I need to
Not
share.
yet.
Not yet.
Let me see here. Share. Oh, I need to allow Zoom to share my screen.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Don't worry. So I noticed Olaf and Davi, you're already forgetting some words, how to say them. So I'm going to be with you for the rest of the night. So if you have a problem, just raise your hands. Just making some fun.
You said the rest of the night. I doubt that. At least not my night.
Yeah, yeah, not your night, really.
But we can see the screen now.
Yeah,
Great.
the screen is here.
Great. So I'll start. So, bem-vindos ao Dev24, galera. Agora eu vou falar em inglês para conseguir ter mais acesso à galera. Tem gente da Europa falando, tem gente de outros locais falando. Então eu vou trocar agora, ativar a tecla SAP e falar. So, welcome to Dev24. I'm really excited today and to introduce you about how we can create interactive experiences using Clay, your component library that we are developing at Liferay. And again, greetings from Brazil. I introduced myself at first in Portuguese due to the people that speaks Portuguese and so people feel more, how can I say, hugged with this with my talk. So again, so greetings from Brazil. So Brazil, we have an office. We have few offices here, but we have an office here on Recife, where Life 10 engineering is located. So we have a lot of good people there, and yes, I love working from there. So as a summary, I will present you about what are design systems, what is lexicon and clay, and also some concepts and some issues that we crossed using clay and developing clay and design systems and design system components at Liferay. And also I will do a demo for you to show how we can create and how the clay components are can be mounted using React. And let's start. So what are design systems? Design systems is a very hype term, but not to new term, but maybe it turns a hype for 3 years of 4 years, and it's being a hype, still a hype. And so I'll make a short introduction to design systems. But I promise that I will be quicker because the main objective of this talk is to talk more about clay. So at Liferay, I think that we have some faces here. Okay. Okay. So at Liferay, we have a design system called Lexicon Design Library, which design system was created here for providing a unified experience between Liferay products and more standardization between the components, like, oh, a button needs to size the same width or needs to be can be styled in these colors here, and as you can see on this GIF. And basically Lexicon team says that Lexicon is a guide for foundation components, for foundation, for components, for patterns, and more use cases that provides consistency and coherence to all the products that Liferay offers. And it can provide a unified experience to all the users. So considering that Lexicon exists, is like a specification of design of the components, we created a implementation of this design system. And the implementation of this design systems is currently in HTML, CSS, basically in CSS styling. And also we provide some components in React and also some tag libs. So we call this implementation of Lexicon Clay. And the main objective of Clay is for helping developers to be compliant with Lexicon design and being flexible for product developers and customers that create that was the main objective of Clay. So what does Clay solve? Which problems we crossed since this component library was created a few years ago? We are currently on the version 3.0, and we cross approximately 3 years, maybe. And so what does Clay solve? So considering that teams are constantly advancing and new features are always emerging, people and designers, the most part of designers and product people wants to require new interactions, and this innovation of these new interactions, sometimes it can be, they need to be very quick to people that develop, front-end developers, to implement it. And other things that designers cannot get caught up in strict rules, because this blocks the creative mind can prevent UI advances and interactions enhancements. So the same as I said before. So basically, product people and designers most mock up and create interfaces easily and quickly. So we need to have a design system here. We have a lexicon design system, but we need to, sometimes we don't need to wait. We can't wait for a component being standardized being standardized before implementing it, some page or screen. And the same goes for components. People don't need to wait for for lexicon update and then Clay library update things to work on these new features and things. So with this on your mind, when we created the 3.0 version, we followed some composition approach that React provides us. The name of this is containment in specialization. Basically, it defines the way that we are going to create components as building blocks, as Legos. I don't know if someone already played with Legos, but when I was a kid, I spent a lot of time just mounting up Legos, and I love to play with it. And yeah, so we needed to create a way to developers have more flexibility to use your components, basically. So considering these issues, we created two concepts of components. We created a high-level components and low-level components. Basically, high-level components, I expect that you guys can see my mouse pointer. It's quite bigger. And basically, high-level components are used for provide and use components quickly. For example, in this use case here, you can see a Clay dropdown with pagination component being instantiated as React. And so you can see that only one component will deal with all the drop-down logic and pagination logic and all the things. However, there is an issue if you want to be more flexible and more fast and iterate more fast, is because this component will only will be too strictly to lexicon rules. However, we have a low-level composition for the same component. This is just an example. This is not necessarily an example of drop-down with pagination, but here you can see composition of this component, and you can see that you can just customize each molecule or maybe atom inside this bigger component that can be a drop-down. A drop-down maybe is composed by his trigger, by the list, by composing things. And so you can use low-level components for solving this problem of being flexible enough and provide a way to teams change things quickly. That sometimes you don't need a lexicon guideline for, I think. So let's try it out a demo. Let's open here the iTerm. Basically, I created a simple, basically, I created a simple create React app which it just handles IH1 with a simple message. And also I imported the CSS of Clay that is necessary for rendering Clay components in React or whatever you need. You need the styles of Clay being loaded on the page. So you see this page here. Let me open here. if Chrome allows me. Okay, go here, go. Great. So here we have a simple app that has a simple message here. So, and for example, okay, I want to have a form, for example. Oh, I want to have a form here. And I'm gonna put a form here. For example, I need to start a form structure here. Note the autocomplete. We can add some things on the form components. For example, you can pass a key, for example. And all the components are written by TypeScript, and some autocomplete features are provided by TypeScript support on the components. Also, I need to import the clay form component. Let me import here. And okay, it handles nothing because it's a simple form. But okay, so let's start rendering an alert here with a title, hello, and a message of pessoas do Brasil. Oh, I need to import clay alert. So you can see here an alert. And I think that when writing all this code manually, it will take a lot of time. I can just check out some chapters and explain what changed between these chapters, and I'm gonna explain more about the code. But basically, this chapter 0 just contains a simple scaffolding structure, and we can let me switch here to the chapter 1. So I inserted some alert here there as I show you guys. And also I created some form groups here. I'm using a clay input component, and also I'm using a clay selective option component. One of the things that can differ between a low-level component and a high-level component is the width infix that we have on the component. So this clay selective option is a high-level component, which because I was using this component because I just want to follow strictly the lexicon rules. But if I want some flexibility, I can just go in there here and see an example just using a low-level components. For example, if I want to edit the select input, for example, I want to style here, I want to put a border color magenta and then a border thick bigger. So I can just use the low-level composition of this component. But since I don't want to be more flexible with lexicon, I will just use a high-level component. So the most part of high-level components, they have a large API. If you know, if you don't know, if you notice it, like options, for example. These APIs, these properties are very common. For example, if you consider the old components that we had on AUI or in JSP taglibs, we have a long and extensible data structures that can be passed as a properties. But yeah, this pattern is still the same with the high-level components, but it can be a bit different on low-level components. For example, here, when I can just receive and pass these options, for example, in a different way, if I want. So the result of this page here is just to fill form groups and with a high-level component for the selection, for the select component. And I'll switch to the chapter 2. So I added more components here, like a slider, like a toggle switch. If you already worked with Liferay Commerce, you will see a lot of these components. it being used widely on DXP, but I remember that I saw some of these components on Commerce. And we have here a multi-select component, for example, which are your favorite sport teams? So I just type it here as the full value, Clube Náutico Capibaribe, but if you prefer, you can put here Los Angeles Lakers, if you prefer, or maybe Rayo Vallecano, if you want. So how these components are being implemented using Clay. This component here, the alert, the input, and the select, we already reviewed this. But as a slider, you can simply pass a state and a callback that will, in a setter for the state. Let me reduce here the screen. Oh, I can, okay, I got it. So you can just pass a setter for the state, for example, on the callback when the value change. Maybe if you are not too familiar with React, you may be a little bit lost here, but this callback pattern is a very common pattern on React applications, that sometimes we have like a custom event that just returns a callback that we create for handling with some additional data. And so also we are using a toggle. It's simply like you can just place a label here and you can paste some data here. It's very simple. It's just importing. If you take a look here, Clay toggle, for example, and just placing on your page and it will work. The same is for multi-select component. Considering that these components are very simple, they don't have like a high level with a lot of properties to be passed for them, since it's very simply to use. But Clay multi-select is basically a high-level component that doesn't offer a low-level component, that we can pass some information here, like the same pattern, like passing a setter and state here, and handle with the values of this multiple state. Maybe if you're familiar with React, you can just pass these values of these states here, like teams or valley teams or slider valley, to a library that will handle this form like a formic, and we will have a very powerful form. And yeah, I recommend using formic. It's a good library. And let's check out here to the next chapter. So what's the difference between these chapters? If you notice, the difference between the last chapter is because some icons are missing. Did you notice that on the alerts, for example, on the alerts component here, they have these icons, but on your application, we don't have? It happens because Clay CSS and Clay components depends on a sprite map of icons. That is a giant SVG file which has a lot of bunch of icons in SVG that can be used and passed to a map called sprite map to your components. And sometimes it's a bit weighted. You pass a sprite map for each component that we have. So Clay team created let me switch. So Clay team created a context, unified context. If you're familiar with React, you may know. So Clay team created a context, for example, for handle with it, and so you don't need to pass anymore the sprite map props. That can be a bit annoying for people. So you can just place here and pass your paths to the sprite maps to this big file which contains a lot of SVGs, and the icons will suddenly appear, and it's awesome to see it. And let me switch to chapter 4 because my timing is over, almost over. We have some components here, like layout components, that simplifies a lot the creation of layouts. For example, I'm using here, I'm just imported here, the clay layout is a component here. So I'm using the composition of row, for example, for creating a row. If you let me expand here for a full screen and put my code, yeah, here. So if you notice, I created a row. I'll put this input here of the name and the gender selector in the same row. And I can just change between the grid system. Yes, we use the same grid system of Bootstrap. So we have 12 columns for handling with the grid. So I just defined here that the first element, that is the input, the first column will have the 4 as the number of the size. So I can change here to 3, for example, and we can reduce. And for people that is not familiar with front-end things, here we can define how many columns will be partitioned in the grid system to this component being rendered there. And also it provides some CSS classes for handling with responsivity. For example, I defined here that these elements will be placed in the 2 columns, but when resizing the screen for a smaller screen, for example, for a phone screen, these columns will be put the gender, the second, in this case, the second column will be switched to the bottom of the name of the first component. It will be responsive for the mobile things. Let me switch to the chapter 5. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. So, stash. For the chapter 5, we'll see that I created my Chrome, okay, it's back. I created a button like the GitHub button. If you don't know, it's like a pull request button that you can just select if it is a draft, or you can reset all the things. And yes, I just created a button here. If you see here, I created a high-level component, which is a button. I just used a high-level component, which is a button with icon component. And I just passed the symbol, which is the identifier for the source map of the clay. You can see all the information of this source map, all these possible values for symbol here on the icons. You see some icons that are available by the sprite map of clay. And yes, so I defined this button as a trigger for a dropdown. And here I used a high-level component for solving it. And yes, was very simple. And now I have a drop-down here wrapped on this button. Since I have an action for this button, I have a submit for this button, but also I have a drop-down here that I can spend for more possible actions, for example. So Clay provides us with these compositions a lot of possibilities for building your interfaces. Let me open my presentation here because, oh yeah. So the demo had worked well. So we can see more examples of the possibilities that we can do with Clay here on the Storybook. Storybook is a place where we Clay team develop some examples that we can compose things to make Clay things works, and also provide some examples with some possible values as knobs. Let me see here, knob, for example, for badge, I can change the display type. For example, display type is a a property on the badge, and so we can switch between the secondary, primary, success, warning, styles, and yes, it's awesome. And you can see here, I left the link on the presentation, but if you want to see during this presentation, you can take a look on Clay website. And also we are offering some tag libs inspired by Clay. And yes, the most part of Clay components are being offered as tag libs. And you can see a list of possible values of possible tag libs on the Clay website. It's clayui.com. And yes, we have some Clay components that are not covered yet in tag libs, but we are working hard to make it work. But a lot of components are being available in tag libs. So thank you. If you want to access the Clay website, where you can find a lot of resources, how to install Clay, how to use Clay tag libs with just CSS, with React components, you can see on Clay's website. You can see some examples which components we are offering on your storybook. And the code of this presentation is on my user, is on Clay /dev24 on the repo on my GitHub, my personal GitHub, and my contact is here if you want to exchange some knowledge and some suggestions. That's all.
Thank you, Diego.
Okay.
Oh, Anne, go ahead.
No, don't worry. Thank you, Diego, very much. I think we have a few questions. I don't know, at the chat here at the webinar, there are none, but at the chat, but at the Slack, I think there's a question, right, Olaf?
At least, well, I saw on YouTube there were lots of comments. Well, no, not on YouTube, a couple of them, and I saw some on Slack, which was on your mouse pointer. And I want to say an explicit thank you for that mouse pointer. So often I see some demo where somebody just moves the mouse and it just moves in any direction, and I have no clue where it is. So I need to spend valuable brain cycles to locate the mouse and see where it is. And it's so much better when I just look at the screen and no matter what happened, I know where it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No matter what anybody says, yes, it's ridiculous, and yes, it's so helpful. So this makes my favorite presentation of the day just for that reason.
Thank you.
And if anybody calls you out on that, send them my direction, because I will tell them that they shall use the mouse pointer for the visually impaired as well, whenever somebody is watching.
So yeah, that's it. That's it for the meetup for the Liferay User Group Brazil. Hope to find you soon on our meeting on October. I just posted on the chat the link for our meetup page, so be sure to join our meetup group so we can get in touch. And also we have the Slack channel, LUG Brazil, in the workspace of the community. So you can join the LUG channel, the channel specifically for LUG Brazil. So there we speak in Portuguese. So if you're having trouble with English and if you think content would be better in Portuguese, just go there and we speak in Portuguese. Então, muito obrigada, just a minute for Portuguese. Muito obrigada, pessoal, para quem participou hoje aí do Meetup do LUG. Fiquem à vontade, sigam a gente, tá? A gente tem um espaço no Slack, que é um canal em português, que é o LUG-Brasil. Então, entrem lá no Slack da comunidade. E, além disso, a gente tem a página do Meetup. Então, lá na página, a gente sempre divulga os eventos, os temas, e a gente debate quais vão ser os próximos temas. Obrigada aí, até a próxima. See you soon, guys. And that's it. I think we can go on.
What Anne says. Yeah, just exactly what Anne said. In that order.
So, bye.
Let me see, where are we? Well, thank you, Diego.
Thank you so much.
It was very well worth it, and I hope that somebody else follows suit with your example. The other question that was there on Slack was one that I posted myself, where we figured out with the help of the others that was a question from Stack Overflow that was cross-posted in a different location. And well, I am on record for saying that cross-posts are evil, because they basically just force people to do free work, even though the problem has long been solved elsewhere when people do not link their cross posts. And I don't like that behavior. So yeah, that question has been answered. So no need to bring it here as well to answer it yet another time. That was just an old question there. Are we all here? Yes, we are ready for the next one. Anne, go ahead.
Yeah, so we're not falling too far from the tree. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Is that okay? Something like that. And
I know that
so
idiom.
we're.
I know that idiom. It works in German.
It works in German. Okay, yeah. So for now, we're going to have Bryce, and Bryce also works in the front-end infrastructure team at Liferay. So we're not going too far away. He also works on Clay, so the UI library for Clay, and he's going to be talking to us about the remote apps in Liferay DXP. So Bryce, welcome, and go ahead.
We might need to give him a little bit more time, because I just figured I had the audience list on, so I just brought him into this meeting as panelist. So
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
And introduce him again. Last sentence.
Yeah. Okay. No
give him the
worries.
thunder.
Yeah. So Bryce, Bryce is also on the front end team. Yeah, infrastructure team. Bryce, I'm so sorry if I get your surname wrong. I think it's Osterhaus. That's it?
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay, perfect.
I mean, Olaf probably better knows more than I would on how to pronounce it.
Olaf, your turn. How would you?
In German, I would say Osterhaus.
Sounds good.
Oh. So that's it. Officially done. So I think we're set.
Great. Can you guys see my screen?
Let's go. Yep.
Okay. Well, welcome everybody. Yeah, I'm excited to be able to introduce a new feature that's coming out in 7.3. It's called Remote Apps. For those of you that don't know me, my name's Bryce, as they said. I've been a developer here at Liferay for a handful of years. You can primarily find me working on all things front-end, JavaScript, React. That's kind of where I live. I get into Portal every now and again. Scares me a little bit, but I do well enough, I think. But enough about me. Let's just get to the bulk of the content here. This is what you guys are really interested in. So traditionally, Liferay has offered a wide variety of extension mechanisms to extend the platform. Most of these mechanisms require deployment of custom written code to be activated, and you have to do that whether you're using DXP as just a full CMS or if you're using it entirely headless. Typically, if you had a DXP instance running and want to create a new widget, you would need to create a new OSGI module, deploy it to your instance. However, sometimes that's not really an ideal way to develop a new feature, especially if you already have an existing solution you want to use. So we created this extension mechanism called Remote Apps. And Remote Apps is a feature that allows you to register a remote web application to be used as a DXP widget and interact with your DXP data. So that may sound like a lot of buzzwords, web applications, widget, 7.3, DXP. It's really simple though. So let's just break it down. First, it's remote. That means this new application they're going to have, it's going to be existing on an external service, and it's going to be hosted somewhere other than your DXP instance. If your DXP instance is running on somedomain.com, you can register a web app from any other domain to be used within your DXP site. Secondly, it's an app. So it means it's simply an application or a site that runs on the web. It can be really any endpoint that serves static or it serves HTML. It could be as simple as a static HTML page, or it could be a full-on React application. This new feature is especially ideal if you're using DXP to provide a SaaS solution. So if you're a platform that you're trying to provide a solution for customers, it would allow your customers to be able to bring in existing solutions they have without having to deploy anything specific to DXP. So hypothetically, let's just say that we're using DXP to provide a new learning management system. You may already have an existing solutions that you want to integrate into your new system and your new platform that you've already written, and you don't want to have to rewrite them. So let's say you have existing solutions like a course catalog, you have a calendar, you have like an online IDE. This would be something like, think of like Codecademy if you've used that before, where there's an online text editor. Say you have all these things already built out and they're outside of DXP. When you're pitching this idea to your CEO or whoever it is, you don't want to have to say, oh yeah, we can use DXP, but we got to first build all these solutions as DXP specific modules. So what we want to do is we want to make it so that you can actually use existing solutions and use existing solutions to communicate with DXP. So rather than have all these things outside, we want to be able to incorporate it and bring in your existing solutions into the DXP platform. This way, you're able to reduce the overhead of having to create new modules. This gives you flexibility and it gives you, again, leverage. You can leverage existing solutions that you already have. So this is like a big high level picture of what remote apps is. We just want to make a mechanism that allows you to take existing solutions that you have that would be external from your Liferay or DXP instance. And we want to be able to make it so you can include those. So great, how do we do that? So let's just get to the fun part and let's see it in action. So if we take a look at a demo, again, live demos are great. Okay, so this is just a 7.3 instance of DXP running. Let's consider that we have an existing app on a domain. And for the sake of this demo, I created a really simple test site using Next.js and then hosting on a different domain. You can see that here. So it just says hello dev24. So, okay, how would we bring this into DXP? So first we would go to the applications menu. Oh, I might not be logged in. Okay, applications menu. We go to our remote apps here. We don't have any already added, so we're going to add one. Let's call this one dev24. And then let's take this URL and we add it here. So this is the name of our remote app. This is the URL or the endpoint to where our app exists. So let's save it. Great, let's go back to our site now. And then let's edit this page. And the cool thing about these remote apps is they now are added as widgets. So they're now separate widgets. So if we just search for dev24, we found our widget. Add it to the page, publish, boom, there it is. So we see hello dev24, it's coming from our site here. So now you may be thinking, okay, but isn't this just kind of the same thing as an iframe? Well, technically, yes, but it's more like an iframe on steroids. So instead of it being just a simple view to a different site, which this is, and that's fine, but we also provide an additional layer of communication through a JavaScript SDK. Sorry. Yeah, so we provide an additional communication layer through a JavaScript SDK. This allows your app to make authentic calls to services and to call other useful APIs on the platform. So it's no longer just a separate view that's seeing a different domain and a different site somewhere else, but it actually allows communication between these two. So let's go back and take a look at how we can communicate with our DXP instance. So let's go ahead and just edit our, whoops, not the page. Let's go back to our remote apps. And I've actually, oops, let's just edit this. So I actually added a different route here. It's just /Liferay. Again, this is just a custom hosting this kind of React app somewhere else. So this is just a different page. So we'll just save this. And then let's go back to our site. Okay, great. So we see some other things here. Okay, so this demo on this page now, I've added a few buttons and these are able to interact directly with our DXP instance. It's nothing fancy, but it helps kind of showcase the communication between DXP and our remote app. But before we actually click any of these, let's take a look at what this actually is. So if we just take a look at the markup of this, let me expand this. So all we see here is that this is your portlet body, and then we have this portlet. And again, it's just an iframe. But how do we allow communication between the iframe and this application and our DXP instance? Well, first, what we need to do, and I've already done this ahead of time to save some time. So let me go back here. I think I have some slides. Is first, all we do is we import the SDK into our application. So that's super simple. All we have to do is on our DXP instance, it's just located at remote app client.js and then remote app client.js.js. So this is in our remote app. So that on that Next.js, that hosted site that I have, I've imported the script at the top of the page. And then after we import this script, what we're going to do is we're just going to initialize the SDK client. So that script, it puts a communication layer on this window object. So we just grab this SDK, we instantiate it. And now this client object now has a bunch of methods that we can use to interact with our DXP instance. So if we go back to the demo. So we click here, let's see if we can open a message. Great. So this is, if we inspect this, this is actually an alert on the DXP side, and we're able to trigger that through the iframe. We can also do other things like extend our session if we want to be, if our user has logged in. We can use it to make GraphQL queries, or we can do it just to make normal headless REST calls. So here, made a request, GraphQL, there's one document on this site. You can also use it to grab various different properties that are coming through from your DXP instance. So if you want your company ID, the path to the CSS, this is an interesting one. So on this application, instead of importing play CSS by itself, in order to match the styles, I just import this CSS sheet and then add it to the head of my application. So this way we can match our DXP instance to our embedded remote app. A couple others, default language ID is signed in, and you can get user information as well. So like what's the user ID and what's the username. So this is cool because it allows us to make authenticated calls straight through the browser. You don't have to make anything fancy. This is going to post messages and receive messages through this parent-child document from the iframe back to the iframe, from the iframe to DXP, and from DXP back to the iframe. All that's handled for you through the SDK. So it makes it super easy. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, so super simple. A very, very simple example with the buttons, but let's hypothetically, let's take it a more like realistic use case. So I'm going to take a commerce template that we have called Speedwell, and let's just say it's a hypothetical company that sells automotive parts and accessories. Let's imagine that we're in charge of the site. So we're a developer and we want to get better interactions with our customers and sell more products. So that's our goal. Our company, Speedwell, let's say we have an already existing solution that's built to provide part recommendations based on like a survey. So we already have an existing solution outside of our DXP site or our commerce site. But we want to bring that in to our commerce site without having to deploy any custom modules. So what can we do? Well, because I'm talking about remote apps, the simplest solution is just to use remote apps. So let's go back to our demo. And let's go back to, so this is our site. So this is kind of our landing page for our site. We want to add a new remote app. So let's go back to remote apps. Let's edit this, and we'll call this our parts finder. So this is going to link to a remote application that's going to take a survey from users on the page, and it's going to recommend products from commerce specifically. Let's go back to our Speedwell site, and then let's add a widget. And let's just add it here below the banner. Great, so this is our remote application. It's somewhere else. Let's actually access this as like a customer would. Oops, maybe not, I forgot the URL. Okay, so if a customer comes to our page, normally we have a nice fancy picture of a car right here. As they scroll down, maybe they see this survey. So let's just go through this as if we were a customer. Okay, how fast do we like to drive? I can't really see anything around me when I drive, so pretty fast. What model? We'll say it's this Flame model. What year? 2020. How much do we want to spend? Let's say there's no limit. So what's going to happen is I'm going to submit this, and we're going to remake a request to Commerce through our JavaScript SDK. And then we're going to expect some products in return that's recommended for what we submitted here. So if we submit this, it's going to load. Great. So it comes back. There's 3 parts it recommends. Again, if we take a look at this, this is just an iframe listening to a remote external application. It's pulling in information from Commerce, and then it's going to serve up those results for us. So even here, it knows that, hey, this is test who is logged in. Here are 3 products you can do. What's also really cool is that we can actually link to those products as well. So like here, let's click on it. Great, this is the product it recommends. So how cool is that? We had an existing system. We had this customer survey that helped you find parts. We didn't want to rebuild it, and for DXP specifically, we were able to link to it. We were able to make a few custom calls, and we were able to incorporate it into our Commerce instance as if it was any other application. And we were able to do that just by simply, let me go back to the server or the presentation. And we were able to do that simply, again, just by all we had to do is the same thing we did before. We imported our remote app client JS SDK. We instantiated it within our remote application. And then what we did is we just called one of the methods on it, fetch, and then we had an endpoint to our Commerce data. And then what we did is we just took the data and then we did something with it. So in that case, our remote application took in the data from Commerce and it spit out, okay, these are the 3 parts that we're going to recommend for this product and for this customer. And yeah, so that's really it for remote applications. They're really simple. They're really simple, but they open up a really wide variety of ways to customize and extend it. Remote apps, the feature, it allows you to extend and customize DXP to really whatever solution you need. I hope you all enjoyed the demo of it. I look forward to seeing what cool ways people can use this feature in the future. I know for myself, I was thinking through various ideas of, okay, how can I demo this? And there's just a plethora of ways to demo this. For me, as a front-end, primarily React, JavaScript heavy engineer, it was really cool to imagine ways of just building sites with different front-end resources like Next.js, and then be able to incorporate those back into DXP and interact with our DXP data. So yeah, thank you all guys for joining. I know it's really short, but again, this app or this feature, remote apps, is really simple, but also really powerful. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the time here. For those that are trying to bear all 24 hours, I don't envy you, but keep it up. If you guys want to check out some of these links, this first one is the epic for the feature. So if you want to see, there's some more discussion around it, some of the pull request portal. We're continually adding new features to the JavaScript SDK. If you want to look at some of the modules we have for remote apps specifically, you can look at the GitHub. And of course, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me either through my email or in the community Slack. And that is it.
So Olaf, you're muted. Don't forget to unmute yourself.
How does that happen? As I always say, after
First time.
6 months of online meetings left and right, we are all able to read lips by now, I think. The only problem is that as long as there's no audio, there's no video as well. So in the webinar, the video won't show, so there's no lip reading. Bryce might see me nevertheless and reading from my lips, or listening to what comes out of them. There's a question from Juan on YouTube. What happens if the remote application resizes? Can the remote app widget grow and shrink automatically?
Yeah, it should be able to. It would function the same as an iframe. So even if we look at this example here, granted, this one's already kind of tiny, but if we shrink this, the remote app will also shrink with it. So depending on what the UI that you're using in your remote application, it's going to depend if it's responsive. But DXP, it should make the portlet will still be responsive. Yeah, your remote app widget will still be responsive and function the same way as if it was just a separate window down there.
Okay, great. And let me see, there's another question from Juan. Can you handle single sign-on in the remote app widget?
You know, I'm not totally sure. I don't think you, I don't know if it would actually be necessary because what we're doing is the remote app is sending messages through JavaScript to the parent. So in this, there's this, you have the document, and then within the document, you have this iframe, which is another document, and it's passing messages back and forth. So actually all the calls are really being requested through the parent. So if you're logged in your DXP instance through single sign-on, I believe it would still function the same way. Yeah, so I think, yeah, I'm almost positive it would still work the same way. Unless you're doing something like a little crazy, I think it should handle it, almost positive.
Okay. I hope that answers Juan's question. Let me see anything on Slack. Switzerland is out, they say. They've had plans to stay with us for 24 hours, but Switzerland is giving up by now.
I must have bored them.
No. I think it's rather, well, recently I've said, oh, it's only a slightly overtime working day for us, which it is now. So from now on, David, it's a slightly overtime working day, or no, undertime even. It's almost midnight, which means it's less than 8 hours to go, which is less than a typical workday. So let's get up, look forward to a full working day without a break, and carry on with this. Somehow, are you trying to get on, David? Because your camera always just blinks.
Yeah, well,
and then...
no, I was, yeah, I don't know if you can see me. But
yes,
I was just going to update, which is the counter, which is basically now 16 hours and 40 minutes. So yeah, it's almost only 8 hours left to go.
Yeah, it's piece of cake, right? It's easy.
Yeah, awesome. We'll see. Let me double check. I see nothing else for you. But again, we can go with the recommendation. If you couldn't get enough from Bryce, then just check his Radio Liferay episode. We've had some fun there. And I do know that he knows much more about working in the browser than I do. So I know enough to be dangerous.
Yeah, if anyone has any questions, feel free to email me, stalk me on GitHub, anything front-end Liferay related. Happy to try to answer any questions or at least point you to the right person.
Yep. And if you, like, just in case somebody will have some questions, if you could just lurk around on the community Slack for a bit.
Yep, will do.
Then we have the same place to point everyone to, and then people can see you there.
That'd be great. Thanks, Olaf.
Good.
Thanks again, David.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. And
thank you, Bryce.
Well, have a good day for you. It's still some time. Yeah.
So, Olaf, I have a question.
Go ahead.
How about you said about the Radio Liferay? So you've been doing that for quite some time now. Would you walk us through the process of making it?
That's actually an embarrassing process because it involves quite a few steps that I wouldn't want anyone else to know the details of, but some are visible if you look at the infrastructure. No, Radio Liferay is a labor of love. I think it was 2011. I could look it up right now, but I'll just go with the story. I'll go with 2011. If somebody proves me wrong, that was wrong. I had the idea that, hey, there is no podcast on Liferay. I like podcasts. I listen to podcasts day in, day out. So I actually want to have one. And I've asked around and I said, hey, can I use the name? Because after all, the company name or the product name is a trademark. And they said, yeah. I said, well, can I have a homepage somewhere? And they said, yeah. And then it started. So I dragged around a recording device whenever I came to Los Angeles, which is like, we covered that earlier. This is what we think of Los Angeles. This is what the people in Los Angeles think of Los Angeles. And the office where I typically am is here. But for all intents and purposes, it's Los Angeles. And there's not too many people here while we are in their time zone. There's not too many people here. Saying that, Jonas pops up, of course. So I brought a recording device with me to the retreats that we went to back then, and I just held the microphone in people's faces. I don't have a microphone. Yes, I have a microphone here to hold it in people's faces, and we recorded some episodes. Notable ones that I still cite are, I'd say there's one where I've worked with Brian. That was in the end of some other podcast that I recorded. I can't remember with whom, but I grabbed Brian Chan, who will come up later today, and I'll probably nag him with that. And I said, Brian, the coding standard in Liferay is that everything must be named just like the purpose that it serves, right? And he said, yes. And I said, explain theme display. And his answer was, we'll see if he remembers that or if he gives the same answer later. I hope he doesn't watch, because then that would be cheating. Historical reasons.
Very good.
No, but everything else in Radio Liferay, as I said, it's a labor of love. I use it as a cheap trick to just say, well, there's something that is nagging me. There's some question that I have. Why not ask somebody? But if I just approach people and I say, hey, I would like to talk to you for half an hour or an hour because there's something that nags me that I would like to know, I would say, well, yeah, everybody wants to know that, and everybody wants an hour, and that doesn't scale. So I say, well, I'll make it scale because I'll record it and then I'll publish it. But as it's only audio, we don't go too deep into the technical side. We cover that from time to time, but we do go into the why behind, say, what was the reason to build it this way, or who came, what was the history of a particular feature. Yep, that's what's Radio Liferay.
Yeah, and I think one of the greatest things about it is that I started listening this year, so I'm going back to all the first episodes.
Oh, the real ancient ones. Oh my God.
Yeah, the real ancient ones. Yeah, and it's really nice because what you did, one of the things you did, is a historical register. You know, you have memory, you have Liferay from a long time ago, and the way we think and the way we develop things, and it's all registered. That it's all part of the memory. It's really nice. It's really nice to find our identity as a company right back there in that period of time. It's really nice. Yeah. So if you are listening to us and don't know what is Radio Liferay, please. It is available on all, I think, every place you can find a podcast is available. And it also has a Twitter account where you can find the newest episodes. They're posted there. So it's Radio Liferay.
And it has a radio, yes, and it has a horribly outdated website, which is about to be updated when the community site liferay.dev is updated. That is currently happening, and I'm teasing Jamie and I'm teasing Javier for that. Javier will have a presentation later tomorrow UTC, tonight or this morning my time. That is the last one of the day, and he submitted it as how the new community site was built. And I totally hold his feet over fire due to the grammar, because he said how it was built, but it's actually not yet live. So that will be, I will have some fun in the morning with the last presentation if I'm awake.
You're gonna be, don't worry.
The site is horribly outdated because it's on the wrong server and it doesn't really pick up the latest content. It links until some time when all of the content, when all of the blogs move to the new community site. And some of them, the player in there actually also hits all of the latest episodes. So easiest, just take the podcatcher of your choice, subscribe to it, and that just works. The feed lives on FeedBurner currently.
So Olaf, when's the next episode coming out?
Yes. Come on, the last episode is just published 2 days ago.
Okay. What about those who want more?
Did you listen to the previous one already?
I have not, unfortunately.
Okay, that's your answer.
Yeah, Marcel, our next presenter, he said he remembered one was recorded in an airplane.
Yes, indeed. Oh, speaking of Marcel, he's in the audience. I'll bring him in.
Yeah, he's there. He's there. He just remembered this airplane episode of Radio Liferay.
Olaf, which is the weirdest place in which you have recorded an episode?
That was actually the airplane. That was the, we called it the 36,000 foot overview over staging, because we recorded that with Mate, who back then worked on staging and re-implemented some staging. And incidentally, it is about a month or two ago that I met him in Hamburg when he visited Hamburg, and we had some time walking with his wife and his dog through town and had some fun. So that was the weirdest place, and I don't know what the people around us thought. That was on the way back from Boston to Frankfurt. In Boston, we had the North American Symposium. And there's another fun fact, if we still have time. I don't have an overview, you guys have, but fun fact, I am known, David has already missed it, but I've been known for the footwear that I typically wear.
Yeah.
And I've always been looking for shops. So I'm typically, not now, but I'm typically wearing finger shoes. That is Vibram 5 fingers. And there are shops that have one or two pair of them and they're never in the right size. And they have two flagship stores around the world, one in Milano in Italy and one in Boston. And incidentally, the shop in Boston was 2 walking minutes from the hotel where we had the North American Symposium. Guess who went shopping?
That's amazing. That's a great story.
And then on the way back, it was a 36,000 foot overview over staging.
And that's really nice. I got to listen to that one, and I think Marcel, can you hear us? Marcel? You're muted, I think.
Reading the lips, he said yes, but
he listens, but
no, you're
not yet.
But we can't hear you.
Well, while Marcel checks his audio.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I gotta listen to that one. I loved the one about Ray, about our mascot, and it was something about someone who had drawn a T-shirt for a retreat, and Ray began to gain his. He had
I believe Olaf is off to grab the Ray T-shirt. Yeah. Did you know there was a Ray comic?
Yeah, the Ray comic. Yeah, that's amazing. Look at that.
I have an original Brian Ho here. He was invited to DevCon once, and he had his own table, and his task was to draw any kind of Ray that somebody asked him to, and I've just asked him for a podcasting Ray.
That's amazing.
Well, all of the volunteers, everybody who donated their time to this event, remember this image. You might see it again.
Okay, guys, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
You're on. Yeah. So after this
the volume,
little bit,
my volume is okay.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yep.
It's really fine. So after this little bit of memory lane, walk on the memory lane with Radio Liferay, I think I'm going to introduce Marcel. We're exactly on time right now. And Marcel is going to talk about content segmentation. And he's also part of the Brazilian team here. He's part of the global services team. And I already see some people in the chat, screaming Brazil. And that's something we like to do. And please feel free to interact in the chat and send questions. Fun fact, Marcel plays the guitar and the piano, and he's a musician too. And he's going to make a concert after his presentation. No, I'm kidding. Marcel, please feel free to take the stage. Thank you for being here.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you, Olaf, and everybody here. Thank you, people who are watching in YouTube and in Zoom. So I'm trying to share my screen. Let's see. Desktop one. Open. Oh, Jesus.
Oops.
I think that we have lost Marcel.
We lost him?
I guess so. Fun fact, I still see him on the YouTube stream on the test there, but we'll see. He probably comes back.
Yeah, I think it's something about the authorization to share the screen with Zoom. Yeah. Well, he'll be back.
We'll see. We'll keep an eye on the room. There he is back.
Okay, he's back.
Okay. And it looks like that's a great audio diffuser in the background. I have audio diffuser envy.
Okay, guys, I'm back.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay. Everybody can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, nice. So, again, thank you everybody for coming. My name is Marcel. I'm from Brazil, specifically from São Paulo, where I'm working at Liferay as a field consultant. And here's some topics that I find interesting for us, because I didn't find so much information about this in Liferay community. So I'm talking about content segmentation. And with InfoListProviders. So here is my Git repository. Okay, so you guys can find, you guys can fork if you want. I'm not bringing for you a PowerPoint presentation because it's a very simple subject. So I think everything we need to know is here in this README file. Okay. So complex content segmentation can be solved with Liferay DXP 7.2 and 7.3 by using this thing here, that is InfoListProvider. So basically, you just have to create an implementation of InfoListProvider and declare the type of the contents in your list, and then return the desired list of contents using your own strategy of query. So if you have a complex query that you have to do, like I will explain here, you can implement your own strategy of query. So here is a real world scenario of content segmentation, where the general objective is find the banner to be displayed in the principal page of the portal. So banner in the top, whatever the position of the banner, but you have to find the correct banner for the correct users. So here is our rules. Number one, find the most recent journal article where at least one of its tags, asset tags, must match with at least one of the tags of the logged user. So the current user, the user who is using the portal. Number two, if there is no journal article in the filter above, so we have to find the most recent journal article set by public for everyone. So here we have a journal article who has tags and must be the same tags of the logged user. And if there is no journal article in this filter, we look for the next who is a journal article set to be seen by everyone. Important. If in the two filters above, it's only be accepted journal articles that have been published in the last 48 hours. So in the last 2 days. Here is a real world scenario and is a kind of a specific and complex query. So that's why I'm doing this InfoListProvider to achieve all of these rules together. And finally, if any of the conditions above were satisfied, so no journal article will be displayed. Okay, I will demonstrate this right now in a demo, in a practical way. And if there is some difficult thing to understand from here, you can understand right now in the demo. So here's my portal. I'm not signing in yet, but I'm doing that right now. So that's the user that I'm logging in, test1. That user has one tag that is marketing. So you can understand like this a user working in a company and working in the marketing department, for example. And we have a specific banner sales meeting. Sorry. Let me. Yes, we have This is a sales meeting. Yeah, we have this banner here, sales meeting. And it is configured to be a segmentation banner and to be a display for the people from sales. I'm going to set this expired. This one too. Here, general banner. Okay. So how InfoListProvider works? When you have InfoListProvider deployed in your bundle, you just drag asset publisher widget. And when you config, you must say in collection provider, you choose your InfoListProvider that you deploy. In my case, this principal banner. Okay. So as I am a user with this tag market and there is no banner configured to be displayed for this type of user, never expire. So I have this banner with tag for sales. I have this here with tag for developers. And I have this with tag for everyone. See that I don't have any banner, specific banner for marketing. So my user who is from marketing is going to see the generic banner. If I were a user from developers, I'll be seeing a specific banner for developers. And if I were a user from sales, I'll be seeing a specific banner from sales. That's the functionality of InfoListProviders that I'm going to show you more in more details, showing the code, a little bit of code now. It is, my code is here. So this is what I said before. You have to create your own class implementing InfoListProvider. And it's a service of InfoListProvider as well. And now you must override those methods: get InfoList, InfoList counts, you get label. So here is the name of my InfoListProvider, principal banner, who you can see here when you deploy it. And now in this method get InfoList, I implement all my business logic. So I looked for banners from segmentation articles. If I don't find, so I look for articles for everyone. That's That's what we seen here. So I'm seeing this banner sales because I'm from sales. But if I don't have any tags, I'm only will see the generic banner. Okay. So this can be helpful if you have complex queries to achieve, and if you have complex segmentation to do in your asset publisher. So you can implement your own InfoListProvider, implement your own logic of segmentation, and you can also continue using all the features of asset publisher. Like you can choose your widget templates. You can configure how much items you're going to display. You can use all of the features that asset publisher already give to you. In my case, when I do the queries, when I do the logic of finding journal articles, I choose to use ElasticSearch queries. I'm going to show you it now. So this is my own service, journal article service. Here's the code of it. So for looking for everyone articles, so articles that are tagged for everyone, I do that. One match query, another one query looking for asset of the type journal article, and the asset category field with this name here. So what is it? Asset category is something that we can find right here, categorization. So I have a category here that I called principal banner, but there's nothing related to this principal banner here. It's just the same name, but there's no link it here. And inside principal banner, I have those two categories, everyone and segmentation. That's why when I'm creating a banner, I have principal banner here, and I can choose everyone or segmentation here. Liferay gives us some things that we can configure here. Like I can say that principal banner must be required field. So doing that now, this now is required. And I can also do something that's interesting. It is required, but it's only for journal article. And if I have other structures here, I can relate with a specific structure. That's very nice because I can continue using journal articles without that field required. And when and only when is a specific structure, this field is going to be required. In my case, I'm using the generic structure. So anyway, I leave this not required. So here I'm finding for journal articles for everyone. So I'm not using tags yet because for everyone I don't have tags to find, to compare. But here I have the find segmentation articles. So I have the same match queries that above, but I have this another one here where I have all the user tags, and I check if the journal article has the same tags, at least one of the tags of this logged user. Another thing that I do here is check if the journal article has been modified in the last 28 hours. I'm sorry, 48 hours or 2 days. I have these here. When I check if the journal article has been modified in the last 2 days. So everything together, all of these rules together were put in this binary info list provider here, and it is used right here in the principal banner. Okay, so it may be, as I said, may be helpful if somebody is looking for a way to do segmentation with some complex rules and some complex scenarios of segmentation. And in my case, I use only this this user field of text. So I can have here developers and São Paulo and let's see here on IT, and I can create a banner for developers or São Paulo or IT. So he's showing this banner because the tag IT, that's the same tag in the banner, the same tag in the user. So I think that I covered everything. Is almost, yeah, is very simple. There's not too much code and neither too much configuration to do, but could be very helpful. So I think it is. If you have some question to do it, some question to put here in the chat or in the YouTube, that's it. And here, as I said, this the GitHub. So you can find all this code and all this the documentation here, and also all the reference about InfoListProvider, about ElasticSearch queries, and that's it.
So thank you, Marcel. Thank you so much. We actually have a question here. Is there a limit of for the number of asset tags in any asset in Liferay?
So I never see this limit. I think not, but I never test with more than 20 or 30 tags in the field of tags. So if you need to have more than this, I would recommend to do a performance test, but there's no explicit limit for it.
Okay, And another one, what about Elasticsearch? Would it be possible to do a similar query like you showed, like this one you showed, but with a different asset, for example, to search users filtering by their tag names?
Yeah, of course. I've done this before. If you want to search users and filtering by their tags, you can do it. Let me show. All you have to do is, when you're querying, you have to say that for Elasticsearch, the entry class name, you must change for user. And if you have any other filters to do, you have to configure your query. So, but it's completely possible.
Okay. Yeah, so that's it. I don't see a question at the Slack channel.
No, me neither. But if you could go over there, Marcel, and post your links again, the GitHub repo and so on, I'll take it from there, and also add it to your item in the agenda so that we'll have them there. Probably I won't do it right now, or maybe during the rest of the event, but there's a lot to carry on. So sometime next week, I'll add everything to the agenda. I'll go through the chat again through Slack and add it.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I got to say, we can point to something which was similar, because earlier in this event, we had a whole segment on content, InfoListProvider, as well as all kinds of other content stuff, including our content discussion with several people. What does Liferay miss? What are we using in content and so on? So to everyone who is not here from the beginning, and I see at least one name that I recognize that was here from at least almost the beginning, then please go back, go to liferay.dev/24, and you will find the old videos. Well, actually, I don't think the old video is linked from there, but from the YouTube stream, from the current YouTube stream, you will also find the first 12 hours of Dev24. And in there, we have a huge segment on content. And in a bit, that will all be linked on the agenda, where bit is probably a couple of days when we are well rested. Anne or David?
Okay. So yeah, we still have a few minutes before our next presenters. They are already here, and let me say, this is like coming round the earth, literally, because we're reaching Tokyo, Japan, where it is already 9 in the morning, and we're like almost closing up the whole planet, and it's really nice to see that happening live. And I hope we're having a great time there too. And yeah, Alexa and Maurice, they're already here. Yeah, Maurice, hello.
Hi, Anne. Hi, everyone. Good morning. It's 9:30 here right now, so it's pretty
good. Everything we'll say.
Yeah, good everything. Yeah, there's
good
not
everything.
such a thing as day or night, or yeah. Right now we're just those two, Olaf and David. They're like way past their sleep, and
I'm
a
just
few
out
moments.
Of the shower, so I can go another 7 hours.
Yeah, in a few moments, it's time for them to take breakfast. And Marcel is in Brazil, is in São Paulo, Marcel?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It is
so we have...
It is 9:30 p.m. here.
So in this exact moment, we have Brazil, we have Spain, we have Germany, Japan, and United States. That's almost the whole globe. Yeah, that's really nice.
It's nice.
Okay, so let's go, right?
Yeah, I'd say,
sure.
as we have everyone here, let's continue and use the time we have. Even if we're a few minutes early, then someone will be able to fill that.
Yeah, sure.
If not, Maurice and Alexa.
Yeah, you have 2 extra minutes in this exact moment, 2 extra minutes. Yeah, so Alexa and Maurice are going to be talking about developing web applications on Liferay using ReactJS and Headless API. Headless API is something we have already seen today, so it is really nice to have some more content on that. And there you go, you can begin. That's it.
So I guess I'll start. So hi everyone, my name's Alexa. It's nice to meet you all. I'll share my screen. Let's see. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So basically what I'll be talking about today is the project that me and Maurice worked on for the first half of this year, where we created basically ReactJS applications to migrate to Portlet with Headless API and Liferay 7.2. More about the project, it was basically creating a booking reservation system where we created all the components first on ReactJS, and then we migrated to Portlet on a cloud-hosted Liferay Workspace. So our stack was that we used React for building the front end, and then Clay components and CSS for styling. And in development, we used Cloud to host and spin up our environment. And for data communication, we created our own headless APIs, which MJ will get more into, and we used Docker for containerization. So for me, I basically was in charge of creating components on the front end and just having them interact with the APIs that MG created in order to create like an interactable interface where users could basically create rooms and book them. So in this case, we have it on production. Let's see here on a web server where it looks something like this. We have both a booking side on the user side where it looks something like this, where you can see rooms that we created here and book them with all the facilities and room sizes, network names. And also we have an administration side where you could create things like rooms, offices, facilities, and purposes. So for me, when I first started creating this, I basically created a folder where I initiated a Liferay Workspace through Blade. And then separately, I created a React application where, as you can see here, where I stored all of my components that would be utilized. So for each time you see something like this, like a purpose or this input box or this office table or this room table, it was basically a pre-existing component that we had created by ourselves. So I guess for the first part, we'll just take a look at the admin side since it's really easy to interact with. So for this case, this is production, but I'll be using my own local space. So let's see. So for example, this purpose screen, we basically have just like a simple input field where you could create a purpose for the rooms. And let's say journal purpose A. So the flow of use would just be you would put in the name of the purpose that you want. And in the code, I basically created a functions where you interact with the API endpoint, where you would, each time you would submit a purpose here, it would go through from handle submit function, where it would just be, you would create the purpose, which is basically a request options where it fetches the purpose endpoint. And if everything's okay with the input that you put in, it creates a new purpose. So you can also see here from when you save, it says that the general purpose A is now purpose. And you can also check if you're creating this locally, and even if you have it on a cloud hosted workspace, if you use Postman and you put in the link to the general endpoint in here for purposes, as you see, we already had a pre-existing one called seminar, but now we can see our general purpose A is now created. So that's basically the whole entire structure of all of the components that I made. I would have the front end, which would be in the whole entire render part, and then just back end functions to call to the endpoint properties. And we would have all of our endpoints pretty much defined here in a properties.js file within the modules folder of the service that we were creating. But on the front end, it's just basically calling it like on the top, where you import the endpoint from the properties folder, from the properties file, and just try to create a function that could push the request. So the same exact thing for facilities. Let's say facility ABCD, save. And this little notification, we let our intern create this. So that was a really good experience for her because she's never really worked with React much before, or Clay or Liferay Workspaces. So you can see here in amenities, send facility ABCD. And then our office, it's like looking here. Oh, that's better. So we can create office test location, save. Okay, this is kind of annoying. Offices here. We have our office test location. And then with our office test location, we can now create a new room. So let's say office room A. And then these are all components. This is like a big file. Let's see, what is this? Here. This was a big file where we just had a bunch of different JavaScript files where we would have everything like the date picker, the office selector, and facilities. They were all things that I predefined here using Clay. So this is basically the create room. So it's just everything here that you see on this front end. So let's say that the start time is 10 a.m. This is basically, let's do 5 p.m. Let's use our new office room, and then room size here. Our new facility. Assumption of utilization is basically the purpose. I forgot the new purpose name. Purposes. Oh, general purpose. So it's a drop down that basically you just auto completes. So let's do office network D, save. And now you can see the office A is in our room here. And if you go to the site, you'll basically be able to see that if you don't select the picture, we just have an automatic image, but you can see that it basically creates here, and then all of the information that you populated will be on this general details page. I have to keep switching. So you can, from creating your room, you can also book a room. So this also was separate. this is part of the user facing side. So we have all of these booking codes here, so you can create. So basically those cards that we saw before with the little images, it was this, where it would basically fetch the office's endpoint and then create a card here, do this function for each office that exists on this spot here. Well, actually rooms. For every room. And then just room information over here, which you saw on the previous page, and then we have a breadcrumb. But anyways, you could create a meeting. I think I made it available on Wednesday. We also implemented checks on the back end to make sure that you put in the correct information. And you can see here, the office names here, they're all static because you can't change them. Here, and then you can add participants as well. For this, you could add pre-existing participants if they're on the user database within the Liferay Workspace. And every time you add someone, you have a new little sticker here. And if everything's all right, you could save. And then you get a success notification. And you can see your created meeting space here, and with all of the information and all of the employees that you put as well. Oh, I forgot to put an image, but yeah, that's basically it for the front end parts. And then you have all of these filtering systems. I'll just do one. So let's say you want to just look for Tokyo rooms. So it filters through text, and then you can also filter through facilities and capacity here, and then also through offices. Yeah, so what else do I want to talk about? Let's see. I guess I created like a bunch of documentation on how to just use general APIs too, because of course, as some of you may know, there's just existing APIs where you could do stuff with, well, you could do stuff with blog categories and documents and media. That's what I basically created here. But yeah, it's just, I created components in a separate React application, and then me and MJ worked together to migrate to Portlet, basically, pretty much, which was a lot of different obstacles that we had to go through, but I think MJ can cover that more in depth than I can. But yeah, that's basically it for me. It's kind of short. But yeah. Stop sharing my screen.
Okay. Okay. So I'll be continuing on this topic. So let me share my screen. Oh. Let me.
Yeah, so yeah, Maurice had a little issue with the camera, but he's already back. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Let me share my
Don't
screen.
worry, it's the share the screen. You have to authorize, yeah. Okay, don't worry. We already had this one today, done.
Okay.
Nothing
Can you
to worry
see my
about.
screen now?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. So what I want to talk about are the obstacles that we encountered when we were importing the React app to Liferay Portlet. So just to point out a few things. So here, let me find that. So as you can see, the React admin side and the React user side, these portlets were shown to you by Alexa earlier. They are of a different, they are different in the way they were structured, in a sense that the React admin part has Java files in it. See, you can have SRC in Java. This is this is the way it is because we need to add them to the admin side, the control panel side. So let me open this part. So here, I'm not sure if you can do it without Java, but this is how we did it. So we have to define these com.liferay properties and like add them to admin here. Like, where is that? Here, display admin and user power user. So it doesn't just display for unlogged in users. It is in a different, in the other like user React side, this is all JavaScript. And since it's just a default portlet, a normal portlet, we don't have to define these. You can just write these in package.json here. So there's much less of the things that you need to define here as well. And then I think since React is somewhat kind of picky with the transpiling, so we had to update our Babel as well to Babel 7. So those are things that you need to look out for when you're porting React applications to Liferay. I want to talk more in detail about the headless APIs that we did. So I'm sure there are a lot of blogs like that cover this, how to create the headless APIs, how to generate them using Blade templates. But I want to focus on how we get them to work with search and Elasticsearch. So for our application, we had a standard service builder module, which has like a database store or something. And what's important is that you have to implement the internal search and the index contributors here. So let me open a sample contributor. So maybe room, I don't know, room model, this one. So this is the document contributor for the room entity that Alexa showed you earlier. So basically what it does is it makes a document which we store in Elasticsearch, and we populate that document with the attributes in the room. So these attributes will be considered indexes that can be searched using Elasticsearch. So like for here, for instance, we put in all like the other things like name, office ID, etc., etc. And then like the amenities, this is a one-to-many relationship. So we have to like go through all the amenities and add them as attributes for the document. So once you implement these, there are a couple of these actually. So you can view more of that in the Liferay source code, but you need to basically implement the index contributor, the query contributor, and the result contributor for this for your service builder entities to be searchable. Once you've done that, in the headless part here, Pimple, I think when you create your headless module from Blade, there are some source files that are not automatically generated. For instance, I think this one, the OData entity v10 or whatever version you specify here. So this source, so just let me dive right into it. So for the room, it's the same. What it does is it maps your filter keywords and maps them with the indexes that we have set in the model contributor. So like here, office ID, these are like the names of the attributes that we're inputting in Elasticsearch. We have to map that with this. In in that way, we can get filtering and searches to work using Headless API. So let me give you a quick demo. So for instance, let me shrink this. It's not shrink. Okay. Wait. Okay. So here in rooms, if we don't have like any keywords or anything, it will just pull out everything, right? And let's say search. It's going to search for keywords which has Tokyo in it. So like this one, the Tokyo office, and here office name Tokyo office. So the reason that we can search the rooms according to this keyword is because we have mapped the room keywords here, like here, the office ID and the office name. If I were to remove this, we wouldn't be getting any search results under the office name Tokyo. Also, one more thing, like for this also works for filters as well. So if you want to like, if you do filters, it's basically like this. A filter equals office ID equals 1. So do we have 1? Okay. So it will just filter all the rooms with office ID number 1. In the same way that the search works like before, it's also reliant on the document contributor. One thing I want to point out with how the filters work is that it follows OData specifications. So like the syntax of how you input your search queries here should follow OData specifications. So this is like how it goes under the hood. But once we combine that with the React app that Alexa has made, it comes up for like some pretty UI and with the search and everything, right? So like for instance here, Tokyo office research, it just filters all the rooms we have in Tokyo office. And what it does is it just sends the query like here, like office ID is equal to whatever the office ID of Tokyo is. And just to add, you can combine these queries. Like for instance, if we want a room in Tokyo office with microphones per se, so it will just filter this, and this has microphones. So if you want to do that, how that looks in the back end is that, let me check. This kind of, let me check. Offices, filter, no. Amenity ID, I think 3. Wait, let me check that. So anyway, the syntax is like this. If you want to search for key for like an item in an array, so this is under OData specification. So you just put the key ID that you're looking for, and then any/kk equals the ID of what you're looking for. So, wait, let me check that. I can just view that here. What was that? Microphones. Let me open my developer tools, the network. That should show it, right? Yeah, so the query kind of looks like this. So you can nest those queries too, like office ID is equal to, and amenity ID is equal to that. So that's one thing that I really like about implementing headless APIs in Liferay. It's kind of easy. And since this was like our initiation project when we joined Liferay, it was kind of fun for us being able to implement these things in such a quick time. So again, thank you everyone for coming, listening. And if you have any questions for us, please let us know via chat or Slack.
Okay, thank you, Maurice and Alexa. Alexa, are you still here?
Yes, I am.
That's good. And let's see you again. And we are on the hunt for questions. Questions. Let's see if we find one. If I find the right window. Anne or David, do you have the right window?
Yeah, in fact, we have one question from Louis Guillaume. And he's asking, did you use a template for the React admin?
For the React app?
Admin.
Sorry, what was that?
Did you use a template for the React admin?
The React admin. No. I think, Alexa, we just made this from scratch, I guess.
Yeah, we did.
Then,
Yeah, we made it from scratch, and then for each like room office facilities, we had our own separate JavaScript file, which is basically a standing component.
Yeah, and then I think what's nice is that Liferay provides their own JSX components, so you don't have to find those and just reuse them. And I think if you change the theme of Liferay, those JSX components would update as well, so less things to worry about, I guess.
Okay, we have another one by Lucian Alessandrescu, which he's asking about security. He's asking what type of authentication is used between the React and the API.
Okay, so that's actually very interesting. So when we first deployed the React app, it was on a separate application. It's not a portlet. So for testing, we were using basic authentication, right? But when we migrated it into Liferay as a portlet, the portlet itself gets authenticated by Liferay. So it gets authenticated on what user you're logged in. So if it's here, like we send we send post requests to Liferay using Headless, we don't actually attach any authentication keys because Liferay under the hood already knows that it's from itself. We just attach like what was that thing? It's like a cross-referencing safety CSRF thing, but no authentication like identity authentication. It's automatic under the hood in Liferay. Let me show.
Okay.
And Louis Guillaume adds to that question, it's p-auth, he guesses. I guess so too. That's probably.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Let me.
Yeah, so that is solved, and Louis Guillaume is in a good mental state that he is able to come up with that at this time, because we happen to know that he's in France and he is up for almost as long as David and I are.
Whoa.
Yeah.
David, show your timer, please. How long is that?
Well, we have been running for 17 hours, almost 18 hours now. So that's the time that we have been running the.
We're so close.
Yeah.
We're so close.
Only 6
almost
left.
24 hours.
Yeah.
That's not a lot left. We can almost go on lunch our third day.
Yeah. In the chat here, we don't have any questions. We just have Brazilians screaming, "Hey, Brazil." Yeah, that's what they're doing right now.
And there's another comment in Slack by Louis Guillaume, which is I need to tell this to Alexa and Maurice. He's saying that he is glad that he stayed up all this time just to watch this awesome presentation. So thank you, Alexa. Thank you, Maurice, because it's you are making worth the time of everyone watching.
All right. Thank you too.
Thank you.
Olaf. Thank you, David. Thank you, Anne, for hosting this. I know it's kind of difficult, but yeah, thank you guys.
Well, it's not quite difficult. It's just a while being up and awake and alert. But it gets routine. There's more and more routine coming in. No, and we couldn't do it without people who know what they are doing, which means exactly you. And the people helping out on the chat. Unfortunately, I'll have to say, so this was basically an idea to replace, not replace, to counter that we don't have a DEF CON this year. And DEF CON is inherently a European event, but we bring in a couple of Liferay people always from everywhere. So this year we don't have a DEF CON because 2020. And we said, well, hey, no, that can't be done. So there can't be no DEF CON, but yes, there can be something, well, the next best thing. So we said, okay, let's do it like this, and let's make it in a way that everybody has something of it. But I gotta say, on this side of the world, I'm speaking of the side of the world that currently has daylight. DEF CON doesn't seem to be that big of a brand because the number of people on the stream is a lot lower than the number of people who were on the stream when we had daylight in Europe. However, everything gets recorded, and what gets recorded gets rewarded, which means all of that is conserved for documentation for anybody else. So we gotta have enough material for people to watch it asynchronously, which means whenever they're awake. Thank you for providing us with this knowledge. And as Louis Guillaume said, he's in France and he stayed awake and he's happy that he did. So good job.
Yeah, on the other side, I think that is both, because on these times in which we are trying to do things differently, it's true, at least for me, it's true that at some time we miss the usual conferences in which we could meet and gather up and have some drinks and these kind of things. But on the other side, it's also true what Olaf said, that maybe what we were used to is just a different kind of thing, and these times are giving us the chance to create something different, something bigger, and try to reach to people that maybe in other cases wouldn't be able to attend or wouldn't be able to watch all the important information that all of you have to share. And by the way, Olaf, if you allow me, we haven't said now anything about the catering, about the drinks, and I don't know if people knows that we have spent a lot of time thinking in the logistics and how we could provide beers or drinks and food for all of you attending. So Olaf, please tell us how we did manage, how we created all the logistics to be able to have drinks for all of you.
Okay, so we know that around the world, habits are different and the time is different as well. So there's different times for different drinks. And as we're coming over to Asia, there's probably a little bit more tea. As a habit in Europe, there's probably a little bit more coffee. As you can tell, when we have a DEF CON, then for years and years now, we've had a barista there, which is the German barista champion 2010 to 12. And then I guess after that, starting 13, we had the first DEF CON. We hired him all the time. We now cannot go without a DEF CON. And I'm happy to say that the coffee that I have, currently it's empty, but the coffee that I've been drinking has been ordered right from him. So that's Thomas Schweiger. No DEF CON can go without him. But that's the next best thing. Coffee, tea, beer, wine, water, soft drinks, whatever you want, whatever you find in your fridge, everything is free at this event. So
yes,
right?
that's
Open your
amazing.
fridge,
The logistics of
see
this
what's
is
there.
amazing.
It's awesome, right? What we did. So just open the fridge and see what's there and see what's appropriate in your time zone, in your culture, in your area. Some won't have beer or wine, and some won't have coffee, some won't have tea. We cater for all of them.
Yeah, as for now, I'm on chips and beer right now. Yeah.
Nice.
They're good as well. They're unhealthy, but they're free.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right.
See you soon.
Thank you, Marius. Thank you, Alexa. See you soon.
That brings us to go back to the development world, to the development tools world, where we've had a previous presentation from Greg, who did not do the stuff that I saw him for first, which was the development environment. And if I'm not mistaken, that is the part, development environment in terms of IDE. And that is what we get now. Next one here is Simon Jung. And I'm probably not doing the name justice. That's just a short-term memory. Sorry for that. We are going to learn about the new IDE features in version 3.9, which, as far as I remember, is about to be released. And I'm very happy that just recently I filed 2 issues and they were almost immediately worked on, and they seem to be in there. I'm very much looking forward to that. That's a service that I otherwise know from Greg from ancient past. So now let's hear about the IDE, the new features for version 3.9. Simon Jung, your stage.
Okay. So today I will introduce the Liferay IDE new feature for 3.9, and the agent is I will talk about the full part of this presentation. One is the upgrade planner offline support. The next is Maven Workspace target platform support, and the third is the Workspace product support. And the last one is the support 2 version blade in IDE. And upgrade planner offline support. In this version, we add the upgrade planner can user don't need to connect to the internet when they create a new upgrade plan. So in before when user create a new upgrade plan, he must connect to the internet, and IDE will get the content from Liferay DEV doc, the website, to get the upgrade plan steps. But this time we embed the needed content into IDE, so user can use the IDE without the internet or behind the proxy. This is a new feature, and this will make the IDE upgrade planner run speed is increased. And the changes of in the dialog is that in the before, the code upgrade plan outline there will be a HTTP link, but this time there are just a code upgrade that user don't need to choose other option. And this the new change in and the last version we just support the user upgrade to 7.2. So this and if user set this bulk version, then the Eclipse will download all the needed target platform jars from Liferay repository, and the user create a project create a module project or fragment project or other project that don't need to add the special version in the build.gradle. And the new workspace Maven workspace project POM like this. This is will be a property in the POM.sml. It's named the Liferay BOM.version. Then this 7.3.4. Then you can set the target your wanted target platform version. But at the same time, the POM version POM XML file must have the dependency management section. So when the POM XML contains the two parts, then Maven Workspace can support the target platform. And in last version, when user create a module without the target platform, the user must select the Liferay version in this com box. And if after we had support the Maven Workspace target platform, then user create a Maven module that he don't need to set the Liferay version. IDE will get the target platform from the Maven Workspace POM file. So that is make create is easy, and user don't need to select and make reduce the error because the version different. Reduce the version different between module and workspace project. If they are not matched, then when user deploy a module to a portal, then the module project will throw some cannot find jar, cannot find some version jar, this issue, and the target platform can resolve this. And another new feature is the workspace product support, but this support only just support the Gradle. User can cite a new property in the Gradle property file. That name is the Liferay version Liferay.workspace.product property. And in the last version, in the Gradle property, user maybe need to set a Liferay.workspace.bundle URL and the list. There's a list property in the Gradle property file. But if user set Liferay version Liferay Workspace product, then he don't need to set. And IDE will automatically download all the needed information from Liferay repo. And this is a version, this is an example of the support workspace product. This is the new property in the Gradle.property that you just need to set a portal product version, and this will be shown in the creator in the workspace wizard. That's very easy. You just need to select a different product. That's okay. And the last change is a big change is that Liferay IDE has been support two versions blade. In before, IDE just can embed one version blade. That will cause a problem is that when we release a new version IDE, maybe some the old project user created cannot be matched with the new IDE. That will user has to manually change something to that he can import some project into the new IDE. But this time we directly to embed the old blade and the latest blade together. Then user can automatically import the old version project or the new version project. That's okay, no problem. And the support the two version is both the Gradle and the Maven all support the two version blade. IDE will automatically check the project workspace project version. For Gradle, we check the Gradle plugin workspace plugin version, and for Maven, we will check the POM file. That the POM file, if the POM file has the Liferay version .pom.version, then we can use the new blade. If we don't have this property, we will use the old blade. And the difference of new blade is that suppose the workspace product in the new blade, and the old blade just don't support the workspace product. And how to identify the blade in Gradle workspace project? We check the Gradle workspace plugin version to identify the blade version. If the version is great 2.5.0, then IDE will use the new blade. If otherwise, then we will use the old blade. And for Maven, we will check the Liferay.pom.version. If the POM file has this property, then we think this project is need to use a new blade. If you don't have this property, then we use the old blade. If has this property, then we can use the new blade. So this is the all of this is the new feature for the IDE 3.9, and we will release soon. This is my presentation.没动静啊！哎，我怎么退出 meeting 了？我怎么退出 meeting 了？但我还在这呀，能听见吗？等一会儿，你看没了。哦，在这。这咋了？不对。等一下。
So I think we had a little hiccup, but
okay. Oops.
Okay, we lost Simon for a bit.
No, there he is.
Oh.
We can just, you can just continue there with the presentation. Now you're muted. Hold on.
Maybe I talk is too short.
Oh, that was it. Okay. Or sorry, we thought there were some problems because we were solving issues. So we were working in the background. Sorry, so we missed the end. If you were done already, we thought you had some problems in there. Thank you.
Okay.
So yeah, that was a good overview. And sorry for not being on top of this. We do quite a lot in the background, and then from time to time we miss some things. Now that version, I'll have to admit I had to be out in the middle, or let me see, do we have something here on YouTube? I had to be out a little bit. Was this, did you cover Eclipse and IDE, IDEA, or only one of them?
The idea we have product, but this time we didn't release the new version for idea, and
Okay.
this time just Eclipse.
Okay, to me that's the important one, but I know that other people are curious, and as I've missed a few minutes in the middle, I was wondering if there was something in there. So how many people are working on the development tools? How many people are in your team? I think that that team is largely in China, right? Simon, how many people are in your team? How many people are working on IDE?
I think he froze. His image is frozen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's not, maybe he's having some connectivity problems. Yeah, it happens. It's a live event. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. I see the mouse moving, or saw the mouse moving, but the image is frozen.
Yeah.
But his image looks better than David's image, which is half blue, half green, and half black.
He's fixing it right now.
Getting up and playing with the camera. So
no.
Simon.
Yeah, I was again charging my battery. It's been more than 18 hours now, and the battery is.
I can't believe you're running out of battery after just 18 hours. That's this device. Yeah. You have to throw it out.
Yeah, I know. Okay. I know.
But let's see if we have Simon back, because Simon, you're frozen. Your image is frozen. Can you still hear us? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, let's.
Well, I guess then when we can't continue to talk, then we got to continue. Let's see. If you, how many people do we have here? If anybody has some more questions, help us out, and we can cover them later on. Because I think now we are a bit ahead of time. Are we? We are a bit ahead of time.
I don't know if Alexa or Maurice are still around. I can't
They're not
see
in
them.
This meeting.
No.
But maybe if they have disconnected, but they are around on the YouTube stream, because Louis Guillaume made another question right after we.
Wait a second, we have Simon back.
Yeah.
Simon is back. Yeah.
Just this moment. That's good. Did you cover the release date, Simon? When is 3.9 released?
We have sent the release to the US team, and I'm not sure the actual release date is Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but it's on its way. So
yeah.
Just like 7.3, when that is out, then we'll see that. And
yeah,
we know that we're waiting for 7.3 as well as waiting for 3.9. I am curious to see what that version does. So we'll see. It's about to come. It's imminent. Just like everything that we do in this event, or a lot of things that we do in this event, we do that so that we can learn more. Oh, and by the way, for a long time, I thought of an IDE as something that helps me type code. And the first time I saw the upgrade wizard from older versions to newer versions, I think that was really when it made a big step. So all of these upgrades, you've mentioned the upgrade wizards, they do make a difference. And for that, even people that don't like Eclipse, I would say they like the upgrade wizard. So that's a good job. Done
thank
there.
you.
So before we lost you, Simon, for a bit, Olaf asked about your team, the size of your team working on IDE.
IDE in China just 6 members.
Mm-hmm.
And the US will have two or three, not sure,
Mm-hmm.
because Greg is the leader.
Yeah, that's a great turnaround for a team that size. That's quite good. And that is on the Eclipse based, or on everything on the tooling based, Blade and Eclipse and IDEA and
our product include the Eclipse, IDEA, and Blade, and Workspace Gradle plugin. We all support this.
Wow. Okay, then you've got something to do. Yeah, that's a lot of work for a small team.
Yeah.
Then I can really say thank you for that work. That's more than enough.
Yeah, and I think that it's important to value the work that you are doing, because sometimes we may commit the mistake of not valuing all the effort and all the importance that the tools that we are using to build things around Liferay have. So thank you for your work, guys, because part of what can make us, the developers, productive is thanks to you, thanks to the work that you are doing. You are supporting us.
Yeah, and what I mentioned.
Thank you.
What I mentioned earlier with Greg, when Greg was on, that might even have been when he was in China. So, Greg had a great story about coming to Liferay and then moving to China.
Yeah.
And the story that I mentioned earlier with him was that I was in a training in Germany. And during that training, we had a great idea. I don't know who had the idea. It was either me or somebody in that training. And I've chatted with Greg in the evening, or sent him an email with that great idea. And the next morning, so I went to bed, and then the world turned around. Next morning, I woke up and I had an email from him, which probably has been together with the team back then, that said, do you mean like this? And then a link to a nightly build. And that can't have been one person alone, just overnight. So that must have been part of a team. And I still remember that scene. And we won't talk about the other scene that Greg mentioned, where there was the opposite of that, because I'm still happy to have seen that turnaround in the developer tools.
Yeah, but there's a moral on this story, Olaf, because if you realize the memories that you have of the interaction with the team developing the tools, is that they saved your life at some point. And in fact, they are concerned about not the many times that they can have saved your life, but the one time that they put you in a problem. It's, for me, it's quite interesting how this tells the story of which is the concerns of the teams.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm really happy to have these tools around, and that we see what that is all about. And I do know, like you said up front, that you were nervous, and I didn't mention that before, because quite often people are like, if then I say you're like you said you're nervous, then somebody even else says you're nervous, and I would say there's no reason for that, because your English is way better than my Mandarin, first of all, and you know what you're talking about. And the parts that I've missed, sadly, because I've missed so much during these 24 hours, no, 17 hours that we now have, I've missed so much that I will have another 24 hours to watch after the fact. But that always is the case. You have a message and we are interested in that. That's precisely what we have an event like this for, so that we learn what's coming, what's new. And thank you for being available for that. Next up, I guess, we are ready. Well, we're still a little bit ahead of time. Let's see. And David, do you have anything else?
Not at the moment, not right now.
Okay. Then
me neither. We're like 8 minutes ahead of time, which is actually pretty good. We were sometime in space, we were 15 minutes behind, and now we're 9 ahead. So we're trying to get to that Swiss clock time, right? The perfect match, but it's really good.
Well, we don't need any more, because the Swiss team that has started the live stream at the beginning, and they wanted to stay for 24 hours, they stated on Slack that like Switzerland says goodbye. And so apparently they're no longer there. If you are still there, let us know you're still there, because then in the end of the stream, we want to bring you on. If anybody is here for all of the time, then just let us know. Let us know now, let us know in the end. Louis Guillaume is still here.
Okay, well, Olaf, let me finish with something that I was going to tell, because in case that Alexa or Maurice are still around, maybe on the YouTube stream, or if anybody can reach to them, Louis Guillaume has asked if there's any repository available where they have put the sample that they have sold. Anyway, if they are not around, we will try to ask them, and maybe we are going to post them somewhere or at some point in the dev.life channel on Slack.
Exactly, we'll do that. Then let's continue. Then we're a little bit ahead of time, which is fine. And Simon, thank you very much.
Thank you, Olive.
Thank you, Simon.
Say hi to the team.
Oh, thank you.
Our next presenter is already here. Checking. And yes, he is. Let's check. Can we start the video and the audio? Yes, indeed. So looks like in the same office. And in fact, he told us earlier he is in the same office.
Yes.
We stay in China. That's where the sun now is up. Here, it's only electric light. Yeah, we'll say hi again. Many people might have started just now. So for us, it's now 1:30 UTC, which means in Germany, it's 3:30 UTC in the morning, of course. And in China, the sun just goes up. I think it's 9:30, if I'm not mistaken, 9:30 in the morning. So welcome just from breakfast. And we are going to hear something about a topic that I was really curious about, because Yuxing is the one who posted the last security updates on the blog, and security updates for Community Edition are a little bit harder to install than just your regular bundle. So we'll, or he will cover the security patching info, what's up with that, and the schedule, like everything around security patching your Liferay Community Edition. I would say with that, the stage is yours. Welcome, Yuxing Wu.
Okay, thanks, Olive. Hello, everyone. I'm Yuxing. Today, I'm going to talk about Liferay CE security patch informations. My presentation will be in 4 parts. Yeah, you can see it here. First, it's the patching goals and the known vulnerabilities and building binary patches, report security issues. So that's the, let's move on the first part. Patching goals. As you know, Liferay provides the CE security patch, but you may be not clear our patching goals and release schedules. What's our patching goals? Our patching goal is provide the CE security patch for 3 years from the date of each GE1 release version. Of course, based on the different security level, the support time will be different. For the security 1 level, which means the critical issues, we all support the CE security patch for 3 years from the date of GE1 release. And the other is the security 2 level, which means the minor issues. We all support. We all provide the CE security patch for 2 years from the date of GE1 release. Yeah, that's our goals. And what's provided. And in general, Liferay provides the source code patch. And our release schedule is 1 release each quarter for each support versions. That's our goals and schedules. This year, we followed the schedule, 1 release each quarter. Until now, we have released the security patch for 3 times. And you know, we try our best to achieve our goals and follow the schedules. But you know, that's our goals, not a promise. Okay, that's our goals and the schedule. until now, there is two ways. First one is you can subscribe Liferay community blogs. And the other way is you can join Liferay community select and README file. In the README file, vulnerabilities of the other versions, you can check in this link. Okay, and in the CST ticket, we also have a description of the CST ticket. In the description, you can find the affected variant. Usually it affected multiple variants, but CST tickets will always be assigned to the most recent affected GA release. Okay, for example, this one, you can see the affected variant is 7.1.0 to the 7.2.1, but we just assign this ticket to the 7.2.1. We assign it to the most recent affected GA release. And in this ticket, you also can you also see the security levels. You can see it's security 2 level. And if we have a workaround fix or something, we will put it in the notes field. And the last part is if we have the source page, we'll put in here. And if the CST ticket is a security 1 level ticket, we also create a CVE ticket and link and add the CVE ticket link to the describing part. Yeah, that's just I'm trying to let you know what's the CST ticket. And the other part is the building binary patch. How to get the binary patch? Now we have two ways you can get the binary patch. One is we cooperate with community members. Yeah, they can provide the binary patch, and I will add the binary patch link to our security patch release blog. And the other way is building the binary patch yourself. If you are not familiar with Liferay, maybe you will encounter some problems when you build your binary patch. So here we will have we will have a demo to show you how to build the binary page and install them. And this demo is we will build the binary page for 7.2.GA2 version with the July security patch. And before we start it, there are some tools required to build the binary page. They are the Java JDK and Ant and Git. And of course, except these tools, we still need to download. We need to download the clean Tomcat bundles. You can download the bundle from the followed link. And also we need to clone our community's security team Liferay repository. After you prepared this, we can start the demo. Today, I'll show you how to build the binary page. Okay, first it's apply the join source page. Okay, here you can see I have cloned the community security team. Under the security team, the Liferay repository is here. And I also just download the Tomcat bundles. It's here. First, we just apply the security page. Okay. Just usually I will create a new branch to do this. See here. Here it has a tag. It's for 7.2.1 tag. So we based on this commit to check out to create a new branch. Okay, I just create a new branch, and next I'll apply the security patch, the join security patch. Okay. because my local branch have it have the join patch already. So I just use the because I have the in my local, I have the join patch already. So this time I just use the git cherry pick to apply the security patch. Okay. So this time I use the git cherry pick. Sorry. Oh. Sorry, something is wrong. Just okay, just chill out. Okay, just apply to the just the second commit. Third one, you can see. Here you can see we have applied the CE security patch already, the join patch. Okay. And next step, we just create property files, just named app server and app.server. Just the username properties in your local community security team folder. Okay. And just add these two. Okay, we just add touch app server. For me, it's using the properties file. Okay. You can see it's yeah, it should be here. And we just add these attributes, these two attributes to the new file, to the app.server.using.properties file. Okay, here. This file we just specify the bundle location. The bundle is where we want to deploy our source code. Okay, and just save it. And this bundle is just unzip our download before the Tomcat clean bundle, and just get it. Maybe I need to do that. Okay, just here it's I download the clean bundle. I just unzip. So just rename it. And also just modify the target bundles. DB24, just confirm confirm the name is right. Okay. After we create the app.server username properties file, and we just need to run and all command under the community security Git repository. Here we just run and all, and it will deploy the source code to our target bundle. We have specified the target bundle in the app.server username, the property files. It will take a few minutes. So during it and all, so we just I'm going to talk about how to know which modules is modified in this current in this security patch. Here, actually, we have no easiest way to do that. Usually, we just check the commit. Here, you can see lots of changed modules. First, for example, first it's modules and calendar webs. See, this one changed, and the document library, open a Google Driver. This one, and change, and after you find all the changed modules, we just copy the modified jars to the OSGI marketplace. There is a override folder, and in this folder, I think the README file is helpful. See here, you can see to override a jar or var from any RPKG other than static RPKG. We just need to create a override folder and rename, just keep the name, just keep the module name is same with the old one, and put them into the OSGR marketplace override folder, and it will be override when you restart your bundle. This way, it will. This way, it won't modify the original RPKG files. And this is actually this is the way to install the module guards in patch. Except the module guards, we also have the other third-party guards. Maybe it be upgrade in the security patch. For these third-party guards, we just copy to the respective folder you find it. For example, this time this time we changed the mail. We just modified BC mail jars. Okay. You can see it's in the Tomcat web apps root web info lib in this way. And after we enter all, we just copy the new version for the new version. Just replace the BC mail jars. And this is for the third-party jars install. And in our patch, we also have here. We also have portal info. We modified some portal info files. So we need to replace our portal info jars. And of course, some portal kernel also modified. We also need to replace our portal kernel jars where you found portal import jar and portal kernel jar. Just replace it. For this JSP file or JSPF files, we just copy the modified file from here. from root HTML, something like this. Maybe that's comments. Maybe we modified the forward DXP, and we just copy this file and replace it. So just let me see. How about and oh, it's still and oh, it won't be. It usually takes more than 10 minutes. Just we just wait it. If it is done in 5 minutes, we just show you, or we just continue the demo in our build when our target bundle. If it doesn't finish, we just I also and I also do I also prepared a patched bundle here. I do this just in case, you know, when we enter all, there are some resource need to download from internet, because I'm not sure the internet speed. How about this? So I just patching it already, and I just copied our modified jars in this folder. Let's see, binary SGI modules. These jar are modified in June security patch in modules, and this one is the third-party jars and also the port import jars. For the modified HTML or JSP files, it's here. I just do the page binary jars already, just in case the internet problems. I still deploy.
Maybe
So just
maybe we okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say maybe we can go into when that and all is done, then we'll have a do we then have a bundle, or what do we end up with? I think it's a ready bundle, or what is it?
Yeah. Just after we and all, we all get the bundle.
Okay, I'd say let's continue with the slides there. Let's assume and all is done. because
okay.
We are running out of time. So just tell us what to do when and all is done. Then we can't demo that anymore, but tell us what to do with it.
After and all, you will get some just this bundle, and we just copy the modified modules in the OSGI modules. Just copy the modified jars in our join patch. I have done that in here. Yeah, it's our module jars, and we just copy it. Just copy it to your original, to your patched server, the server which you want to patch. Okay, here we just patch it. OSGI modules, just the OSGI marketplace. All right, just put them to here, and for the other ones, just quarter. OSGI core, we just replace it.
Okay, yeah, the key,
And the
key is the top line where with folder hierarchy.
What?
Yeah. No, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. And for these two, we just okay, we just actually we just need to put the modified module jars into the OSGI marketplace override folder, and for the other jars and portal import jar and portal kernel jar, or the other JSP file, we just replace them in their respective folder.
Okay, basically everything that gets generated overwrites what we already have. Makes sense. Yep.
We just and just make sure before you restart you patch the server. You of course you will shut down your portal, yeah, and before you restart it, just to clean up your bundle Tomcat temp folders, something just also clean up the Tomcat work, and OSGI state folders, just clean them. Okay, here we just
good. We are running out of time.
Okay.
So is there anything really essential that we are still missing?
No, actually next time just restart the patched bundle, and
okay.
And you will see the bundle has been patched.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, that will be easy. That works no matter if patched or not. So restarting, of course. Yeah.
Yes. Sorry. Because and all takes a long time. Just it takes 15 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, now it's done. Okay. Well, that's good. But yeah, as I said, we're running out of time, which means I gotta push a little bit. But I'm really happy that we now have this all, like all of the steps on tape, so to say, that we have them recorded.
Okay, just could you give me just 1 minute? I just want to do my last part. Just the last part, if you want to report the security issues, there are two ways: just send an email, and or also you just create a ticket in Jira, and if you want in your report, just provide your reproduce steps, and if you want to create a ticket in Jira, just keep the security level to secure. That's that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's my presentation. Sorry, time is out.
No, that's fine. Thank you. We are running out of time, but it is good to have, as I said, it is good to have this all once as a walkthrough. So I'm happy that we now have this as a walkthrough. Of course, there's always the possibility of the binary releases. So somebody already did it, but it's always I would say it's better to know what you'll have to do. So thank you for the explanation. And now we have our own Dev24 security patch. Great. Just a quick check. Is there anything that we have missed? A couple of good mornings here and goodbyes from Switzerland. That looks like nobody ran into things. Oh, and we have Arun in the chat. And I would like to know, well, do you know where Arun is from? But
well,
as he's on YouTube, he might tell us as well. But
yeah,
you know?
My guess is that he's from India. So very good morning, Arun, from India also.
Yeah, and Surya is back. Our co-host from earlier.
Arun is from Malaysia.
Malaysia, okay.
Okay, I will stop my share.
Okay, then we'll say, okay, both right, Indian working in Malaysia. Okay. No, so nice. Then there's a shout out to Arun. Thank you, and of course, thank you Yujing for putting together the security patches, for working on them, and well, basically for even keeping the old community editions secure. I'm frequently linking to the blog posts that contain the patches to the older versions, and as probably everybody knows, for the patches are only released for the latest GA. So on Community Edition, please stay on the latest GA. That's what I can add to this. Anything else? Closing words, Yujing, or anybody of the other people here?
Louis Guillaume also says that it was very interesting talk, Yujing. So thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing such a detailed step-by-step way, because I think it's useful to keep our installations secure.
Okay, also thank you your times.
Yep.
Okay, we can move to our next stop, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, let's go. So we're now going to talk about the domain-specific language queries. And for that, we have here Preston Query with us. I'm sorry, Preston, if I got your surname wrong. I'm sorry. But Preston has 7 years in Liferay, but the most important thing we have to say about him right now is the achievement, the goal. If you're in Liferay, this is the goal. He was a former guest in Radio Liferay. So yeah. So you can search for his podcast, for his episode in Radio Liferay in Preston. the stage is yours.
Okay. Yeah. So what is a domain specific language? What am I even talking about? Well, yeah, let's talk about this ticket. Basically, this all is about one ticket. So so we had a problem, and our problem was, you know, it's really difficult to write queries in Java that are syntactically safe, and you know, binding parameters is a separate step than writing the query, and oftentimes, you know, the query string is in a different file than even, you know, where the query is being executed. You have to move around and look at things. So the goals of this whole thing is to disallow syntax errors, and also this is particularly important for Liferay because we support several different database vendors. We wanted a very vanilla library. So, you know, we let you use the basics, you know, inner join, select, the basics. And you might be surprised what we consider as the basics, but yeah, that's what we wanted to have available, so that, you know, when you're using this, you don't use something that doesn't work on one database and it works on the one you're testing on. Yeah, and another big goal of this is, you know, you have different modules, and if you're developing, say you're a partner developing on top of Liferay and you're referencing a different table in Liferay with a query, well, guess what? If someone changes the schema and they regenerate their services, your module doesn't know, and you'll have a runtime error instead of a compile time error. So by having a generated table, you now get a compile time error, and if you build on the latest one, and if you built on an older one, then you'll have a package version mismatch, and you'll know during startup. And yeah, so then we want to do what I talked about, where we merge, you know, the SQL, like the actual string, with the execution point. So that way it's less likely to be like left over from, you know, before some big refactoring, or also, you know, you just make less mistakes. And, you know, sometimes people make mistakes. You know, you have like 5 different longs you're binding to a query, and you bind them in the wrong order, and you know, you're just it's like, okay, set this long to position 2, and you can easily make a mistake. With something like this, you can have a variable named the same thing as your column or very similar, and you're very much less likely to make a mistake. There's some other things that are helpful here. We have some potential for future versions to actually be able to cache these complex queries, at least some sort of caching. And we can even create some safer SQL-based APIs based on this library. And this is a standalone library. You don't even need Liferay to use this, like the Liferay portal. You can just use these jars and their dependencies and on their own if you wanted to. You would still need to translate the queries for the functions, but if you're not using functions, then you could just use it out of the box with the API and SPI. Yeah, so there's some notes here. So because we're moving away from using a string to an object, I wanted to make sure that it still kind of felt the same when you wrote the code. So we made this immutable. So the whole query object is immutable. You build it, you can pass it along, it's not going to change.
You can reuse parts of it, and it's thread safe because there's no changing state. So aliasing is fully possible, but it is more complicated. So because you're dealing with Java objects, and you actually have to name them and manipulate them and keep track of what's changing. So that is one of the things that it's not quite as clean as looking at a SQL string, but it's not something you need very often unless you're like doing a self-join table or something like that. Yeah, so we have all this idea of a hand-coded Finder implementation in Liferay. So I'm going to show you the layout Finder impl before I applied DSL and after. So here you can see that it's referencing this string in a different file, and this is that string. So let me scroll in if I can scroll in so you can see, you know, this is a very simple query, but even from looking at it from here, it doesn't look that simple because it's in a different file. So you have to go to the file and look at it and go, okay, what is this query doing? You know, what parameters do I really need to bind? Yeah, that it's not so simple, right? And you can see another more complex query here. And we had several queries that were using similar structures. So you can see this is doing a join, and yeah, I guess we were reusing the SQL string and like removing part of it. Yeah, before. So yeah, we're removing part of it. So now we can just pass in a predicate object into a private method here and reuse the same structure, and we don't have to rewrite, like remove part of the SQL string for one method versus another. And hopefully you can see that, you know, this looks a lot more like SQL. We tried to make sure that this, when the source formatters run, this is formatted, you know, to look mostly like SQL. And you can see, even if you have a very complex query, let me show you what it looks like when, I guess this one was, see, I already have to find it. So this one, what's this one? Find next. So this is what the query looked like before. Yeah, so you can compare this SQL string here. This is a select distinct. This is using some aliasing of columns, and it's just joining these two tables on this table's primary key. And then there's a more complex like clause going on here. And you can see here, we're doing the same thing. This is how we alias a column. So we alias these two columns. We have this from, this join on the primary key, and this complex where with this cast in it. So yeah, everything starts with this DSL query factory util, and you start some sort of select. We don't have any data manipulation type stuff in this library yet. We don't really have plans to add any anytime soon. Maybe we will. This is purely for queries right now. We have another more complicated usage here where we're joining lots of tables. So you can kind of get a feel for this. And you can see here that this is a parameter that was passed in, right? And it's really easy to see that this group ID parameter is what we're comparing against this group ID column. And this column is typed. So if you try to pass like true to here, it won't compile. So yeah, so it's compile time safe on the type. But if you need to do something like this cast, this is a clob column. And so this cast will cast this to a string column expression. So yeah, and you can still do this stuff. We added some stuff where, let's say you need branching inside of your where clause. You can even use Java 8 syntax if you're comfortable with it. And you can have your inner query and then branch if the name is null inside of this where callable, basically. And yeah, there's no more parameter binding. So I see here we had like binding of the lowercase name twice into the string. Whereas now, because we have this branching, we don't actually even need to bind this twice. Before we had some sort of is null, this is null checking, which was just a hack to get around manipulating the string some more. But with something like this, we don't need these kinds of hacks because we can literally just build the query out as we go. So what does this look like as a library? So let's look to code. So here's one more example. I just want to point this out before we go any further. This has been exposed on even the local service level. So you can create these queries inside, in my case, I'm in a web module. You can create these queries from a web module, pass this in, do some crazy stuff, and then you'll get back what you queried. This is designed in a way that if you select a table, it gives you back a list of models for whatever persistence it's passed to. And if you pass in columns, they'll give you a list of objects. And if you do a count query, it will give you a long back. So yeah, so to bind this, so there's the query building part of this, and then there's the query like executing part of this. So here you can see I'm just using a prepared statement with a connection and passing in the DSL query. We have a listener that we use to collect the scalar values here. So this is how I'm able to bind a DSL query directly to a connection to create a prepared statement. Here's another example of binding it to Hibernate. So we use the same listener, call to SQL on the DSL query. Hibernate needs the table names, so we give it the table names, and then we bind using the query position. So yeah. Okay, so this over here is what the API looks like. The API, this is, everything's really in the root. So you have queries, you can do counts, selects, and you can create functions from the function factory. So we have a lot of different functions we support. And really, to use this with anything, you need a table. And so here's an example table. This is a very basic table to give you an idea of what this looks like. And yeah, so these are generated by the service builder, but you could easily write this manually. So the pattern is you just have a public static final instance. You create a private constructor. You pass it the database table name, and you pass a method reference to the private constructor. This method reference is used for aliasing of the table. So when you alias the table, it creates a new instance of this subclass. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So, and then these columns, the reason we do that is so that these fields are present when you alias. Otherwise, you'd need to like look up by their name, and that kind of defeats the purpose of the compile time safety. So yeah, so we have all these different join from step, you know, all these different step classes in here. And really the pattern is like, if it's a join step, you can do a join on it. That's basically the design of this thing. Yeah, and for the SPI, so really, when we were making this thing, we had to come up with like a pattern for this. And I don't know if this pattern has a name, but I'm going to call it like poly-inheritant builder pattern, something like that. Yeah, so the idea is you have some sort of keyword. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to make one language look like another language. So we have to like instill the rules from one language in Java. And so if you have basically, that's hard to do in general, but if you have a nice pattern, you can say, hey, you know, the grammar allows for after this word for this other word to happen. So that you create a step for that word, and then you create a default method on the interface implementing that word. So for here, we have a select, and after select, you can do from. And so select is a from step, and you have a from keyword that's returned from this. Now, because we have separation between an API, and the API is made for like people writing the DSL queries, and that's it. So almost all of the usages of this library is only going to need the API, because most usages of the library is just going to be writing queries, passing them to local services, and that kind of thing. Really, there's going to be just a couple places where we actually execute the queries. And so because of that, those places need the SPI. And they need to have some more additional information, like this listener that processes the query and provides it in a way that can be executed in multiple ways. So yeah, this is the pattern. So from is also a join, and you pass in the previous step. And this creates a linked list, basically, where you pass in the previous keyword to the next keyword. And then when you traverse the whole query, you go up from the bottom up. And so the reason behind that is because, you know, when you're chaining and you have select from, you don't want just the select, you want the select from to be returned. And so you have to traverse up it and then process back down. And that's how this whole library works. Some cool little design choices is whenever I could handle something being null, and I could return this, you know, a join step is also, you know, a join is also a join step. So if you pass a null predicate, then we can just return this. So I tried to make it very null friendly in terms of the API, and also extensible. So we only have like inner and left joins, but this is extensible. So if you wanted to use a cross join, that won't work on every database. So that's not part of our, little safety library. But if you're like, I don't care, I want to use a cross join, I know what database I'm going to be running this on anyway, then you can just instantiate a new join type with cross in there and create a new join instance instead of calling inner join on. So there's a lot of things like this that are kind of extension points. This allows for unions too. So we have this set operation type where we have union and union all. And you can always instantiate your own set operation, pass the left and right queries, and create your own type. And maybe your database supports like subtract or something like that. You can do that and you can extend it. So really, in terms of users, we have query builders, we have query executors, and we even have capability for rewriting queries. So let's say you need to do something like add a permission clause into an existing query. You can have an API that takes a query and then creates a permission predicate and then parses the object. And this is a lot safer than just parsing the SQL string, because you have an object that you're working with, and if you're doing something that's syntactically wrong, it won't let you. So, and you can even detect things like, oh, hey, somebody's doing something I don't understand or I can't resolve, then you can just throw an exception or try to narrow down what it is that you need to change in this code. So again, this is like a linked list. So to parse it, you need to build it out as a DQ and then like rebuild the query, because again, this is immutable. This means that if you pass this this query in, nothing's going to change unless it gets passed back. That really helps with debugging when you're writing these queries, because you're like, okay, what's going on with this query? Which part is acting strange? You can really narrow it down pretty quickly just by stepping over things or evaluating and changing things. Yeah. So what else is there? So yeah. So that's basically how this library was built. It's all these default functions using this multi-inheritance that Java 8 provides, and passing these things in as, passing yourself in, because as an interface, you don't have any other state than yourself. So passing that in, and then this base class goes up the child nodes and processes them and binds the SQL to them. And yeah. Okay. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much everything I had to say. There's definitely potential for creating different APIs and passing this stuff in. Some people might notice that you know, now when you build service on like newer versions of Portal kernel, they need the DSL API. That's really because order by comparator has changed. So order by comparator is used for sorting in our generated persistent simples, and this now implements order by info interface from DSL API. So this kind of had a lot of side effects in terms of dependencies, but what this means is this DSL API is a dependency of Portal kernel instead of the other way around. Yeah, so hopefully that makes sense. Olaf, do we have any questions about this, or?
Let me check.
Or do you have any questions?
My switches here. There is not. We are down to quite to only a few people still awake. So I guess lots of people will watch the recording. And hold on a second. I gotta mute something here first. Okay. So no, I don't see big questions there. David, you take care of the backstage area, or?
Yes, I'm on the backstage. Sorry.
Okay.
Because I didn't realize I have him unmuted.
Yeah. Okay. Then, so no, we don't have any big questions there, and that means we can go fully free form.
Yeah.
I'll admit I don't have any hard questions as well. That's just like when I go with Radio Liferay, I don't have hard questions. I'm only doing why. No, there's one that that came to my mind, which is when you showed your opening, that was the ticket.
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw something like a backport to 7.0, 7.1, 7.2. Did I see that correctly?
Yeah, so I guess this has been backported all the way to 7.0. It being backported to 7.0 just probably means that the DSL library was backported. It doesn't necessarily mean that the kernel integration points were.
So what does that mean? So then there is a library. Is that something supported? But 7.0 is almost out of premium support in terms of DXP.
So the library is there and it's supported, but you know, if the integration point between the Liferay and say Hibernate isn't there, then you know, it's like, well, how are you using this? You know, and if we don't have the generated tables, you know, like the user table, which I think will be probably a common use case, as people want to find their table with the user. Like, I want to find all the users involved in my asset. You know, like that seems like something natural. You could do an inner join on your table and the user table as long as they're in the same database, and get back the list of users from the user service, which is something you couldn't really easily do before. You'd either have to use indexing somehow, or dynamic queries somehow, or something like that. And I don't know if you've used the dynamic queries from Hibernate before, but they're a challenge. They don't look like SQL at all, and they barely look like. It's really hard to know what you're doing.
You hit a nerve there. For the last time that I've seen raw Hibernate is actually a while ago. So I'm quite happy about that.
Mm-hmm. It has these abstract ideas like the projection and like all this other stuff, and it's too abstract and generalized to drill back to this is my business need and this is my schema, and so you have to go through this big translation on both sides. Or something like this, and to be fair, there are other libraries that do something similar to this. But part of the reason we made our own was just to kind of control what it was we were supporting, because we want to make sure, hey, you're using this library, this should work, you know, like whether you're using Oracle or Postgres, you know.
Right, that's the big problem that we're facing. I mean, that's also something that Hibernate is facing, but I mean, Hibernate is great for the use cases that Hibernate is great for, and then there are a couple of ones where it's not that great, but
yeah,
gonna see. Anybody else driven to have to ask a question about DSL? Otherwise, I'll just have something as nobody speaks up or has forgotten to unmute themselves. I'll just take a follow-up one on a different topic, completely different topic, as we now almost have 7.3 DXP, and we already have 7.3 CE GA5. We almost have GA6. You are not only working on DSL, but you are also, or you were working on publications. Is that already in GA5? Can we see that live? Is DSL already in GA5? Can we see that, or will that all come out?
DSL is in GA5, yes.
Okay, so we can already see it works.
Publications is not.
Okay.
So we will be in GA6. I have added the build trigger. So yeah, it's there. The framework is complete enough that we were comfortable releasing it. The usage of it is a little bit less than we wanted because we spent so much time on the framework. So it's mostly just pages and web content and documents.
Well, who should use it when it's just brand new? But then also, speaking of it, can you give us a short outline that has a little bit more than 2 letters? So what is it? There's what is publications?
So publications is a different way to handle publishing content. So whether that's articles or pages or sites or anything. If it's in the database, you should be able to publish it, basically. It's still really limited because it hasn't been applied globally. And in future releases, we'll have more and more usage of it. This isn't a straight up replacement of staging, but it is solving a similar problem.
Yeah, I've seen a demo video, and that is impressive and not quite complete. So I'm not quite sure where I stand with it. So yes, it's a good start, I would say, and it really feels good to see the solution this way, the way it is done. And I hope that we have a chance to have you again to demo the full version of publications as well. But then there's a question, when will we have this again? We already had this question on, David, where was that? Was that on Slack?
It was on the Slack channel, yes.
Yeah, that was on Slack, right.
Basically for that, as Olaf said, if we need to say when it's going to happen, the next edition, we haven't started to think about that yet, because this edition isn't over. It will take like 4 hours more to arrive to the 24 hours in a row. But that if there's going to be a next edition, or if we are going to have this event again, it's going to depend basically on your feedback. If you consider that this is useful, we will do. Well, right now, West Campa is challenging us because he's proposing us to keep it going for 48 hours in a row. So
oh man,
I think that we are not prepared for that. We need to change our batteries for our cameras, but well, we'll see.
Sadly, he is on the YouTube stream. He is not in the webinar. Otherwise, I totally would have promoted him to a panelist and told him to say that to our faces.
Well, in any case, as I was saying, it's going to depend on your feedback. If you think it's useful, we may think about it. But in the meanwhile, just keep an eye on upcoming announcements from DEF CON, and also the Spanish Symposium, if you happen to be able to speak Spanish, or some other symposium that will take place in the future. But
it's enough
to
understand.
Sorry?
It's enough to understand Spanish.
Yeah, it's enough to understand. You don't need to speak it. And we usually also have some talks in English. So even in that case, you could attend, because this year the Spanish Symposium is going to be online, of course, and it's going to be open for more people to attend. But also, as Olaf was saying before, keep an eye on upcoming announcements on DEF CON that will be released, those announcements soon.
Yeah.
And I guess I'll pull the curtain back a little bit and let you know that DSL was actually developed with publication for publications. So it was I needed a SQL API for something I had planned. So that's kind of something I forgot to mention, but.
Of course. And then we're back at publications. And if I think back of the Radio Liferay episode, and by the way, that was episode 60, I call that the P episode, which is the episode with a couple of P things. That was performance and permissions. And
I just keep getting stuck with these P things, you know.
Yeah, and now we have publications, and as DSL didn't fit in there, but you now say DSL is actually just an extension or just a part of publications.
More of a foundation part of it, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll stay with a P there, and we'll just say, okay, that's great. We'll take it. I'll take it. Preston for performance, publications, and what was the other one? Permissions. Performance, permissions, publications.
And Preston.
Oh,
and Preston.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Who knows what else they'll have me work on next. They'll just, oh, that starts with a P. Well,
yeah. That's it. Thinking of an old Monty Python movie. I know who starts with P. I'm just thinking. I thought, no, that doesn't translate. That is one of the characters there with speech impediment. That doesn't work. But there is a character in the life of Brian, which is Brian, and the speech impediment is spoken. The B always is pronounced like a P. In German, that is. In English, I think it isn't. So we got to find a transition to the next speaker. But before we introduce the next speaker, and we now have, as everybody can see on the webinar, we now have two of those people with the funny names, or with the potentially funny names on the webinar. But one of them is first. Before we introduce him, I got to introduce two of our volunteers that work hard behind the scenes. One of them is already well known as a volunteer because we introduced him in the UTC morning. He was there from the beginning, and then in the meantime went to bed and now is back. So welcome back, Surya.
Hey, Olaf, and very good morning to everyone and all the people joining around. So, and good morning to the entire team once again.
It's good to have you back, and it's good to have someone to have an eye on us if something should happen, if we get too tired. So far, I would say so far, so good. And the other one, the other volunteer behind the scenes is also a repeat guest here because he was here earlier. He already appeared a bit. That is Jamie Simmons. Hi, Jamie.
Hello, everyone. Well, so here it is the evening. So, so you guys are in the home stretch. You're at the 18th hour, so you've almost made it.
Yeah. Indeed, yes.
So I am here to keep a close eye on you to make sure you don't fall asleep.
Just to update, this is a counter. We are almost approaching our 20th hour, so and we are keeping it up.
So
Yes,
going strong.
I think it's
they are like Supermans.
Yeah, I think it's slightly out of sync, but
yeah, it's 6 minutes out of sync.
Yep. Another one we couldn't go without. It was great fun behind the scenes and with all of the help up front. We got to say goodbye for a while because it's getting late. Ha, 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 for her. And thank you for your help. And the famous last words for Anne are not just the farewell, but I'll transition over to her because her famous last words will be the introduction to our next speaker.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. It was really a pleasure to be here. Great experience, and hope you have those last 4 hours going well. And if you need anything, I'm going to be sleeping. Don't call me. No, I'm just kidding. So we are a little bit 5 past midnight here in Brazil. So I'm just signing off, and count me in for the next edition, please. And let's get it going. So I'm here to announce that our next speaker will be talking about actual reuse of code. So the statement is there's only aspect to cover before you can claim your code is reusable. You have to reuse it. Yeah. So please, Brian Wilburn. I'm sorry if I got your surname wrong, but the stage is all yours, and I'm going to be backstage watching you guys. See you soon. Bye bye.
Thanks, Anne.
See you, Anne.
Okay. So, yeah, I can go ahead and share my screen. But yeah, I can jump from that intro about the life of Brian. It's Kellogg's Cornflakes. Couldn't quite say the letter C. He had no problem with K, but somehow C had a problem. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about the state of like if you are a community contributor with Liferay and you have a good idea that you want to contribute to Liferay. You have code that you have in GitHub and you want to use it, and you use it. Maybe you share it with your friends, but maybe you're not getting paid from Liferay for it. So one thing you can do if you don't know about it already is become a contributor with Marketplace, Liferay Marketplace. And so if you have a good idea, you can build your jar and build all the files, combine them all and submit it onto Liferay Marketplace. And then it can become an app that you get paid for. You can make a free version or a paid version, but that opens up the possibility to get paid for your good idea. So if you are this kind of contributor and you have a scope, you have your target language, you can also expand that to all the languages that we generate with our buildlang command. So I'll go into that and tie those things together as I go through. So first off, the app submission process. This is if you haven't here. Yeah, so we have this marketplace.liferay.dev website you can go to, and you can go ahead and start, you can register, develop, and publish your app, and then just get started putting it out there. And then we have
many apps available on Marketplace. So web.liferay.com/marketplace. And you can see all kinds of apps that are there, and we have them across versions all the way back to 6.1. So there's a lot of stuff that's available there, and you can contribute to any of those versions right now. And all the way into 7.3 CEGA4, I believe. So we've opened that up. So you can start putting apps out there. So if you have that idea that you want to share, this is a good place to do it. And if you want, you can get paid for it if you select the paid version. So we, at some point a couple of years ago, we decided during the review process, it was kind of slow, and we realized we were testing apps on like Glassfish and JBoss and versions that users weren't really depending on as much. And we realized that we weren't getting specific bugs for those apps people were submitting. And so we decided to streamline the process a bit and to give people better feedback, to not deny app submissions because of a bug that was not related to their app. We were getting a lot of those. And so we streamlined it to just be testing on Tomcat. And that's been a good help. And if people want it to be tested on other versions, they can opt to say that and let us know what they want and where they want it to be tested. But for the most part, we just test Tomcat, and then we generally don't see any bugs specific to app servers, or at least in an app. So we decided that a couple years ago, and it's been, I think, a good decision. So if you have that idea that you want to submit onto Marketplace, I invite you to do that. And I've noticed from seeing some of the apps that go in, they have this file that I'm going to talk about later, but they only have the one. So if in your jar file, you go into your source main resources content, this is where you can find the language.properties file. And that file, you can elect to have, you can say different language keys, and you can declare them throughout your Java and then access them, or any of the files in your app, you can access them, and then we have the string that goes with it. Now, say I have this language.properties file here, and I just used a Liferay module here, account admin web. So if you go into this folder here, you notice in the Liferay stack, this is master. So you'll notice here we've got all these different language files, and we didn't add them by hand. This is all automated. So if you have a language.properties file, you can go ahead and this is my idea. I know how you can do this just to kind of throw it into the master portal workspace. And if you just put it alongside other modules here, you go into modules apps, you can just drop your app name here, your project here, and then run. You can call the build lang command. You just go up a couple folder levels, and then where you can run Gradle W and build lang. And then after you run this, what happens is it generates all those files. So if you don't have these Arabic, like Catalan, and all these language codes correspond to the language that you're generating. If you don't have these files in your app folder, in your directory, you can generate them with that command. And this is really handy for if you want to expand the scope of your reach. So if you have a reach to a certain audience, but you say, I want to reach out to Spanish users, to Japanese users, whoever you want to reach out to, just running this command will generate those files for you, and you can have them ready. So if I were to open up another one here, you'll see here we already have these translations set for Spanish for the ES code. But if I were to open another one in one of our, oh, that's not a good example. If I open up another one, find a good one. We have too many good translations. Trying to find one that hasn't been translated yet. Try this. Okay, so for this one, I don't have a good example, but you'll see a lot of these. So in Taiwanese, or not this is Cantonese. Cantonese Chinese will have, you'll have translations given. And so after you run that command here, this build lang command, you'll see that it will generate these files with all these tags here. And then it'll say automatic copy. It will say this until someone translates that into another string. So what you can do, you can also run another thing with that same command. But what you do is in your build, either build properties or build computer properties, you can have this property here called Microsoft Translator Subscription Key. And if you set that based on, let me get there. Here. So you can sign up, if you sign up for an Azure account, you can get an authentication key. And so with that authentication key, you now have access through your Azure account to get machine translations. And so that key would just go in there, you set that, uncomment, run the command again, and now all of a sudden, you would get something like this, just as an example. It'll say automatic translation. So in our case here, this across Insight administration string is already translated. It's good. It's set for Cantonese. But if we're running the command fresh, we can get this machine translation to go up, and it'll say automatic translation on it. So you know this has not been vetted by a human. We just know that Microsoft, their translation engine, created this for us. And so how this connects to online and getting community involvement, we've gone ahead and had more community involvement with our enabled languages. So Liferay has some, if you look in the portal impl source portal properties file in master, you'll see there's locales enabled. And these are the ones that are enabled by default. And also the ones that we have translation, third-party translation service helping us to get those. And so what happens then is, instead of seeing this automatic translation for a file, say, so I'll give you an example, a good one to show. So in Mandarin, we have all of these translated already. So all these strings are already set, they're already done, because we have our third-party service going in and one by one getting a good translation based on the base string. And so let me get a good example. So here's just how it looks like. This is we host all of our stuff on crowdin.com, and this is a good place for a community to interact. You can talk about a string, what it should be, how we should deal with it, different cases, talk about precedents and whatnot. And from here, we can give a translation. This case is ZHCN, so I know I'm translating into Chinese. And I can give a translation here. And after that goes in, we will load that up. And we have our connecting, like our integration API with Crowdin, from Crowdin to Portal, GitHub is our own. We dog feed our DXP Cloud to get this thing going. And we everything that gets translated on Crowdin will get synced once a day. And then we send it up. I'm trying to load the logs now, show you a good view of it. But everything gets synced, and then it gets sent over, and then it gets merged straight into upstream. So everything that gets translated by community member and gets approved on Crowdin will get grouped up and then sent, still loading, sent over to GitHub, and then it gets synced up. Now, we wanted to make it so that we can't make a mistake on the base string. So each of these language underscore something, language key, language code properties files these are all things that we can get translations from on Crowdin. But then language properties we don't want to touch from Crowdin. This is only fed in from the changes that we make in GitHub. So as those changes get added in, those get sent over to Crowdin. And then once those are there, let's see if I can, still loading. Try to reload it. Once it goes there, then we can, all those become available. They get seen as new strings to the translation team. And they pick them up, and anything that's untranslated, the translators are very good at going through and getting them. And so what does this mean for a community app translator or a community app developer? It means that you could use a service like Crowdin to get one-by-one translations, but you also know that you can just get these files ready. You can generate these with the build lang command here. So you go into your account or whatever your app name is, and you can go in there, run the build lang command. If you have that Microsoft key, the translator subscription key, you can get machine translations. Those are pretty decent. They're good one-for-one, word-for-word translations. They don't capture idioms quite so well. And a native speaker will see when something is a little bit off. So you can get a pretty good approach with the machine translation, but the best is to have that human touch at the end. And then it goes that way. So what happens is we block this language.properties file from getting edited on Crowdin. So only we send from GitHub over to Crowdin this language properties file, all the contents. And then this syncs from master, it syncs all the way back to our other branches that have the same string. So if this file is also in 7.2 and 7.1 and 7.0, it will get backported. And so we get that file that goes across all those branches. And then that gets fed into Crowdin, translators translate it, and then it gets sent back over to GitHub through that commit. Let me see if I can get that. Whoops. Click the wrong button. Okay. Right here. So we have this Liferay translation bot that goes back and forth between, communicates between GitHub and Crowdin, and then it will just give the new translations that happen day to day. Or my network is slow today. I'm slow to load pages, but yeah. So yeah, that's a little bit of how it works. And if you have your app that you want to submit and you want to expand the scope, so when you expand the scope with build lang, when you expand all the languages that Liferay provides, both enabled and not. So you'll see the locales enabled, and then we have all these other ones, these beta languages. These ones we have strictly either community or Liferay involved translators that go in. And we're working right now on determining what we should do to promote certain people to proofreader. And these proofreaders can look at translations that are made and say, they can give their final approval. So there could be, 10 translators on Turkish, say, and one of them has submitted, way more translations, and they've been approved by other people before. And so we have vetted that process and just determined that they're good for proofreader role. And so we'll promote them, and then they can look at other ones. And all these community languages can be vetted in that process, Crowdin. So when you run that command, you all of a sudden have, let me get the count, I wrote it down. You have 13 enabled locales and 35 more beta. So you open your scope to quite a wide audience when you run that command. And with the translator key, you then have the, machine translations from Microsoft, and you've opened up that. And if you submit that app on Marketplace, you've used all the community helps through Marketplace and Crowdin if you've integrated with Crowdin, and you can now get quite a large audience with that. And all those languages that you want, you can rep that in your app submission as well. So we have this available in this many languages, and it can really widen your scope. But yeah, I'd say be concerned when you run the command. Know that a machine translation is not a human translation, so it'll be, as anyone knows, seeing those, it's not native. So, but if you have that, you can go in and then make those files and edit them yourself. If you have, if you're someone in Italy and it's not, you get a machine translation for all of your your file. So you can then go in and edit those and just have that ready and then serve it up on the marketplace, and you have those translations ready to go. I think cannot get the logs to load today. I'm going to show the cool. So once a day, it'll grab all the languages, and you can see each of the underscore whatever language files that they get served up into the tool and get sent over either one way or the other from GitHub to Crowdin or vice versa. And it's a fun process. But yeah, this triggers once a day, and it goes on all of our languages. So we have in all of these enabled locales, we have third-party help to get human translations for our strings, and we're up to date on 7.3, so we're ready with the latest. I think that's more or less what I have to share. Let me go through my notes, see. I can share links to these things again later. If you want to join the Crowdin project, I invite you to. You can join as translator, and then we can get you going through and making suggestions. If you make a suggestion on an enabled language, one of our enabled locales, then the third-party folks will review your translation and approve or offer suggestions. And so you can be part of that too. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to be involved. And yeah, those are just two of the ways that I know a little bit about. So I can give time for questions if anyone has any.
Well, I don't know if we have any questions, but I would like to remark some the importance of opening up the translations through an online platform such as Crowdin to the community. And in fact, we have maybe Brian, you can give a couple of examples more. But I remember one guy who directly himself almost created the translation for Tamil, which I think is a language used in south of India, if I recall correctly. But there's also some, maybe you can point out a couple of examples more. But my point here is that it's really important the contribution of the community in such a thing like the translation, because that is making the application closer to a bigger audience.
Yeah, exactly. Your audience can expand as much as you want if you expand it. And you can integrate your app probably. You can upload your project onto Crowdin and then get human translations for it. And if you want to contribute to Liferay translations, we have that project already loaded up. And yeah, so yeah, Tamil, yeah, we've got a few translators on Tamil. And yeah, some of them, they've been very active.
Yeah, Ganya. He's the guy. I don't know if Ganya is watching, but if you are, Ganya, thank you very much again, because you have done a really good job.
An all-star.
Yeah. I think I've seen him earlier. But I'm not sure if that was this Ganya. I have another question that goes back to my own experience when that was long before there was Crowdin. Liferay's properties files have this automatic copy and automatic translation, or at least they've had that for a long time. And I don't know what happened, but as far as I know, they are still maintained even on the way through Crowdin and so on. Is that true? Are they still in? And what's the mechanism with Crowdin? I could talk about how they came into existence, but how are they being carried over to Crowdin and back?
Yeah, I think The automatic, I don't know if it was a way to flag new translations from GitHub to Crowdin by saying, automatic, translation here or automatic copy. But that would make
I can tell you.
a candidate. Yeah. Okay.
That I could tell you, but then came Crowdin, and it's still in there, and I'm wondering, how does that work to make that in with Crowdin? Maybe I'll start with this, because it was actually my suggestion. I started with Liferay in 2008 when all of the German translation was machine translated, and I'll tell you something: there is either horrible or wrong or hilarious or rude. Sometimes it was even right. So those just machine translation. It's hard enough to translate software just like that. But having a machine without any context, without any fantasy, translate anything, that doesn't really work. It just doesn't.
Hey, I have a funny one for you, Olaf. I remember.
Okay.
This is B Chan.
Yeah.
Is my camera on?
No,
oh, it was not.
No.
Yes.
You cannot start your video. Okay, let me turn it on. Oh, it's on now, right?
It's on now.
Yeah. Okay.
Now it's on.
Yeah. So there was a very funny one because back in the day when you wanted to deploy a war file, there was a button that says deploy a war, but somehow in the German translation it was start a war, like as in a conflict. So one of our German Uni members or customers are like, you need to change this because it's a button that says we're going to start a conflict, and that's not what we want. We just want to deploy a plugin. So
yes, the first one that I stumbled over was, if I translate it back, was sign on the inside to vote. No, sorry. Place your signature on the inside to vote. And what was it? Yeah, and the English original was actually sign in to vote. That was somewhere on the message board, but this sign in had something to do with signature. Anyway, so the first automatic translation was horrible, and then there was a megabyte long, huge file. Back then, Liferay was a monolith, so it was a huge translation file, which had all kinds of German automatic translations. Some of them were already vetted by a human, and some of them were new. And they're all sorted alphabetically. So anytime there was a new release, you get like one line here, one line there, one line there. They're all German, but they're not vetted, and then they're automatically translated. So basically back then, I think it was 2009 or so, Jorge built it, but I've proposed it on the forum somewhere. That was before I was with Liferay. Like, can't we have these flags to say, like, hey, this is a new automatic translation, and then I can just Control F through the file and say, hey, this is a new one. I'll correct that, and then I'll do that. And then later on,
and I remember that, Olaf. I remember you telling me about it, and then we went ahead and added the suffix automatically translated.
Yes.
For that.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, that was discussed on the forums. Must have been in 2009 or so.
Yeah.
But now I'm wondering, how does that go through with Crowdin?
I think even in looking at the TW, like one of the beta locales, I noticed that where is it? There. So the automatic suffixes weren't there, and they're in English. So I think what happened is the automatic copy was dropped recently. I've noticed it's seeing it less and less. If it's like, oh, this is the locale for Cantonese, and it's in English, and clearly this is a copy. This is not the Cantonese. So I think that was dropped. And if you do run with the Microsoft Translator authentication key, it will probably still add the automatic translation at that point, because we should not just say this is human vetted at that point. It'll probably add it. But I can't, I didn't run one with that to verify.
Okay, but it is funny. But both of the topics that you covered have something to do with me. My first commit in Liferay back in the Subversion time, it was something else. So I sent in a patch, was for the translation, and then the other relationship, or the relationship that brought us together basically was the marketplace, because after a while I said, well, let's put some plugin on the marketplace, and I did. And then it was you, Brian, who came back to me and tried to convince me that there was a bug in my plugin. So I said, hey, explain what's happening there.
Yeah, and that opened up a lot of questions, so we could figure out what's going on, and it was a helpful process for both of us, I think.
Yep, that was good. So for me, now I know what's in to publish something on the marketplace, and we even found a bug, and that was in the process, not in the plugin. That was fun to see.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was good. That was a great insight into the two ways, and I can also say I'm quite happy that by now. Actually, how many languages do we still have in automatic translation?
Automatic, you can do any of the ones that are run. So it'll automatically translate. If you set it to be on, it'll just do all of them. So, but once that gets, so from Portal at least, once that gets fed into Crowdin, they'll notice the new strings that go in, and then the enabled locales we have our third-party Alcanos, they will go in and translate. But then the beta ones, there's 35 beta languages. So those ones they'll sit there until, our active community members will go in and give translations.
Okay, I do remember that we ruled out a couple of languages years and years and years ago, where we said, okay, we'd rather manually translate and otherwise see the English version than the automatic translation.
Yeah, and I think for that, like you'll still see the English one. It'll just show up, and then you'll know if you switch to, Korean, and you'll see there's a bunch of English. You can see right there, oh, these are strings that are untranslated.
Yeah, okay. Good. David, anything else that you want to add?
Yeah, well, one final point, and it's related to your first experience with Liferay, which is basically regarding the two topics that Brian has just spoke. And this is, I think this is a good example of that those are the best or the easiest way for the community to start contributing. Either you can help translating, or you can, if you have some new module, new plugin, and you want to share with the community, you can polish it on the marketplace. So for newcomers, if you are using Liferay and you want to contribute, I think this is the easiest way to start contributing. So I encourage all of you to participate.
Yep, indeed. Okay, then with that, a quick check on the forums. Apparently there was no marketplace developer with a problem there who had a question. Lots of people from different parts of the world, probably from non-English speaking countries, but nobody with a problem in the translation. With that, thank you, Brian.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, good. No, have a good day. You're in China, so for you the day just starts.
Yep.
And yeah, have a good day. Thank you for being available and for your contribution here.
Keep up the good work, guys. Almost there.
Yep, I hope so. And when we say thank you, Brian, we also say hello, Brian, because we now have a new Brian here, or an old Brian. He is actually number 2. And why is he number 2 when everybody thinks he's number 1 in terms of the company founder, or one of the company founders, but the one who got it all started? That's because the user ID in the system is actually 2. I know that from, don't ask me where I know that from, but there's a couple more details that I know about Brian, and a couple of things that we have in our relationship that I think are quite notable. And one of them I have just recently mentioned on the podcast with Brian Chung, the other Brian, yet another Brian, but that happens when you're at Liferay, which is Brian Chan, who is coming up now, has provided me with my company account a day late because he was part of my welcome committee in April 2010 when I joined. And he repurposed my community account to be a company account, but that didn't work. There was actually a null pointer exception. So Brian was there, fixed the null pointer exception, and then he said, well, I can't deploy that code now. I need to deploy that over some night. I don't know which night, where the night was, but he needed to deploy something, restart the server, and then I could actually finally use my company account. And that is, I would say, the beginning of the relationship, if we're not counting the previous conversations at 2 European symposiums. Anyway, that goes back quite a while. And if anyone knows how the sausage is packed at Liferay, then that's the guy who got it all rolling, who got it all starting, and serves as is chief software architect still right? I guess it is.
Yep, that's still my title, my job. Yep,
it is.
I think
so. He sees a lot of pull requests, and with that, without much further ado, how the sausage is packed. Welcome, Brian Chan.
Thank you. I'm glad to be doing this. My kids are supposed to be asleep, so I want to apologize ahead of time if you hear any crying children, because my 5th kid is just a year old and my oldest just turned 8. But one of the benefits of COVID is that I get to do this from my house, and I get to show you really how the sausage is made, because a lot of it is made right here in this room. Let's see, I'm gonna show you guys my setup, because people often, whenever I go to conferences, ask me what I use. And so this is actually my desktop right there. And I named it, oh, this is my desk, and this is my wife's desk. You can tell she's the more creative person in our family. But that's Leviathan. And I want to apologize for my mouse when I do my screen sharing later, because I couldn't get the big mouse pointer. I spent like half an hour tweaking my Linux settings, and I could not get a mouse pointer to get bigger, but I still have Linux because it's so ridiculously fast. So I use a LXDE, that right there, Leviathan is a LXDE, Fedora on OpenBox. And I call it Leviathan because it's got 64 threads. It's that AMD super crazy desktop chip, 256 gigs of RAM. And I do that because I like loading everything into the file system so that everything is just fast. Okay, I'm very impatient. So that's that. When you talk about a product, especially this product, it comes from source code. So I can't really talk about this without bringing up our source code. So with that, I am going to share my desktop screen. I'm sharing everything, and hopefully I'm not breaking any security rules that my security team keeps telling me to be careful of. Okay, I am sharing everything. All right. Whoa, what is this? Ay, ay, ay. How do I minimize that? Sorry, I killed my Chrome. Okay, whew, reloaded on my Windows. Okay, so some quick stuff about, this is just, I'm just pulling up the GitHub repo, nothing too fancy there. So let's see, what do I want to talk about? Oh, back in the day, we had no source control at all. When we first started the project back in 2000, all I did was I kept everything on a share drive, and then I just kept transferring files back and forth, and we collaborated with 2-3 people that way. And that's because for the life of me, I could not understand how to get CVS to work. Like, it just was confusing to me. But eventually I understood CVS. And then a few years later, we moved to SVN. And then a few years after that, we moved over to Git. And we've been with Git for over 10 years now. And so this project, when you look at if you try to check it out, it's big. It's, last time I checked, over a year ago, it's over 20 gigs of history. And that's part of it is because we checked in too many jars back in the day. I didn't understand how to deal with binaries in Git. I since learned it about 5 years ago, and we've cleaned a bunch of stuff up, but I can't rewrite history. So if you want to check out this project, just make sure to do a shallow checkout. Otherwise, you're going to be waiting a really long time. So it's big. It's an old project and it's got lots of files. But but the latest, even though the code source repo is old, it doesn't mean that the wine doesn't taste good. Okay, and it doesn't mean that the product itself isn't relevant for today, because we work our butts off to make sure that the sausage is relevant for today. Okay, some more stuff you can just see from pull requests, and I'm gonna make my zoom in here. When you click pull requests, you can see that we have gotten a ridiculous number of pull requests. Okay, and this is, if you this is close to 94,000. It's almost 100,000 there. It will be in not too long. And the other thing is, when you look at a project, you kind of ask yourself, how many commits have you had in this project? So I'm just going to do a quick count, and we've had almost 450,000 commits since 2006. That's a lot of stuff happening, but that's not just it. There's a lot of other stuff happening as well that's done by a ton of people. Okay, there's a git command that you can run. I won't run it now, where you can see how many unique authors we've had, and we've had literally 1,047 unique authors, and that doesn't include the people who contributed a patch to us where it was committed by somebody else that you don't even know about, right? So when you think of Liferay, the product, you have to really think of it like Liferay, this 24-hour Liferay that we're doing, right? It's not any one person, it's a team of people. Now, Olaf and David have been here for a long time doing this, so they owe a lot, they're carrying a lot. But the point is, I'm taking a half-hour slot, someone else is taking another half-hour slot, someone else is taking another half-hour slot, and with that, out comes the product, okay? My part happens to be that of being a curator. So I curate this so that people can write their code, which means I actually don't write most of the code. I actually write very little of it. So you can think of Liferay sort of like a magazine. I literally I'm the editor. My title should be editor-in-chief, not chief software architect. I edit what people send me. I curate, right? Some other stuff that might be interesting is there's a command you can do called clock to check the lines of code. I'm just going to run it in the background since it's takes way too long, but you can see I'm running it here. And I ran this earlier today, and you can see some info. This is a large code base. Okay, it's like thousands of files. This right here is like 6.5 million lines of code. Granted, a lot of it is blank lines, a lot of it is comments, but still, it's a lot of code. Okay, and that's just Java. It doesn't even include all this other stuff. So, how in the world do we curate all this? Well, we'll talk about that a little more. I just want to mention that this is a big code base, and it does a lot. But this is what makes open source so ridiculously special. Okay, think about this. We've been at this for 20 years now, right? And when you think of Linux, what is most enjoyable about it, right? There's somebody who started it, who's still there, and you see that not just for big projects, but you see it for countless small projects, right? HA proxy is not a small project, but last time I checked, whoever started doing it seems to still be doing it, and it powers so much of the internet, right? So the point is, with open source, people do it out of love, right? I'm doing this not because I have to, but I'm doing this because I want to. This is something I love. And the other benefit of open source that's so cool is when I mentioned all those different contributors, the cool thing is anyone can contribute, So how would you contribute? Well, you saw the pull request here. So if you are gonna be contributing code, you are gonna be smart and you have a brain. So you're gonna do git log. Oh, G right there is just a shorthand for me for git. I'm trying to minimize how much I type because I realize my hands have a limited due date before they expire. So I want to kind of be able to type as long as I can. So if I'm going to type git a lot, I'm going to use a shortcut. So when you just look at Git logs, you'll eventually see different authors. Find an author of, or do a Git blame on a piece of source code. You'll see who last touched it and go find that person and find their thing on GitHub. Just Google it, send them a pull request. And that's how you contribute. It's really simple. Now, there's some principles that I adhere to at Liferay in maintaining this really big repo. One is we are, or I am, and therefore I impose on everyone else, a big believer in mono repos. Okay, there was one point in time a couple years ago where I tried to break up this repo into like several hundred tinier repos. It was the worst idea ever. I love mono repos, and but just because we're a mono repo does not mean our product that we ship out is monolithic. No, by no means. Liferay itself, when you go to, let me see, when I go to the code, you can go to one directory called modules, and within it, let's say apps, let's do, who knows, how about batch engine, okay? And then you see this is a module, this is a module, this is a module. All together, when you start up Liferay, it's about 1,500 modules. That's a lot of OSGI modules, you know? So basically Liferay is an OSGI platform on steroids, okay? But when we start the sucker up, it's still fast, you know? We started this whole thing, 1,500 things in under 30 seconds. I'm very sad that it's not under 10. That's my goal. I'm still pushing for it to keep it under 10, but right now it's under 30. It used to be 2-3 minutes, but it's 30 seconds right now. So I'm happy, but still sad. The reason why we went with a mono repo was simply because I wanted to be able to make lots and lots of changes to every file all at once, okay? Now, different teams at Liferay don't work on files all at once. We have certain teams that work on every file all at once, but we have some teams that will work on, document management, web experience, you know, and then a couple other teams will work on different ones. So they're residing within here, okay? Now, how do we get all this code all in at once if people send PRs? Well, let me explain, okay? So we also have this very important thing that is just called source formatter. It's a tool. Now it's a silly name because source formatter, like what does it do? It formats source. That's all I came up with back then. But you can see a ton of our commits, oops, have the word SF in them, like a ridiculous number of commits. A bunch of them is auto SF or right here, even this guy is doing an SF, meaning we're just formatting code, okay? So what does that look like? SF is right here, our tool SF. So we leverage off of, I think, check style. And last time we checked, it's over 400. And every single one of these checks, when people send me code, the first thing that we do is we run our source formatter tool, CI does it. And if it fails a check, bam, bye-bye, right? And a lot of these help prevent bugs. So that's our first line of defense is we just review, we have these automated checks to prevent bugs from coming in. And some of it is stylistic. For example, I hate this, like this stuff is like, I hate that. Like, I absolutely hate that. I even hate, well, maybe hate is the wrong word, but I even hate that. Ugh, I keep saying it. I really, really dislike it. I like this, okay? And that's because I really like to optimize for vertical space instead of, wait, vertical? Yes, top down versus horizontal space. And I don't know why I'm not able to zoom in right now. I think Zoom is messing with my, my keyboard keys, so I'm not able to zoom in more, and I have no idea how to zoom in on Sublime without my shortcut keys.
But that size is fine.
That size is fine? Okay. Sorry, Olaf. Okay.
We've had smaller.
We've had smaller, right? Okay. And these are the 424 checks from CheckStyle. We have over 1,000 other ones that are not part of CheckStyle because CheckStyle couldn't deal with it. And so we have a team that works on that. And then when you break something, it'll say, hey, this is wrong. And we've had stuff where when you write a piece of code and you don't follow the rule and you deploy the code, it will work, but it will break when you scale the code. Those are the craziest things that do happen in code. And so I just think of threading, right? They work single threaded, you multi-thread it, it's gonna cause problems. We detect those right in ahead and we kick its butt, okay? I'm gonna show you quickly, I'm gonna break something. Let's see, let's go to API in here and let's find a Java file. So here's a Java file. I'm gonna open it up in Sublime and I'm just gonna, I know this is stupid because an IDE would do it, and I just added some stuff and some blank space in the end. And GW is my Gradle wrapper, and I run format source, and it will automatically do all that. Now that's a simple one, but it goes beyond simple syntax. It actually does stuff, okay? And it did all that. So now when I do git status, nothing changed. Oh, those are additional files, and you'll see why later. Okay. And part of the thing is, let me show you this GitHub pull request process. Oops, where am I? Okay, I was here. I've already shown you that. I'm going to close this tab. So I'm going to show you pull requests. Okay, everything that gets sent to me as a pull request. So right here, there are a bunch of pull requests, and I'm actually going to merge some of these to see like what happens. Now I get close to maybe 80 of these a day in all the different repos that we deal with. I'm just going to show you one of them. So if you click on this one, let's see. So somebody sent it. It was Ignacio, and I can tell that. Oh my goodness, I feel bad for this guy, for Ignacio. It took him 11 hours for him to get this pull request to me, and he had to do it 4 times. So basically, he had the pull open. He did it 4 different times, and 11 hours later, it got to me. When it's good, it's usually an hour to 2 hours. It basically means our CI was really, really backed up, or there were flaky tests or something, but I'll get more into that. Some pull requests don't take that long. Like this one only took an hour and a half, okay? That to me means there's not much traffic and it worked right away. That's like our ideal. That one was a bad one. Let me just merge some then. I honestly did not do this ahead of time, and I just wanted to feel it, right? So you guys can see how I feel every day. So git pull request. Oh, this git pull request Python tool that I use was written by my good friend Nate Kavanaugh, who passed away this year. And it's so sad because right when I learned how to use Git, he gave me this tool. So I can take a pull request, it creates a branch, merges on here. And pretty much for the rest of my life, so long as I use Git, I'm pretty sure I'm using his tool. So just expressing my sorrow for my friend. Now, sorry, this right here is hard to see. I couldn't figure out how to increase the font size of this tool. But the gist of it is I'm just looking at diffs here, and this is JavaScript. I actually don't know any JavaScript. Well, I know some JavaScript. That's not true to say I don't know JavaScript. But when it comes to JavaScript, I kind of trust my teams a lot more because it's JavaScript. Like, can you really break stuff with JavaScript? Just kidding. But I trust that team and I know that they're very good at it. So I just merged it. And I have an automatic thing, oops. And I have an automatic thing in here that tells them, thank you very much. And then I go to Jira and I flag this as fixed. And maybe 1 out of every 5 polls, I'll put a custom message in there to say, you know, you really did something. Let me find one that may be a little harder, okay? So this one. Now, I also can see who did it, and some people I just trust more than others. And this is Java code. And I can just see, oh, what he's changing here. And I trust this. So I just scan it very quickly. And my brain has a algorithm that can smell whether something is good or not. And if it doesn't pass my mental machine algorithm check, then I close it. Okay, I'm not gonna, I actually, after I saw this, I was gonna merge these really easily, but after I saw this line right here, ensure it opened, I'm like, I wanna look at this some more and I really wanna think about it. So I'm not gonna do it on this call. But I wanna show you another one. So this guy right here, right, has sent me this 3 hours ago. But what happened was when he sent me this pull request, and I'm sorry to put Arthur on the spot, okay? On GitHub, this is actually not his first time he sent this to me. He sent it to me 7 days ago, 4 days ago, yesterday, twice, and then today he sent it again. And each time when you click on these comments, I basically told him not good enough for reason A, not good enough for reason B, B, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, etc. And then I think this one will be good enough now. Okay, but for the sake of time, I'm not gonna. Actually, maybe I will show you. Well, basically, I just do git RPR merge. I look at it, and then I'll make some changes, and I'll merge it if I think it's good. Okay, so I'm not gonna do it. I don't want to bore people. But the key thing is when people code, they send me stuff in a small, concise manner that means something I can mentally process, and the feedback loop is instant for that person. Okay, what is the feedback loop, right? The feedback loop is, hey, oh, is this right here? Okay. Now this one only took 1 minute. That's because this guy must have ran it several times and he said CI forward and he did it after it passed. So Arthur has instant feedback when he sends a pull to another dummy account, and from there he can see what passed and what didn't. Okay, and then they can log in there and he can see, hey, there's all these different jobs that pass, and it took 3 hours. Stable passed basically our core set of tests, and then relevant tests, which is an expanded set of tests based on what he's written, based on the changes to this poll. And if it fails all that, I don't even see it. So there's tons of polls like that, right? And then once it passes and it comes to me and I instantly give them the feedback. So I basically work 6 days a week. I take a 1 day of rest a week, and I mentor people through pull requests. Now we have a CI that's hooked into GitHub that then crunches. So I'm going to show you one of the views in this. Okay, so this is pretty cool. This is just a static HTML file served from one of our Jenkins servers, and basically we have 1,040 nodes, and each node that we have. Oh, let me make this bigger. Sorry. So we have about 1,000 nodes. Each node is a one VM. Actually, it's not a VM. It's a Docker image, and we have 2 Docker images per host. Okay. So we can see right now we have 4,000 builds lined up. That's a lot. We only have 1,000 machines, VMs available. That means these 4,000 are not gonna get through until this thousand is done, which means we need to buy more servers, right? We've been trying to do that. Now, why do I buy servers and why don't I use AWS or other stuff for this? And part of it is because of cost. So these set of servers we're running here, we bought between 8 to 5 years ago. We spent about $1 million to $2 million on these servers, and we spent about $1 million to $2 million on a server room. Okay, so that's a lot of money we spent 5 to 8 years ago. But we calculated that usage cost was about 5 to 6 million on AWS a year. So, and AWS costs have gone down for compute, but not enough for me to justify paying 5 to 6 million a year when I put in a one-time cost in the past, and for the last 5 to 8 years we've used it. And so at the end of this year, we're gonna buy probably another 1,000 physical servers, each of them with about 64 gigs of RAM. I've already scoped it out. We're gonna do a crazy hack server room. I actually want to use the Intel NUCs for the servers because they use so little electricity, and just like buy 1,000 of them, and then that would be like our like, so like in Starfleet they have like a class. So this is like the old class of 32 gig VMs are split in two with 16 gigs each. The new class can do 64 gigs, and we'll probably split those into 32 gigs. Anyways, I have a lot of fun geeking out on hardware. That's probably the other reason why I don't really like going to the cloud for this kind of stuff. We use the cloud for mission critical websites, but for these, like these nodes can die and then we'll just resurrect them, right? But anyways, right now there's 116 nodes that are broken that were taken offline that somebody needs to know why. Now in the last 24 hours, these are the number of pull requests, or this is since August to today. And you can tell how many pull requests failed before it got to me. That's a lot. And these all passed, so it came straight to me. These still came to me. But they came to me because the pull didn't break anything new that wasn't already broken on upstream. And when that happens, we chase down those bugs and we fix those right away. And this just tells you like, hey, what are we doing? What's taking up most of the stuff, etc. Okay, so one of the things that's cool about Liferay 2 is it's a commercial. We have a commercial company that backs this open source project, right? So you can get, there's capital that's spent. We pay people to test. We pay for these servers and for the humans who interact with these servers. Still a whole lot cheaper than AWS. But the other reason why we have to hack this way and come up with these crazy ways of we're spending a lot of money, but we're still spending a whole lot less money than other software companies because we're not venture backed. We don't have a dime that somebody gave us that we didn't like have to earn, And when we earn that money, we invest that back into the product to make it better. But we just have to come up with crazy hacks. So why do we need so many servers, right? Why do we need so many nodes to crunch this stuff? So just to give you an idea, when we have this thing, we call it the gauntlet. I always imagine like rows of people lined up with like baseball bats. Well, actually, I take it back. It's more like those Klingons. I think they have like a rite of passage. And if you want to become an adult Klingon warrior, you have to go through this, and they like beat you up with these whatever Klingon weapons are, and you have to just go through it. And once you get to the end, you make it, and we call that the gauntlet. Okay, that's so every day we run that several times, and when we're running the gauntlet, we're running about 2,000 JavaScript unit tests, which is JavaScript. It's really fast. About 5,800 Java unit tests. About 21,000 integration tests, Java integration tests. Now those integration tests, I mean, they're big. We test it, they do a lot of stuff. And about 3,600 functional tests, which we use Poshy for. So this gauntlet takes 5 hours to complete. We run it several times a day, and it occupies 1,300 nodes to make this happen. And for a total of 25 server days so every time we do that several times a day, it's 25 server days worth of compute power. Could you imagine? That's why it's so expensive, right? If we were to try to do this on AWS. A regular pull request, like the one that was sent to me here, only ate up about 30 hours versus 25 days. And that's a much smaller set because we just can't afford to run everything, right? So we run a bunch of small sets on the base stuff, on the relevant tests, and then several times a day, we do it along the entire upstream. So that we have a history of what goes on, and then we shove that into a tool called Spira, and then we analyze it. And Brian Wilburn, who was just on here, runs a team over there who then helps analyze it, fix automated tests, add automated tests, etc. And one of these tools is actually pretty cool. So I have Tomcat running in here, and I have this here already. So this is a thing. This is just going to run Portal Smoke, but let me show you what that looks like. I'm actually really proud of this. We created our own system called Pashi. We haven't really talked about it much, but basically it just makes it so that anyone can code these very, very simple, componentized and reusable tests. And when you run it, I'm not going to run all of it. I'm just going to run enough. Let's see if this works. I swear it worked earlier when I was testing this, but you never know when you're actually doing a demo, right? Come on. Okay, perfect. So it just goes in. It's a smoke test. It logs in and simulates human behavior as much as possible. We're not going to watch this whole smoke test because I don't want to bore you guys, but you guys get the point. And it just goes through and clicks around. And anytime something breaks, somebody gets notified in our system. Okay, so I'm just going to kill this because that was good enough to show the point. So those are the functional tests, and we're doing tons and tons of that kind of stuff. How do we decide what to build for the product? We have a bunch of product managers. We interface a lot with our customers. You know, Liferay powers like lots of important enterprise websites. We get their feedback and we bring it in. One of the things I'm most disappointed about how the sausage is made during this past year was that we did not engage the community as much as we should have. And I just want to slap myself for that. And part of it is I feel like we've long in our attempt to become a professional company, we kind of just like didn't treat the community as well as we should. But that's why we're doing these Liferay.dev24, this community run, and we want to bless the community. And I was talking to one of our dev leads this morning, and she was telling me how, hey Brian, we built this module for content recommendations, etc. And we had on our roadmap for 7.4 to add these 2 new features. But guess what? We didn't document this. Somehow, someone in the community saw it and did the next 2 features we had on our roadmap and something else that we didn't think of and sent it to us. We need to, so what I'm hoping for next year's sausage making process is we're going to engage the community a whole lot more. So how are we going to engage the community a whole lot more? So last year, if you were at Liferay DevCon, I mentioned that we were going to rewrite all of our documentation. And we are late because it was a ridiculously ambitious project. And our teams have been working a lot, getting their butts kicked to get this done. And we were late by about half a year, but we're almost there now. I think we'll have it by the end of the year. And you can just see the quality of our documentation is a lot better. Okay. Now that's the first step. We're going to do that because we want people to understand our product and we want people to be involved. The next step is we're going to be rebooting. This right here is actually not a real, this is actually our dev server for Liferay.dev, our staging environment. And Jamie either has or will talk about our new questions app. Basically, we're ripping a page off of Stack Overflow, and we're trying to make it so that people can engage with our forums more that way. But my goal is to force the product managers and the engineers to hang out right here, so that we can eventually. And the reason I didn't want to use an external tool was because we eat our own dog food. But I also want to make it so that people can flag certain things as sorry, Rock Deval, I didn't mean to pick your thing. So that people can just have interaction, and that's the thing I'm promising to people, and I really want to bless the community in that way. Okay, so I'm going to close my Chrome tabs and stop my screen sharing, because that's all I had allocated, and I hope that was helpful in showing you how the sausage is made. Olaf, was I on mute this whole time? No? Okay. Do I have to repeat everything? That would be very sad if that was true.
Okay, yes. You were not on mute. Your video, your camera was on, and everything was streamed, and the stream is recorded. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, great. Because I think I'm at an odd hour, and hopefully people will enjoy this during the YouTube syndication. So
yeah, we had an order of magnitude more people on both channels that we have in the beginning, in the first half, I would say, in the first 12 hours.
Yeah.
Than right now. So,
but I'm happy to do this. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a low time, but everything is recorded. So, what gets recorded gets rewarded, is what.
That's a cool thing.
Said. Indeed. And that definitely helps. Quite impressive. I always wondered what happened to the servers that were bought, and apparently they're still there.
Yeah, we just kept adding to them, and then I don't want to. They're like sentimental. I don't like turning off servers. We just use them until they're not usable anymore.
Yeah, I also made a note that I should turn in my next hardware orders. To be bulk ordered. That is a quite impressive environment that is there, and I've always wondered when I heard about, hey, there's something restarted in CI, and the pull requests, they get all of these comments from the CI environment. And in the rare cases when I've submitted something, when I've sent a pull request through someone else, typically because I said I have no clue about the source formatting, and somebody did that for me. But then I was on the list for all the feedback from the CI servers, and I had no clue what I should do. So now I still have no clue what I should do, but lucky enough, that's not my job.
So I had a quick question.
Yes.
So with 7.3, we switched to the new rolling release cycle. So starting with 7.3 GA1, how has that impacted you? How has that change impacted your, basically, how we build it?
In the beginning, the reason why we did it was because we decided we've always been in these annual cycles, and then one day we said, let's do a 3-month cycle. And we're like, wow, in 3 months, we did 70% of an annual year. Okay, let's see what happens if we do 6 weeks. And let's just see what happens if we do 6 or 7 of them this year. And basically, it was really stressful because we're releasing all the time. But the quality has skyrocketed. And we looked at the amount of stories we accomplished this year versus last year, and it was ridiculous. It was an order of magnitude more stuff we did. So I'm very happy with the progress of our teams in by having a shorter release cycle, we get better quality, we do more.
We also,
but there's more stress.
Mm-hmm.
But oh well.
We also ramped up the CI infrastructure way more as a part of this too.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that has to do with the level of quality increasing too, and having seen all the 7.3 GA releases, it's definitely been good for me with all my testing.
I'm checking the channels, and we got a thank you as well. So no question there. Questions. Yeah, there are no questions left. But what I found funny is that with your environment, like with that beefy server, probably not server, with that beefy desktop that you are running, that you're running a very lean UI. And as I told you during the preparation, when we tried, will this all work? With, well, even with the font sizes, but something was different tonight. Even there, I said, the first time I saw you presenting on stage, that was at a European symposium. It was a browser, it was Notepad, and it was a command line. I think that's it.
Those are the tools it was Edit Plus, but those are the tools I'm familiar with. I just didn't want to use Wine in here because I thought that would be embarrassing. You know, I didn't want to embarrass myself with Edit Plus, but I actually use Edit Plus 90% of the time. And I only use Sublime because I was trying to be cool, you know?
So you're still using Edit Plus then?
Yeah, I'm still using Edit Plus. But what happens is because I'm using it in Wine, whenever the file name is too long, I can't open it. So then I have to open the file with Sublime. But my brain is just wired for Edit Plus. So I have no choice.
No change to Visual Studio Code yet?
No. I think I'm going to stay on Edit Plus as long as I can.
Okay, then I gotta know, do you know how to edit, how to exit Vim?
I do know how to exit Vim because when I go to servers, I have to use Vim and I do use VI for that. I think, yeah, VI, Vim, I don't know what I'm using.
Yeah, well, either way, that's the, typically that's the way to generate random strings from people. It's set them in front of Vim or Emacs for that matter, and tell them to escape or to exit. That's how you generate random strings. Well, awesome. I'm running out of questions. Actually, I didn't really have a lot of questions. Hardware order incoming.
So who's next?
Puya is next. She's already in here.
Oh, hi, Puya.
So Puya, there we are. There you are. So let me check this. Well, but before we start, I gotta first look at the others, look at the other faces. Do you have any? Just because I run out of questions, there's nothing. That doesn't mean that you will have to run out of questions. Having the opportunity.
Say the only thing I can add is Wes Kempa added "Long Live Leviathan" to the chat.
Yeah.
Yep. Then that'll be it. Which means, Brian, it's your evening. You're now at the end of the day, and hopefully just before release of 7.3. We've covered that earlier, that we don't have a release date yet. So it's going to be soon. But
yes, I think the build from Friday will be good. So hopefully.
Okay. A note: he only said Friday, and he didn't say
which Friday
number. Okay.
Which month? Which year? We're not going to get into those details.
Yeah.
Well, for me, it's already Friday.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, friends.
See. Yeah,
thank you,
thank
Ryan.
you for
Thanks, Brian.
helping out, for giving that information, and for letting us know where the servers are.
My pleasure. And I look forward to checking the rest of this on the live stream. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And that brings us to Puya, who is here and has done some research. She is working in, I don't know, these days we cannot say the office or the Indian office. She's in an Indian office or in an Indian home office. I'm not sure, but she might tell us. And she has done some research and some work in in her time with Liferay about digital asset management, DAM, short and has, I don't know, has extended or will tell us how to extend the asset library in DXP 7.3. And I'll add, as we just had that, once it's out. But Friday's build will be good, I guess. With that, I hope I don't butcher that name too badly, because I do that for a living. Advancements in digital asset management. Please welcome Puya Bambini. Bambani. Sorry, Bambani. Puya Bambani, take it on from here.
Yeah. Let me share my screen. Greetings to everyone. I am Pooja. I have recently joined Liferay as an intern at Bangalore office, India. I love to explore new technologies, and evangelizing is one of my hobbies. 7.3 has a lot of cool features, but the one which grabbed my attention and the one which I'm going to present is about asset libraries. Before going to that topic, I will talk a little bit about digital asset management. Digital asset management, or DAM system, provides a cohesive way to store and access all types of data, often from anywhere in the world with an internet connection. These central repositories allow us to manage organization, metadata, licensing, and distribution of vast array of information, such as video files, audio files, XML files, HTML files, and such many more. And it provides a lot of benefits to us, like it organizes digital assets in a central location, and it automates the workflow and enhances the team creativity. It also locates file quickly using the sophisticated search capabilities. Now, next thing is about the asset library. The main question arises, what is asset library and why do we need this? The most company nowadays have the multiple sites to manage. They can be from completely different purposes sites, such as an intranet, corporate website, etc., to almost similar websites to provide services to their franchises, regional offices, etc. And in all those cases, our customer needs to manage articles, images, documents, etc. that are going to be reused in many places. It provides a flexible mechanism to create multiple repositories that can store from very specific types of the content, such as an image repository, to a more generic one, like a repository for all the marketing material, so later it can be reused in other repositories or sites. So in general term, asset library give you the ability to have multiple content repository that can be accessed by one or more sites through a connection, and can easily disconnect from the site when they are no longer required. Next is, what is the main functionality or the features of asset libraries? The first one is the content organization. Earlier, I will be able to create the multiple repositories not attached to any specific site. But in asset libraries, we will be able to create the N global repository and connect to the any other sites or any other repositories. The next one is the content reusability. By being able to connect any other repository with any other site, we will be able to use the content, and there is no need to be duplicate the content. Next, I will show you how we will use the asset library. This is the new environment of Liferay DXP 7.03. Liferay Portal C is 7.03 GA2 includes several new features, mainly in the experience management and in some platform improvements. Like in the experience management, nesting layout and the more flexible layouts. The non-technical, like this is like this is a fragments and videos that is a known technical users can now nest a layout into the another one, and thus creating the specificated page layout using just drag and drop. The next one is the workflow for the content pages, and many more features will be included in the Liferay DXP 703. Now, let's have a look the functionality of the asset libraries. Until 702, the control panel was situated here. Now it has been shifted, or we can say that it is the pin here. Clicking on this icon, application menu will expand the menu, which further consists of two tabs. That one is the application, and the next one is the control panel. Under the content section, we have the asset libraries. We click on this. These are the existing asset libraries. Now we will create the new one, giving the name as the sales part. Then save it. Part 1. So it contains the three things: journal, sites, and the languages. Journal section will contain all the basic information of the asset library, like asset library ID. This is the default asset library ID. Name of the asset library. Description of the asset library. It's up to you. If you want to give the description of the asset library, then you will give. The next one is about the application. What we have content in our asset libraries. It is our flexible preference to choose what type of content we want in our asset library, like collections, documents, and media, and web content. If I want only images on our site or in my asset library, then I will go for the documents and media. Same for the other things like collection and the web content. Next one is sharing. If we want to share the content with the other user. The next one is the asset auto tagging. It provides a very powerful features for the improvising search, and it also provide we can tag our content, and we can tag our web content. The next one is the document and media directory indexing. If enabled, if user has read permissions on documents and media, then he will be able to redirect to the navigate through the browser. The next one is the recycle bin. Just save it. And the next thing is sites. We should connect to the multiple sites according to our preferences. Like I will add the one site. If you come to just the another one. So collection part. Languages, what type of language we want. This is another one. Like the sales part 1 will be created. Click on this. So this is where we exactly manage the asset library, content and data. In content and data, we have the web contents and document and media, categorization, categories, and tags. We will go to document and media, asset library. Now, see this, the left side menu will contain all the basic configurations of the asset library, where we can manage, where we can view the asset library. Like under the build section, we have the collections part. In the collections part, we can manage the asset libraries. Next is the content in the data part, where we can manage the web content and documents and media. The next thing is our categorization, categories and tags used for the improvising search. The next is the people, in which what type of user we want to show what our content. And the next thing is the configuration settings, where all the basic configuration of the asset library is done. The next thing is the workflow. In the workflow for approve and rejection. When we go for the collections part, I will create the new one. We have generally two options for the manual selection and the dynamic selection. The difference in both of them is the dynamic selection will contain the scope for global. We will go for the manual selection. and give the name collection web. Now, see this, it will give us preferences like what type of item you want in your asset libraries, like the single type item you want, documents, document folder, web content article, web content folder, or the multiple types of item you have. You want to choose and you want to have the content in your asset libraries. Like I will go for all the types of content, then save it. Then I select the web content, like basic web content. Go for the sites and libraries, PC constant, and select the dev.24 and just add it. So it will gives us the option, what type of web content, what type of basic document you want in your asset library. Collections will store all the content in it. Like if I need this collection in future, then it will easily available to me to reuse it. The next thing, I will demonstrate you how we will show the same web content in different sites. Like I will select a different site, AC commercial, just like the web content, go for the web content display. Configuration part, web content. So it will give us the option sites and libraries. If you want your web content in sites and if you want your web content libraries. So we have option to store the web content in the site and also in the libraries. Like I will go for the dev.24, which I have connected. Just save it. It will show the web content. Similarly, I will go for the another site and select this same web content. Which I will do it earlier. Selecting the web content. Publish it. Dev.24 web content. So my point of view is that asset library will give us the flexibility to store the content and use the content. Like previously, we do the replicate of our sites, and if I want the same web content stored in site 1, so we will do the export, import the LAR and replicate the content. But this thing will be easy if we do store the content in the asset library. So I will show you what circumstances would be made to use this asset library. In Liferay DXP 702, we have the global site, global scope, where we will be able to create the multiple repositories, but there would be hard to organize and there would be a bulking of data. But in the asset library, we have the options to create the n global repositories, and we just do the connection to the asset library and we will use it. But in global site, there is no option of the connecting to the asset library. And in the asset library, we just do the connection. And in global site, it is hard to manage and hard to organize. But in the asset library, it will be easy to organize. Or the another thing I would like to say is that why we use the asset library main to get away from the singular global site repository that tends to get crowded with the shared data and it is hard to organize. So the option will be go to use the asset library. Thank you.
Thank you, Pooja, for such a nice demonstration. And let me check if we have got any queries. Okay. And we do not have any queries from Slack, and we do not have any queries on YouTube either. Okay.
Well, there's on Slack, there is just a message, not a question, from Martin, who was speaking this morning also, and he's thanking you, Podja, because the topics were very well explained. So I think we have, I don't know if we have anything else. Then I think that we may give the introduction to our next speakers. Thank you, Podja. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you very much for your presentation. And now we want to introduce our next speakers, which are some familiar faces. One of them, you may have seen him around a little bit, and the other one is also a very well-known face in the community. But I think today is his first appearance online. Basically, what they are going to drive us through a series of simple tweaks that we could use on our daily on a daily work with Liferay. I really have no much idea what they are going to show us, but maybe the best thing is that we welcome on stage to Olaf Koch and Evan Thibodeau. I don't know if I have pronounced it correctly, or you can correct me. So welcome them on stage. Perfect.
Yeah, I think you pronounce it better than I do.
No, I don't think that's possible. But so welcome Evan and Olaf on stage, and let them guide us through that series of simple tricks.
And I can add as well, I think pronunciation was fine.
Yeah, it's one of those when you have a French surname, but you grew up in Alaska and you live in Dubai, how are you supposed to know how to pronounce it?
Right. What should I say? I mean, born and I live in Germany, so to me, the name means nothing.
It's true.
Anyway, we are working together, or actually, as I like to say, you are working for me, at least soon.
That's very true. I am working for Olaf.
Yeah, in one way or another, everyone is working for me. Brian is working for me, as we have learned in the podcast, at least those who have heard it already. Well, we're both working, we're both creating demos, we're demoing Liferay DXP to customers. So we've said, hey, let's meet and let's talk about some stuff that, to me, it was amazing to see the parallels where we saw, hey, you have the same ideas as I have. Minimal effort, maximum impact. So I've seen recently that you have created a keyboard shortcut plugin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think even...
Yeah, I was speechless. I was like, why is nobody telling me? Go on, tell me now.
Well, I think even before that, I think it'd be worth taking a step back and kind of asking the question, like, why do each of us end up creating these different, I guess, modules or easy widgets or ways to modify or change Liferay? I like asking the why questions. So why for you, Olaf, do you end up creating these different things?
to me, it's sometimes it's curiosity. Sometimes it's somebody tickles my nerd instinct, nerd sniping, as it's called by XKCD. So sometimes it's just, no, that's impossible. I was like, well, okay, let me show you how impossible that is. So it's only impossible until somebody does it, right? And sometimes it's just a technical thing where I say, well, let's try this. Like one of my plugins was, I'll try a portlet filter. Somebody told me, don't replace a JSP, use a portlet filter. I said, well, why would I want to use a portlet filter? I don't like that. And then I had an idea for a portlet filter where I thought, well, this is actually something where I add something to the front or to the end of a portlet. And it worked quite well. And that was my control panel documentation plugin, which now has evolved and is no longer a portlet filter, but it's something much cooler, and I really like it.
And it's in the marketplace for anyone to check out easily.
And it should go into core, I think, because that's the perfect way of documenting.
Yep.
I'm not quite sure.
I think that's great.
Have this. Yes, I actually have this this active, so I can even screen share, which I'll do right now.
Perfect.
Let me screen share it this way. Now, probably nobody can see, but actually people can see because there's Zoom, so we can just go like this. There is just a classic control panel. And I have now a single, what's that, control panel? No, control menu item. That's the keyboard, the keyword there. And whenever I click that, I get the context for exactly the control panel page I'm on. So I get the link over to user management, and my poor computer is trying to get air in for now 23 hours already, or 22 hours. So this is the documentation right where I need it. If I go to some configuration system settings, poor computer, it's now running Zoom, it's running screen share, it's running browser, Liferay, Eclipse. There we are. So even here I have some documentation for system settings and so on. And that used to be a portlet filter because it's just something at the end. And now it's more or less trivial. The thing that does some effort, or that makes some effort, is to maintain the documentation here.
Yep.
How about you? Do you have something there to show off? For example, the keyboard?
Absolutely, I can happily show that. Let's see. Go and share screen. All right. Can you guys see my screen now?
Yes.
Perfect. So in this case, the keyboard shortcuts, just like keyboard shortcuts normally are accessible, are available just with hitting the question mark. And one of the things here, the reason why I created this is, as Olaf kind of mentioned in passing, both of us now have been doing sales engineering for Liferay. And so one of the things that involves is tons of demos all the time. So having to very quickly navigate through Liferay, create new content, go back and forth between control panel and sites and everything. And one of the things that I discovered while doing that was I was having to click around a lot to get to the places I needed to be. And so keyboard shortcuts for many of us, right, are the way that we make our workflows more efficient. And Liferay didn't have it. So it was an opportunity for me to think, how can I add something in that'll basically be a tool that will help me do my job better? I think one thing that Olaf has also pointed out here is that the truth is Liferay makes that easy for you. So often there's a portlet filter, or in this case, the Liferay hotkeys is all handled simply with a theme contributor. Now, Olaf, you claim to not be a front-end guy at all. So have you written a theme contributor before?
I did, yes. And it might have been Louis Guillaume, I don't know, somebody pushed me to it. That was my drop zone indicator. It was someone forced me to. And it was surprisingly simple.
If you had to summarize what a theme contributor is, how would you describe it?
Something that contributes stuff to a theme. Yeah, something that should be in a theme but isn't. So it's not worth creating a new theme just for that, but it's something that you want to have in every single theme, and that's how it's packaged.
Yeah, I think you hit on a key point there. One of the key distinctions that makes the theme contributor really beneficial at times is that it's going to apply to Liferay irrespective of what theme you have. So when you want something that maybe you have multiple sites with different themes and you don't want to maintain that across all those themes, a theme contributor is really helpful. It's also, themes generally are not supposed to apply to control panel or different administrative pages, whereas a theme contributor can. So both of these create opportunities then to modify those areas of Liferay across the board in a way that a theme is not designed to. But then only modify it in terms of adding in generally kind of something basic like CSS or JavaScript. So in this case, Liferay hotkeys is really just JavaScript that's added to the page. And so I've added in a number of basic hotkeys out of the box that really help me, mostly focused on navigation, logging in, logging out, moving around. But one thing I thought was really kind of fun was making it so that you could easily add your own hotkeys. With creating demos, I'm often creating new sites and I want to be able to quickly get to that brand new demo site. And so we can actually define new hotkeys as well, define what our shortcuts are, and then define different types of hotkeys. So whether it's a URL navigation, we can simulate a click. So just applying whatever the selectors are in order to simulate a click on that item. So often that's helpful if you need to open a modal quickly, or to, for instance, I have that to toggle the sidebar or different things like that. Alternatively, focusing an element. So if there's an input that you often want to access, like focusing the search, easy just to define that also by the selector. And then once you define it, it's going to go ahead and add that hotkey in. So let's say if I had a dev Liferay site, I could call a shortcut GD for go to dev. It's going to be a URL navigation, and this won't be a real site. It'll give me an error when I go there, but it should still work. So, and if we save that, now we can go ahead and check quickly, and we'll see we've got our new custom hotkey that's active. It's also showing, for instance, what keys are currently active on the page. So some hotkeys will only work if they're on a page that actually has those elements. And so it'll automatically show that it's not available. But in this case now, if we do GD, go ahead and navigate to, as you can see now, our new site or our new page that, as I mentioned, is going to be not found, but kind of demonstrates what it can do.
Sorry, I guess that was a question to me, but I didn't get the first part of the question. So I didn't really understand that that was a question. Can you repeat that one?
I don't think I actually did ask a question, but I do have a question for you now.
Okay.
Which is like, what's one of your favorite kind of simple hacks that you've built for Liferay?
Let me just open my Eclipse and see. It must be in here. Actually, my favorite one is not a simple one, but it's my Dropbox drop zone indicator, and I'm so happy. Like, I've nagged everyone for years and years because I think it was in 6.0, and then it was a regression issue. It wasn't anymore in 6.1 or something like that. It was suddenly gone, which is basically let me show that. Can you let me show this? Share the screen?
Absolutely.
I'll go with This should be the desktop. And let me go to the home page here. When you drag and drop some portlets around, you never know what kind of layout do I have. Do I have a single column layout, or do I have anything else? So when I drag this web content portlet to somewhere else, you now see, hey, we have these boxes here. I'm still on the ridiculously large one, but it's, I see that's fine. That comes through fine. So dragging this one, where can I drop it? Oh, look, I can even drop it down there. This was a trivial one, and I think it took me 6 blog articles to write for version, next version, and now finally in 7.3 we'll get it. You're welcome. That is my favorite simple one because it's just a little tiny bit of CSS that even a colleague helped me make simply, because the first version had JavaScript and CSS. And of course, that's overly complicated if CSS just does the trick. But my favorite complex one is something that you reminded me of. And that was why I had this glowing part here. And I've also demonstrated this on the user management side, for example. When you said, hey, I have a navigation here and I can simulate a user click, then you know what you want to click, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you'll have to do that. Guess what? My problem in sales engineering is when we do a demo for someone, people often ask, can I have access to a demo system? And to me, that always feels like, well, number one, of course you can have access to a demo system. Number two, it feels like, you know, I don't have a driver's license. I never even saw a car, but your Ferrari looks nice. Can I try that for 2 weeks? Because an environment like Liferay is really complex. So I've been wondering,
sounds dangerous.
How can we lower the burden, the learning curve? And let me show you now that I've already shown you this one. Suddenly, it was quite easy to say, hey, I could have something else. And you see something else up here, which is that readable? Yes, it seems to be, which is my audio guide. And if I click this, you got to observe my lips, which will be shut.
User management in Liferay offers several options. You can maintain all of your user accounts here, together with their passwords and any other aspects of the user account. You typically want to group users in one way or another. Given more than a handful of users, you probably don't want to grant permissions individually, but to uniform groups of users. For this, you have several options. You can use hierarchical groups of users called organizations, and they are found in this part of the user interface. Or you can use non-hierarchical user groups. Another way to think of maintaining
and so on.
Pretty awesome.
So, and that was even pretty. Odds are, I can't, I need some help. Who helped me with the CSS on that to make it pretty? Was that you even?
No, it wasn't me.
Somebody else? Somebody helped me with that because I used the wrong ones and all of the sizes really.
Maybe Louis or Chris?
Changed. Could well be, yeah. But it's been a while ago. So since then I'm sitting on this because it's so hard work, such a hard work to write all of the content for it. But the plugin itself, once you know what you're doing, is actually quite easy. And and the fun part is it totally reacts. I'm now a JavaScript wizard. So wherever I am in here, I can navigate to whatever position and can make it glow and scroll to stuff. That was fun making.
Oh, yeah. And really practical and helpful. I think for me, my favorite modification or way to make a simple hack or change to Liferay, it's definitely using the open APIs and Liferay JS toolkit. I've been amazed by
front-end guy, yeah.
I am. I mean, it's become a front-end playground for me.
Yeah, I only masquerade as one successfully, but so now I count myself as full stack.
Yeah, I think it's really been amazing though, just kind of how Liferay has evolved along that. I mean, today we've had a lot of, or today and yesterday, depending upon what your time zone is, there's been a lot of talks about the new APIs and how things have changed. And I think remembering kind of where Liferay is at. So I've been at Liferay for a little over 8 years now. Started working with Liferay on 6.1, working with Social Office back then. But back then even, I think we had pretty amazing APIs. A lot of you guys are probably aware we still have them, right? So if you go /API, JSON WS, we've got the JSON APIs, which this does not look all that nice right here. But if I go ahead and switch over, let me see. If I can get past this toolbar that's blocking everything I can see. That might be hard. Drag it down, there we go. So here though, for instance, just to showcase one more kind of quick, easy hack, you'll notice how different this looks. So this is another way to hack Liferay, which, as Olaf probably mentioned, is not our always recommended, but just to override a JSP. So for the JSON WS page, this is something actually Dave Nebinger threw together first. Obviously, you can probably tell this is a bit easier to work with than how it will default render in 7.3 right now. But really, it's just just an override and able to add in your own things. So for instance, some of the stuff that I wanted to add in as well is automatically highlighting the current API, scrolling to it so it's always in context, setting up so it's a different one. And so Dave Nebinger threw this together, and then I added some extra tweaks to it for the UI. But so I think these APIs were amazing. But then a lot of them, as you can see, don't necessarily have the cleanest API available to you. They're often asking for Java objects to be sent through JSON, which is not very friendly to a JavaScript developer. And so we made huge advances with that, right? With adding in the open APIs, adding all of the documentation for that on Swagger Hub. But then what I found was, well, it's great to have these open APIs. They have amazing interfaces, really easy to work with, but all of the documentation for it and able to actually, for instance, here, we can simulate a request directly within Liferay. On Swagger Hub, I can see it, but then I've got to figure out how do I translate that back to actually simulating a request to my Liferay server. It shows Swagger Hub only showed how to do curl commands. I'm a JavaScript developer, so I want to just quickly see how do I make the call in JavaScript. So what was able to find, if we come back here, actually, no, it's going to be on this one. So I was like, how can I basically access all of the APIs that we have and create kind of a similar thing for simulating those API calls directly within Liferay? And so when I initially built this, I think it's a little bit humorous. The only way to access all of the APIs was through a go shell command. So I wrote a simple app initially that actually was calling the go shell, printing that out to a JSP, filtering through that in JavaScript. Obviously, this is a total hack. I wrote it on a flight from Dubai to LA, and that's 16 hours. So I had plenty of time to hack through it. But got to the well, they've got plugs in every seat on Emirates Airlines, so no issue there.
You had a good airline.
Emirates is quite nice. It's a pleasure to fly with them. But ended up hacking that through and basically creating a way then to filter through, be able to find anyone, and then also be able to call it all directly through here and see a JavaScript example of how to call it. What was really cool though is that this actually stimulated us bringing in both the Swagger and GraphQL APIs. And so now this is actually not even needed because you'll notice on 7.0 that if you go o/API, or 7.3, sorry, we now have access to, and this is actually showing my old one, but they've added in the Swagger. So the Swagger basically API Explorer is now available, and we also have access to GraphQL as well. So and just really exciting to see kind of how easy it's becoming to build that out. And then when you add in the Liferay.js toolkit, which using just a Yeoman generator gets you bootstrapped to have a React, a Vue, and Angular widget requiring no Java classes, instantly ready to deploy to your Liferay instance. You can hack together some really cool things really quickly.
Mm-hmm. I believe, yeah. See, and I'm rather thinking on the back end, and sometimes it's really complicated. And we've covered that earlier with Brian Wilburn when he talked about translation. I think you probably were solidly asleep.
Absolutely.
Then still, and by the way, thank you for investing your weekend, because Friday is a weekend in the Middle East. So Brian Wilburn talked about translations, and recently, or semi-recently, I found a plugin or a pluggable version to visualize plugins, and that goes back to an idea that I think I had either in 2009, 10, or latest would have been 11. Because the translation back then was really bad. Right now it's good, and we talked about it. It was machine translation, and sometimes you came across something that was just plain wrong. Sometimes it was hilarious, sometimes it was rude, but rarely it was right. Sometimes it even was right. But if there is something, then you want to know, this is weird, this is the weird translation. Why is it weirdly translated? What's the key? What should I look for in the translation? And there is some forum post that is like ancient, where I have some screenshots and I've published them, like, this is my idea, but it was all too complicated. And since I think in these control menu items, not items, icons, I can show you another one. Of those icons. I literally now think in what can I add to the page that isn't there yet. And that is this little translation toast thing. And you will recognize when you remember the documentation, then you will know what translation toast does. So it comes up and says, hey, you have the following keys have been translated on this page. And the value is this one. And the context that we had when it was translated is this. Not quite sure how useful that is, but I actually found a couple of things where apparently there is an empty key translated to control panel. I have no clue why that happens. And there are also a couple of other things that are untranslated. Page above translates to page above, or translated twice, because we have that as well. Let me see, translation toast is mine. And sometimes we have, we literally have some items translated twice. I filed a couple of bugs on that. These are all legitimate translated, untranslated. We have a null value. So when you look for this, you get a null value. And where is, when you want to show them, untranslated or translated twice, further.
That is really interesting. How does that actually work?
This one, untranslated or translated twice. This is no key. And I bet there is a key that translates to export all settings. So I filed a couple of bugs on that. And well, how does it work? It's actually quite trivial. I thought so. This is actually another really smart thing. Let me see if I find this. It's a long time that I have looked at it, and I'm not really prepared with the font sizes. I hope that this works, or that I can zoom in. So number one, we have a portlet filter, or we have some filter there. Which one was that? I think it was rather a servlet filter. I should have prepared this up front, but somehow I had a little bit to do the last 22 hours.
I can imagine.
Yeah, servlet filter, there it is. I'm already past that. So I'm building a simple servlet filter, which just filters everything, sets some what is that? Or checks if I have a particular role, and then it activates some translation local thread thing that collects it all. And in the end, I can collect everything. So during translation, I get all of this. And then I have some wrapper for the localization stuff or for language, which whenever I do something, I'll make a note of what it actually does in the translation helper thread local. So I'll get the context, I'll tell what it is, and then that's it. So that's a wrapper. And whenever the wrapper is there, whenever the thread local is there, I get it. And then I can collect it later on and say, well, during this request, those were the translations that were seen.
What
and
a
the rest
cool
is
tool.
my front end stuff.
Yeah. Especially as the world becomes more and more global, which is exemplified by something like Dev.24. I feel like a lot of our community members that are working for companies that have offices that require like all over the globe, they're going to want to make sure that their translations are all properly handled. And it seems like this is a great tool to find those possible issues before it gets into production. It's really cool.
Yeah, well, actually, even after it gets into production, then you can suddenly look at it like, oh, that's it. That's where I find it. That's the label
Quick
that
fix.
I find, and that's it. Yep, quick fix. Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I lost sight over the tickets that I filed with that because there were a couple of things translated twice, and yeah, that was interesting. And people had no clue where I got this from, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, I want to dive even more to the front end. After you spend some time in the Java classes, I think one thing that's been really exciting to see develop in Liferay also, first introduced in 7.1 was content pages and page fragments. And it was really limited back then, but still it was exciting to see the inline editing and just the possibility for creating your own fragments and what might result from that. 7.3, things have really improved. And I think one of the things that I've been most excited about is the different, I guess, Liferay tags that you have accessible to. For instance, 7.3 is at a drop zone, which allows for a ton of composability when it comes to building your own fragments, because you can now, in your fragment, put locations that you can drag other fragments. There's that, there's meta. It's very meta. That, along with the display pages and collection fragments, I think really starts to add an amazing amount of value and lets you do some really cool things. So I wanted to show you a couple things that I've been really impressed by. So let's see. Let me come over to my test site. So in this case, this is a basic collection page. And so just kind of showing some cards with some different destinations, but then also showing just some fun work with different custom fragments. So one of the things that you probably haven't seen before is showing a map in a collection. This isn't one of the default out of the box fragments, but what's really cool is that, we've had geolocation in Liferay forever, and we've had a map tag lib. And so it's just a matter of connecting those. One thing I ended up finding out actually from a partner in Europe is that on display pages, we have access to a context object for the item that's being displayed on it. And we actually have access to a context object also within collections. So one of the things that lets you do then is, for instance, you have enough context to then access the actual asset object, which in this case allows me access to all the fields in a web content structure and thus to the geolocation. So I'm able to access that and then grab the geolocation, plug that into Liferay's map tag lib, and render all of the map locations in a list, or same actually render those on the actual display page. Now, one of the things that I found was that it's a bit of a pain to try to figure out what is always in those context objects. They can be quite large. It's often difficult for me as a front-end developer to dig into all the Java classes to find out what's actually provided there. But you can access them in FreeMarker. And so what I threw together is actually a basic fragment that simply checks through those different context objects and then prints out for a given asset or entry. In this case, remember it's, as Jorge so helpfully explained, display pages and collections using the info framework. So they may be an asset, they may not, they might just be an info item. But it's going to print out all of the different keys and values for that context object. So you can go ahead and check through, see what it is that you might want to access, and then be able to figure out how to print that out in your fragment and make use of it. So this is what I was able to do, for instance, to access the, So this is what I had to do to access the geolocation. Was able to get that from on a display page. You have access to request.getAttribute, Liferay shared layout asset entry, and can dig into that. But there's all different types of context objects based on it. And so this fragment, obviously, I think Olaf and I'll be posting all kinds of links after the fact in the Slack channel, but lets you access, basically see what is available to you on either a display page or in a collection fragment. So for instance, this is a simple fragment I created just to display all the categories that you have attached to a given item. And it just kind of opens up the door to all different kinds of options for you with that. It was really cool. I think it's only fair if I actually dig in and just show you the code a little bit really quick. And so as you guys probably know, we can see all of our different fragments directly through design fragments. And here, this is a set of fragments that I put together. And so in fragments utility, let's see, here we go. This is what I've called a fragment context display. This is probably a little bit hard to see, but in this case, I've had a lot of fun digging into FreeMarker in ways I hadn't before, figuring out how to set up macros, which basically are going to be reusable code that you can call with different values attached to it. And so the main logic is just looping through all the FreeMarker variables, checking for the different types that might exist. So here, for instance, the render object is just accepting an object and then looping through it. One of the key things is checking what the type is in order to make sure that we render it correctly. Watching out for any possible errors. There's been some issues with that. So a nice little try catch, which in FreeMarker technically is an attempt and recover. I'm curious if we've got any community members that have spent a lot of time in FreeMarker. This is old hat to them, but for me, it was some new stuff to realize just the depth of what you could do with FreeMarker and checking the type. And of course, always going to have a little recursion. So when you have an object, we can call it on itself to then print it out again. But really helpful for being able to figure out the context that you need. And really, I think it opens up to all the different things you can do with fragments. So really some cool stuff that's available there.
Totally unplanned, but that kind of reminds me of something else.
What does it remind you of, Olaf?
Hand me the screen.
Take it away.
Here we are. And I've pointed someone to it, which was my layout info portlet. For some time, I've been playing with the with the API that we had forever, and pages are called layout, the Java API. And so why is that? Well, historical reasons. Reminds me, I forgot to tease Brian Chan with that question of, well, I'll leave that for later when I see him next time. I was always wondering, where is all of that information stored? What kind of portlet preferences do we have? And now let me see if my computer plays with me. It should be in here, yes. So I have written a very simple layout info portlet, and I'll show you the implementation. But first, I'll show you what it does. It's really ugly. It just prints everything it finds or everything I was interested in on this layout. So what's the name? What's the typelet? What's the type? What's the friendly URL? So naturally, this is portlet for a widget page. Didn't know that before. And I don't know, I think it's content for a content page, whatever. Then we have typesetting settings props. If you just read the API and you see layout.get type settings props, and the Java doc tells you gets the type settings props, you're like, meh, yeah, but what is it? Anything that you see here is like, oh, layout template ID. Oh, probably it's that 131 layout. Going further down, we'll see how are portlets actually positioned on the page. And this is a map, so it's unordered. In column 1, we see this portlet and that portlet. Oh, look at that. That's how they're built. And if they're the other way around, they're the other way around. Going further down, what do we have for portlet preferences? Oh, look at that. The search bar is configurable. There's more configurable stuff. The journal content portlet. This is the way you configure it, with a group ID, with an article ID. And this is the way it's stored. So this is just a pretty printed XML that is in there. And it's basically just reading the API and making it readable. So I'm not ashamed to show this portlet. This is like the simplest possible portlet you can get, because it just calls the API and does some pretty printing, sets some attributes to the request, and then prints them on a JSP. Period. Done. Helped me tremendously to explore the API.
I love tools like this though, because I mean, this right here, it probably took you, maybe an hour to throw together. But then every time you need access to these variables or developing something that might use it, it's going to save you a ton of time. Like, it's going to let you build more things quicker. And I just think that's really fun.
It probably even took me longer than an hour, because every time I used it, I needed something else, and I needed to touch it again and add that as well, because this is not a generic portlet. This is a like barf it onto the page and then pretty barf it and barf it again on the page. That's the way I treat it.
Yeah, speaking of realizing you need something else, the fragment that I just showed that displays the context, one of the things that's nice about that is, if you end up finding out there's a context object that I wasn't aware of that you want to print out, the macro is designed so that all you have to do is just copy one line, paste in the name or the variable of that new context object and the name you want to assign to it to display, and it's going to render that as well. So really easy to modify.
Macro is pain. Writing the macro is pain, but after that, reusing it, well, copy, paste, reuse, that's a macro, but the first writing was a pain, I bet.
First writing was a little bit of a pain, but also it was really fun just to see what the options were. I think that's probably why we're here, right? Is we like solving problems, and Liferay is a great place to hack around on different problems.
Yep. And especially with an API like that, which doesn't really speak for itself. I still don't know what a type settings property is, or where was the plural?
Maybe in both locations.
Yeah.
Type settings properties.
Okay. Yep. Type settings properties.
Yeah.
No, it's really those are the ones that make life fun. And sometimes I'm just tickled by some customer who says, why don't we have that? I'm saying, well, let me try that. I've recently added a feature request, or a colleague added that, but I said, well, we have these meta robots things where you can write a lexicon in there, like not the UI language, but you can. It's a tremendous load of stuff that you might want to tag or paste into this meta robots field. But typically you use 3. So why not say like, okay, here you have a free text, or use one of the ones that you already used on this site. Most likely you will reuse the same that you used on another page on the same site. That's it, right? So it's a trivial add-on to the page, and can be made custom, but why? Why custom? So it's now a feature request. I didn't go in and build that.
It's great. I think one thing that's interesting as well is I feel like with the way that we've moved towards headless, often now we're finding that kind of simple hacks for Liferay don't even have to be in Liferay. One thing that I had a lot of fun building during COVID with all of our extra free time at home was hacking together just kind of a demo React Native app for Liferay that required me to touch no backend at all and just work with existing Liferay services. Let me go ahead and quickly show that as well. Let's see. Are you able to see my simulator?
Yes.
All right. Let's see. So one thing to showcase, this is for demoing, obviously not a production app in any way, shape, or form. It's built using Expo in React Native, if you guys are familiar with that, just calling existing APIs. So not having to touch any backend for me is always an exciting thing. And that was what it was. One thing that, since this is for demos and whatnot, you often have to reset for demos. So it's really designed for that as well. So if I reset it, kind of get it to a basic setup, this is what you're going to see if you first end up setting up this app locally, for instance. It's on GitHub. We'll share this link as well if anyone wants to play with this. But first thing to do is going to be configure it. And you can just set it up to configure with any Liferay server. Olaf is going to be happy, right? Because he always gets me on, I'll often hack together something with just basic auth, which is not recommended apart from hacking. But we've also got it for OAuth as well. So if you want to set up with OAuth, you can simply add in your client ID and you'll be ready to go with that also. But we'll use basic for right now. So we can save our configuration. This can point towards a remote server. Obviously, I'm doing my local host right now. And go ahead and save that, and then we can come on back to our login. So Olaf is especially going to get me right now on this, but I know I'm using on my local just test for the login. I should have changed that. But once you log in, we then have access to basically anything that we have in Liferay. So I haven't built out everything, but right now I've added in the ability to select from different sites that you have. So I can select my test site that I've just been showing you guys some content on. And then we've got different types of content that we can show for that. So basic view blogs list, able to view a full blog. One thing that next when I have some free time, I want to add in commenting and adding commenting on blogs, because we've also got the full APIs available for that. We've got the ability to view content sets. Once again, need to kind of work through and do a basic render of all the information for a content set. But this also, right, content set actually in 7.3, it was renamed. Olaf, what was it renamed to? Olaf is gone.
Info list something?
No,
content
collections,
set? No.
that's what it was.
Collections, okay, yeah.
Yep, I couldn't remember, but so now this is going to be collections. But to able to render all of your collections. So especially now we've got the collection fragment. So you're able to really easily create the render for a collection fragment on your sites, but then having the API for that, really easy to create these omni-channel experiences with a mobile app as well. We even got access to documents. Once again, this is really basic, but just showing that we have these APIs available. Even forms, this is one that I think is kind of fun. So once again, I haven't set up for all the form fields, but I've got it set up so that you're able to render your form. And go ahead and add whatever you want and even able to submit it. So we're just showing a lot of different kind of basic functionality that's really kind of exciting. And even, you know, commerce is one of the big things that we've added recently for Liferay. If you end up having a commerce, selecting a site that has commerce installed on it, we have access to catalog, viewing products, being able to add products to a cart, even able to view past orders and view all your carts and create new carts. So really just a cool example of all the APIs that we have and how you can start hacking around with it. So it just gets me excited how much Liferay has grown in terms of the open APIs that are available and just the different opportunities that creates for us. I think it's a lot of fun.
We gotta have more coffee breaks together. I'll tell you that, because then like both sides combined can make awesome functionality pretty.
We can change the world.
Something like that. that's it. That's it. My favorite topic, trivial plugins, things that really have low effort and a lot of impact. Yeah, we really have to have more coffee together.
I'm always up for coffee.
So Olaf, when are you going to add the button to the control panel where you can just click it and upgrade to the next version of Liferay with one simple click?
You mean the do it button?
Do it button.
Yeah, the problem is it always does it, but the it is rarely what I just want. So if I want it to be situationally appropriate, and then we get out of the realm of the trivial plugin. As soon as
a little more advanced.
No, this is all about trivial plugins, about things that you can just write there. And as soon as upgrade is trivial, I'll have a button.
You'll be waiting, right?
Yeah. It worked for Drop Zone. It took 6 articles and then it was there.
Say Drop Zone's in there now, right?
Yeah, 7.3, some GA. I don't know. I wrote a blog article on that.
Yep. So you kept persistent.
5, 6, 7. I can even check which one that was. Yep.
Yeah,
after a while, they couldn't hear my whining anymore.
See, I always knew there was going to be a follow-up blog to the announcement.
Chapter 7 is titled Drag and Drop Indication on Liferay CE 7.3.1 GA2.
But it's there
now. For this version, so in GA2, for this version, this is the following stuff you add to your theme. And it's this one. So you add nothing to your theme, it's just there, but only from GA2 in 7.3.
So I guess the moral is remain persistent.
Absolutely.
Okay. Next I'll blog about upgrades. Not sure.
Hey, upgrades
I mean, making a lot of progress there. Oh, much better.
Yeah.
They're a lot better, especially in the latest versions.
Yeah, I mean, I've praised Simon during his presentation on the IDE on saying like IDE really took a new level when the upgrade wizard suddenly was there, and I always impersonate the upgrade wizard with, oh, you know, this API now is in a new package. Should I change it? Oh yeah, all of them. Yeah.
Sure, why not? It'll be fine.
To me, that's the upgrade
words.
wizard.
Famous last words. It'll be fine.
Yep.
Just deploy it a few times and check the logs and a few minor tweaks and you're there.
Exactly. Well, we really have to have more coffee, Evan.
Always.
From the chat, we got a compliment. Nice hack, guys. Or hacks, guys. With them, you saved me time. So
fantastic.
There you go. Nice kudos.
We're going to publish them. I think mine are all on GitHub, but I probably should sort them one way or another. And they're in different states of completion. But so Olaf K is my name on GitHub, and then I'll first go to sleep and then I'll put them together.
Yeah, all of mine are on GitHub as well. ETHIB137, that's ETHIB 137. But I'll also post them on the community Slack channel also. I'll have to make a few updates. The hotkeys, for instance, I just upgraded last night to 7.3. So I'll have to push those changes as well.
I did something else last night.
What were you doing last night?
I slept.
Oh. I wasn't expecting that answer.
That was a new. No, that's on.
Well, technically Olaf, technically last night, for you were conducting Dev.24.
No, that's a current night.
Yeah. Well, it depends.
Actually, no. I see the
right
UTC
now my alarm clock.
The UTC time here.
Yeah,
and,
but
okay.
my alarm clock has already started to sound, so that means that on a normal day I will be wake up. So
there's
last
light
night,
outside.
Well, it's about to we are about to see the sun again. So whatever. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all your tricks and for sharing with us. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thanks as well.
So, Jamie, will you introduce our next speaker?
Absolutely. So our next presenter shouldn't need an introduction as he is internet famous. He is the head of the quarantine session band that was played at the beginning of the program. We were going to play it again, but I don't know if there's time to do that right now. But anyway, he's going to be talking about a subject that's near and dear to my heart, DXP Cloud. As some people may know, the Liferay community site actually runs on DXP Cloud. So I guess I'm one of their #1 fans. We were actually one of the first to run a Liferay site on what was called WeDeploy, which is the predecessor to DXP Cloud. So I give you Ibai Ruiz, who's going to give you a talk on how DevOps works in DXP Cloud, which is actually something that I've also started to look into as well. So I'm very interested to hear what you got to say.
Thanks, Jamie. First thing, I'm not the head of the band. It was a collaborative effort. We all pitched in. So, and if there has to be a head, that should be Carlos, which did all the videos, the production, and everything. But thank you for your kind words. And yeah, I'm very excited to be here. Guys, last stretch. You ready to get sleep? But I'm good to start if you guys are okay with that.
Yeah, go on.
Take it away.
All right, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for having me. As Amy said, my name is Ibai. I am the DXP Cloud Solution Architect for the EMEA region. And I'll talk to you today about DXP Cloud and how DevOps works in DXP Cloud. But first, I guess I should explain what DXP Cloud is. I guess you guys mostly are aware that Liferay has a cloud offering, but you probably haven't seen it, don't really know what is it about. So let me first explain what DXP Cloud is. DXP Cloud is a platform. It's a platform that we have built in order to hide the complexity of running DXP on the cloud and make really easy to deploy and manage new environments of Liferay DXP in the cloud. It's based on Docker and Kubernetes, so it's a container-based or orchestrated platform. And on top of that, we provide a layer that allows you to manage your environment. That layer we call the console. And behind that, we have a full set of APIs that work in the background to allow you to deploy that. But the main interaction point customers have with DXP Cloud is a web interface, the console. So having said that, maybe the first thing that I can do is show you guys a little bit how DXP Cloud looks. This is the DXP Cloud console, right? So you have a drop-down in the top that allows you to switch between environments. So DXP Cloud is based on environments. You usually have your standard set of environments, development, UAT or pre-production, production, and then we have a special kind of environment that is provisioned for every DXP Cloud project that is called infra. That we will see the that infra environment in more detail later on. In the DXP Cloud console, you can manage the environment. You can see all the services that you have running on DXP Cloud, the latest deployments, and so on. So you have a menu on the left that affects the current environment, right? So you can dig deep into managing the environment and the services. But you also have a top bar that affects all environments, right? There, it's not specific, it's not tied to a particular environment, but it affects all of them. And those are builds and deployment. And this is the really interesting thing when it comes to DevOps, right? So we have builds and we have deployments. So how DevOps is set in DXP Cloud? As an overview, it all starts with the code, right? With every DXP Cloud project, we provision a GitHub repository that's meant to be temporary. So customers are expected to migrate them to their own Git provider, but we provide a GitHub repository with some code already there for what's needed, that contains what's needed for DXP Cloud to run successfully. So it all starts, what I say, it all starts with the code because everything is there. We follow an infrastructure as code approach. And in that repository, you not only you store your Liferay modifications, the modules, the themes, the customizations that you can deploy on top of Liferay, everything is stored there. When I mean everything is everything needed to replicate an environment, a DXP environment, the database, the search engine, ElasticSearch, a web server that lives in front of Liferay. We also have a backup service. Everything, all the configuration for every kind of environment is stored in the code. So at any time, you can replicate an environment from the code base. We have another piece that is really tied to the DevOps cycle, to the software development life cycle, which is the Jenkins server, right? And I talked about the infra environment. As I said, the infra environment is provisioned for every DXP Cloud project. And what the infra environment does is provide service to all the environments. And it's a center point of the DevOps operation in DXP Cloud. The infra environment has a Jenkins server that comes built in with a pipeline, right? So everything is stored in the code, and we have a Jenkins that orchestrates all the builds inside DXP Cloud. Then the API, the third part would be the deployment part. We have an API with the builds and deployments and the console that allows you to deploy, right? So that's basically how DevOps runs. So let's get into the details and start from the source code, right? Which is like the source of it all. So this is how a DXP Cloud repository looks like. You can see that we have folders for each of the services. That means that for every service, you can include configurations, customizations, and any kind of customization that you want to do in each of the services. You will do that using the code. Particularly for the Liferay service, you can see that this is pretty much a standard Liferay workspace, right? You can see your familiar modules folder, themes, the build.gradle, gradle.properties, but we have also a special file called LCP-JSON. The LCP-JSON is the file that controls how this particular service is deployed in the different environments. At the infra level, you can specify resources, how many numbers of instances this service can start, and so on. And you also have the configs folder, right? Which is your standard configs folder you have seen in your Liferay workspace that contains folders for each of the environments and a common one in case you want to do or something to apply to every environment. The cool thing about DXP Cloud is that we have applied this configs folder to every service. So if you go into any service, you will be able to deploy specific things or configure specific things for each of the environments. So you will be able to really make each of the environments different from configuration, right? So the way it works is that every time we follow a branch-based development model, right? So we use the master branch for production and the develop branch for development. The develop branch automatically deploys to the dev environment. This is linked in the pipeline. And for every direct commit into a branch on every push or feature or pull request, that triggers a build in Jenkins. Jenkins builds everything. When I say builds everything, that's something to really to dig deep on. The way Jenkins builds DXP Cloud, first, DXP Cloud doesn't use long-running containers, so you don't have like a virtual machine that is running with an application server, and you put something in the deploy folder and it runs. It's fully container-based. That means that what is being built is images for every service, right? And those images are built and are stored in a registry. And when you deploy, the containers that are running actually get tear down and start again, right? We use a feature called the rolling updates, so you don't have downtime when deploying. That means that whenever a deployment happens, the new image, the new container starts starting up, and when it's done and it's ready to receive requests, the original instance shuts down. That means zero downtime. The only thing that happens is that for Liferay, users will lose their session, will be locked out. But that's a good thing, because usually GS always recommends not to enable session replication, right? Because it's really, really heavy on performance, can slow down things a lot, cause a lot of network traffic, and also doesn't bring as much benefits as clients, customers usually think, right? So, sorry for that. So, how does that link between GitHub and Jenkins work, right? Because for every commit, every push, GitHub notifies Jenkins that it has to build. So how does that work? That is a concept that it's pretty standard in the DevOps world, in the CI/CD world. For GitHub, it's called webhooks. Each Git provider has their own naming for this, but for GitHub, it's called webhooks. Whoops, I need to log in again. What a webhook, what it essentially is a URL that you set up for specific actions. For example, here you can see that I am calling this URL CI LR if I read infra lfr.cloud. This URL will be called every time some actions happen. And which actions will happen? Pull request, commit, pushes, and so on, right? So every time something changes in GitHub, Jenkins will be notified, and that's a good thing, right? But how was this created? How did this happen? Did I have to set it up? Well, actually, no. On provisioning, whenever we provision a new DXP Cloud account, the Jenkins service automatically configured with all the configuration needed to create that webhook, right? If I go into the infra server, we're not going to be able to see this because this is the default configuration, which is slightly different than the ones customer would really have to use. But essentially, for each service, you can set up environment variables, right? And there are some environment variables, for example, like the GitHub repository that it's going to use. And for customer repositories, you can also set the username, the password, or the token, and so on. And what it will do is actually allow Jenkins to create a job, the default job, and in that job, actually go to GitHub, create the webhook so that the both of them are completely connected. So everything is stored in the code. GitHub notifies Jenkins, and here in Jenkins, you can see that I have all the activity that has been happening in my repository. But I guess a good thing to see would be to see this actually running, right? So this is the workspace, right, that I'm using for DXP Cloud. I had just cloned the repository that I just shown you. So I'm gonna go into the Liferay service modules, and I'm going to create a new portlet. I believe it was called like that. Let's see if that works. It did, so I'm gonna commit and push. what happened there. Oh yeah, I see what I see. I am doing this completely live, so apologies if something goes wrong. It will. Rest assured, something will go wrong. Add a portlet. And I'm going to push. There we go. So once once the push is done, we should see that Jenkins starts doing things, right? And once we see that, it's because GitHub has actually called Jenkins and has started to build, right? Here we are. We can see build number 16 happening. So here we can see the pipeline, right? The Jenkins pipeline, how the Jenkins pipeline is set up. The way it works, it used to work differently. So we used to have a full pipeline, yeah. In Jenkins, you use a Jenkins file, a file called Jenkins file, where you specify all the steps, everything that your pipeline needs to do, compile the modules, build the image, and so on. But we found out this was really hard to actually upgrade from our side. Once we were provided that, it was really difficult for us to provide updates, upgrades, new features for that pipeline. So what we did in version 4 of the workspace was actually include that pipeline inside the Jenkins image, but provide extension points, right? So that way we could provide a default behavior for the pipeline, the default steps that would work with DXP Cloud, and allow customers to extend their pipeline using extension points, right? Where are those extension points? The extension points are inside the source code in the CI folder, right? Here you can see that it's commented, so they are not running, but we have extension points for after all, before cloud build, before cloud deploy, and post always. These are Jenkins files, so all the standard syntax that you can use in your Jenkins file can use here. And you can use that to create new stages, to perform new actions that you want to do on the different steps of the pipeline. Sorry for that again. It's really early in the morning. I just had a coffee and my throat is a bit hoarse, right? So this pipeline is running, right? And if you remember, I said that a commit, a push in the develop branch will automatically trigger a deploy, right? Let's see if that is happening. I'm going to go to the builds tab. Here you can see all the builds that have happened along the time and all the branches. Here you can see that most of the changes have been done in the develop branch, but we also have some some branches, right? And that is great for feature development. You can have feature branches, test them in the environment, and merge them as you wish, right? Each of these links are clickable. So if I want to know exactly what build number 102 included, I can click that and it will take me to the exact commit that that was happening. Each of the builds can be deployed. So one of the good things or great things about DXP Cloud that I really like is that you don't build the particular modules and deploy them, as I said, to a container or upload them to Nexus and then you pull them. What is being built is the whole image, the whole functional stack. Operating system, libraries, security patches, library itself, application server. Everything is baked into the image, and that is being built and ready for you to deploy. So whenever you want to deploy a build, you are deploying the whole stack, and that is great for troubleshooting and be able to reproduce something exactly with the same stack. So each build can be deployed independently to the environment. But if I go to the deployments tab, here I should see that the build number 102 was automatically deployed, right? So that is good. If I go into the development environment, here I can see that things are happening, right? The deployment is actually happening right now. So if I go into the Liferay service, I should see that something is happening. And maybe, okay, here I can see that I have 2 instances. Remember I said we have rolling updates. That means one instance stay up until the second one is completely up with the new changes. And then I bring the original one down and the new one starts listening to traffic, right? And you can see it here that build number 102 with this instance name is waiting for search, but build 101 is doing things, right? If I go to the URL the web server has, I can see that it's providing service. I am not losing uptime. I'm still up. I can log in. I can do things, right? But if I see here again, I can see the build 102 is starting a new Liferay instance, right? So now that I have the both in parallel. So what happens with the pipeline? Can I customize that pipeline? Is that something that you can that you can do? I already said that yes, right? With these files, you can customize the pipeline. But let's see how that works. Let's create a new branch. How are we doing on time? I still have some minutes left. I'm gonna create a new branch called pipeline custom. And I'm gonna bring up my trusty old code and create, I'm gonna rename this file. The menu is so big that I cannot find it. Okay, here we are. And I'm gonna add a step, right? So this is something I already had prepared. What I'm gonna do is add an auto deploy to UAT. So what I want to do, and this is just an example, is that every time someone pushes changes into develop, I am not going only to deploy them to develop, to the dev environment, but also to UAT, right? Here I'm using some environment variables that the Jenkins pipeline already has. So if the current branch name that is being built matches the deploy branch, then I'm going to deploy to UAT. I'm gonna commit and push. If I remember how to do that, yeah, here it is. Jenkins file. New pipeline step. That's okay. And all is good. I'm gonna push the changes. All right, it's taking a while. Let's see how that deployment is going. It looks that it actually has finished. Let's see if the actual instance is being stopped, the actual one, the one that is live right now, just to check. Well, it's starting to stop. So okay, here we are. Now we have the new instance up. So I should lose the session. As you can see, I have lost the session. If I log in, I should be able to see my JSP, my trusty old JSP portlet. Here in the menu, let's see, sample, Blade JSP portlet, how much I love you. Oh, here we are with a beautiful red background. Can you believe that? All right, so everything has worked so far, which I'm really pleased. Let's see how that new branch is doing. You can see that I have a new pipeline custom branch. It has detected the push on the branch, and it's starting to build. Let's see if that actually works. So regarding deployments, one of the cool things that that deployments page has is that it allows you to see what's deployed in all the environments in a single glance, right? That is great for troubleshooting because you can see that in production I have build 94, in UAT it's build 98, but I have UAT build 102 in development, right? What does that mean? That means is that if something goes wrong in production, and for example, build 94 was failing for whatever reason, I can check which build was previously deployed, go to that build and deploy it again. And everything regarding to the infrastructure code customizations will work. There's another step that involves restoring an environment, which is the backups, right? So in the DXP Cloud, you have a backups feature for the production environment that backs up both the database and the document library. That allows you to, with the code that contains everything regarding infrastructure, services, configurations, customizations, and so on, that paired with the backups that contains the database and the document library, that would allow you to restore an environment completely from scratch. So let's take a look of how this is doing. All right, I can see the new stage happening here, but it didn't actually perform that stage. It didn't actually do that. Why is that? Because the branch that contain this change is called a pipeline custom. It's not called develop. So it's not going to auto deploy. But if I merge that or create a pull request, here we can see that we have a branch pipeline custom. I'm going to create a pull request to develop. Yeah, I'm able to merge. I'm going to create a pull request. And I'm going to merge it right away with develop. All right. Pull requests successfully merged and closed. By the way, in GitHub, you can see that all commits have little icons close to the commit name. And that is actually because GitHub and Jenkins are linked, right? So if I click on details, I'm going to open it in a new tab. It will take me to the exact pipeline step that is happening, right? So here you can see that the develop branch is being built again. If I go back to the main view, I should see a pull request and develop. So every pull request can also be tested independently. It will create a build for a pull request. So if I need to test that in an environment, I will be able to do that. And we should also see the changes in the develop pipeline. Hopefully we will see that, and it will start automatically deploying to UAT. Things that you can do in the pipeline, it's up to you. It's up to the customer. Hopefully, this is an overview of DXP and DevOps, and how DXP Cloud and DevOps, how DevOps works in DXP Cloud. But what I'm hoping here, or the goal here, is that you guys get inspiration from this, right? This is not particularly complicated. It's not a particularly complicated setup, but we have customers that don't even have continuous integration, do all things manually. So maybe this will inspire you to take maybe parts of this full integrated DevOps pipeline and start implementing them in your own projects or in your own companies. As I said, it's not a particularly complicated setup. It's pretty standard, but it's really cool to see how it works and how the console allows you to deploy really easily and effortless. So the last thing we need to check if the builds are happening and if the deployments are actually happening, right? So here we can see the build for the pull request is ready. So if I wanted to test this, I could deploy this independently to an environment. But I am not going to do that. I am going to wait until the actual build for the develop branch is ready to go. We have questions like, what if I don't use the same branch names? What if my development workflow is different? You can adjust DXP Cloud to the pipeline to your needs. It's fully customizable. We provide like a template for you to start, but you can customize that in any way you want. So this is still building. It will deploy to cloud in some minutes, and hopefully we will see the last step being set up. While this is finishing, I don't know if we have any question in the chat or someone has anything to say or to add. Guys, are you there?
Hey, Ibai. So we do not have any questions in the community Slack, and we do not have any questions in the YouTube stream also. Okay, so it was a good presentation. I mean, definitely a good one, and thanks a lot for that.
Yeah, no problem with that. I guess people are sleeping in Europe and not really into cloud this early in the morning.
Yeah, well, in fact, it's true that on the YouTube stream, we do have one question, but I don't think that this is a question for you, because I think it's a question or a request for I don't know who. Samsa Solman is asking. He's saying, I'm going to read. Good morning, guys. Have had some good presentations and some of them really interesting. Some of them were really interesting. I was thinking it would be lovely if the presentation would be also split as one video. I mean, one video per presentation. Well, to do this, one thing that we have started, in fact, Olaf has started to do is he's going to link on the agenda. He's going to link to the different videos, every talk, to the YouTube stream, starting in the time code where the talk is starting. So I think Samsa, that could be a first way to do it. Regarding splitting videos, maybe we can do it. It would be great, but we cannot promise when we will be able to do that. But at least if we finish, or if we link all the videos to its proper time code on the initial YouTube stream, I think it could be a good starting point, right? Okay, so I think there's no other question on the Slack channel. So if you want to wrap up and finish.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you guys for having me. It was great to show the community a bit how DXP Cloud works, and hopefully someone has taken good ideas and good notes about the DevOps and the DevOps workflow we follow, which is something not particularly complicated and can be applied to many projects and many customers. So thanks again, guys, for having me.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
we got a question from Fernando. That is, how many liters of coffee have you drunk to keep awake? So I think that's going to be a competition. You know, loads of people, loads of coffees, and on top of that, I don't think we can forget Olaf's t-shirts. So loads of them also, correct?
I guess that's more t-shirts than coffee. Yes, the last coffee that I had was before the streetlights were switched on. So that's quite a while ago.
For me, it was the same. It's weird enough, but I took a coffee when I first woke up, like 40 hours, 25 hours ago. And the second coffee and the last coffee I took was like 8 hours ago, just at midnight my time. It's weird, but it's true. I was expecting to drink a little bit more coffee.
Well, in that case, I had more. I don't know how many, but I had more. Two I beat hands down. I mean, it's not a proper morning if there's no more than 2 coffees. And that's independent of the amount of time that I'm staying awake.
Okay, so there is another question that's on Slack, and that asks if there is going to be an anti-doping test for coffee, do you think you guys are gonna pass that up?
I think that has been more or less answered by
Yeah.
the time or the number of David.
Correct.
Okay,
Whoops.
so
there he's gone suddenly. There he's back.
Gone, he's back. He's gone, he's back.
Yep. Thanks, Ibai. We have. Oh, congratulations, Ibai. You had. I saw that you were logging in as a user named test@liferay.com with a 4-letter password.
I wonder what that password is.
On a web server that has a basic auth authentication in addition.
Yeah. So we have layers of security, but for Liferay, the security is, well, default password.
Congratulations for having the basic auth on top of that.
That's default DXP Cloud. I cannot take credit for that.
Well,
that's something that I saw on Twitter yesterday. That's Javier Gamarra, which is coming right after me. He did a brilliant presentation last day, and he had the test credentials in the repo, and some user chastised him for that. Hey, you shouldn't commit test credentials to the repo. And we were like, dude, those are the default users for Liferay. So maybe he can dig into that. I found that really funny that someone would chastise Javi Gamara, of all persons, about the test credentials.
Well, one of my secret plans is to buy an army of Raspberry Pis, put a spider on there that goes through the whole local network, spiders every port 8080, logs in with standard credentials, and then puts a Bart Simpson image where he writes on the blackboard 100 times, I will never use test as password again.
Yeah, that's something that actually GS always does when they have a review engagement with customers. The first thing they do is try to log into production with the test credentials. And it's like, red flag. You should fix this.
I wrote a plugin once which didn't allow a test password. It changed, like it allowed it, but changed it to a random.
Oh, you're supposed to change that? That's just what I use for everything.
For your bank account too, right, Jamie?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just easy to remember.
Yeah.
Well, we might have a few minutes. I don't know if you know the answer to this, Ibai, but one thing that I kind of hear get kicked around a little bit is, with the release of DXP 7.3, hopefully soon-ish. How long beyond that release do you see DXP Cloud taking to, I guess, support that image?
Yeah, that we get that a lot. So the goal is to actually have both in at the same time, so that every DXP release is available on DXP Cloud at the same time. We're not there yet, and for 7.3 there will be a slight delay, maybe a week, something like that, a couple of days, a week, but it will be not really long after.
So that's not too bad. And that question may have been of personal interest too for Liferay.dev.
Yeah, you get first-hand information there.
So that might have been my own curiosity there too, a little bit.
Yeah, in recent releases of DXP Cloud, we used to have a particular image. Well, you know that, but the audience maybe doesn't. We had our own Liferay images that contain fixed packs and so on. But recently we have moved to using the official Docker images. So our release process is much faster because the standard Liferay image is being used. And
it uses like a wrapper image around the official image or something, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It was pretty interesting.
It's a Docker multi-stage build. So we use the two images and we bake them together. Correct.
Yep. And then which allows you the freedom to release separately from basically the DXP release. Gives you flexibility.
Exactly. We have the basic DXP release, the basic DXP image that has everything. And we have to take care of the cloud things. And that's what's the delay there. But the release process is much faster.
Well, I am excited to release on it, so I can't wait.
You will be soon, very soon.
Yep.
Okay, so we got a question, okay, from Amori. Forgive me if I pronounced it wrong. Okay, so he says that first of all, thanks for your effort in building such a cool platform, and Liferay involves many aspects to get out of it. But at the same time, what should a self-named Liferay developer be capable of doing? So he wants to know every one of us views, but I don't think we do have that much time. So if any one of you will like to take that question.
I'll let Evan do the front end stuff and meet with him for coffee. and continue to do the back end stuff. If he keeps my hands clean with front end, I'll keep his hands clean with back end.
And I think we will also have LGD on our team.
Yep.
Okay.
I guess the answer to that,
it depends.
Yeah,
I'm a consultant, so the answer is it depends.
That's your answer for everything, though.
Yeah, but that's every consultant's answer to every question, and then the good ones continue with what it depends on. And that's what do you want to do? What do you already know? What do you want to do? Then you can kind of answer.
Yeah, that's the key thing, right? Because you should be able to translate the customer desires inside of Liferay, and that's the key thing. I mean, what do you need to know to do that? There are many layers and a lot of stuff that needs to be covered, but that's the ultimate goal. Everything your customer can dream of, you should be able to build it inside Liferay. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's harder, but that's the ultimate goal, I guess.
The bigger your toolbox is, the better, because the more you can use the tool for the job. And if all you have is a hammer, the world looks like a thumb.
Okay, so I believe that brings us to Javier. So hi, Javier.
Hi.
Okay. So I think that we know that Javier is a Headless team lead, and he is going to take us through how the community site was built. So I believe we are closing in towards almost the last session. Correct, Olaf?
Yep, and yeah, that will be this. But we're going to discuss also a little bit with him, with Javier and Jamie, with the two J's. Now we have two J's here, with them about what that all means, and I'm going to hold their feet over fire for the grammar in the agenda.
Well, if you were around for Brian Chan's session earlier, he kind of alluded to it a little bit and gave an impromptu demo of what we're talking about.
I know.
So So basically, what Javier is going to talk about is our new questions app, which is a replacement for the out-of-the-box Liferay forums. And it's really been a really interesting project for me, not just because we're going to put it on Liferay Dev soon, really soon, but it was kind of, from my perspective, one of the first things that I was involved with our new rolling release cycle. So we made use of that rolling release cycle, I thought. So we had this nice feedback loop going with each GA that came out. We kind of pushed the needle further and basically was able to continue on developing the app, whereas before, once that first GA dropped, there was no more features until the next major version. So we really took advantage of that cycle. Another interesting thing, it's a full-scale React application. So one of the first that I've ever had the opportunity to support. It makes extensive use of our headless APIs. So just a lot of firsts all around, which makes it really interesting. And the last thing is it actually uses our existing forum data. So we basically didn't have to start from scratch. All this historical data from liferay.dev back from 2004 is just auto-magically pulled into the application. And then the other, I guess, kind of big thing, which we'll be announcing soon anyway, but it will actually be in 7.3 CE GA6 and DXP GA1. So it is actually coming with that release. So Javier is going to talk more about how the application is created. So kind of the under the hood, how architecture, and then basically, how it all came about. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Javier, and he can give us the how it's done.
Thank you, Jamie. I'm Javier, a developer from the Headless team, and we also developed the new community site that's called Questions. I'm going to share the screen, and I'm going to show you a little bit of inside the hood on how it's built. It's going to be a quick talk. I do know that I'm the last talk before closing, and some people have stayed the 24 hours watching the talks. So, and after my demo in the previous talk, I do know that you are tired of seeing code. So it's going to be an easy and quick talk. So we're going to talk about this site, about the new community site. I've created a repo. It's under my personal repo with some comments about how it's built internally. And the first question is, I guess that everyone is telling themselves right now, it's where is it? So as Jamie told you, it's going to ready to be launched very soon. So we had some delays as the release, but it's going to be launched very soon. And how does it look? I was going to do a very quick demo. I do know that Brian already told you about it. So this is the dev community site using questions. Here we have several topics, and we can see a list of questions. This, as Jamie told you, it's a new view for the existing message boards and the existing message boards data. It's showing the real questions that right now are in the community site, and you can see some information that it was hard to see in the previous iteration, and you can also vote the questions. So we can navigate through all the questions. We can interact with it, voting. We can see which one did the questions. We can post new answers. We can see related questions. So it's a full-fledged replacement for the community site. So I'm going to log in. I'm not an admin here, so I can do many things, but we can see another view of the things that we can do, like subscribe to different questions to see my activity is a replacement for the full forums. See the most used tags, navigate through them, use search. Everything is powered by Liferay. Navigate through several tags. So as you can see, it's a full-fledged implementation of a replacement for forums. So, okay. The first question I was going to ask myself, I was asking myself is why a new site, and these are personal opinions that follow. But I think that more or less we can agree on everything on the four of them, and maybe think more. But the first one is maybe the most important one. What the new community site follows, what it tries to achieve is to get more participation of the product dev teams in the community site. So right now we are aware that Olaf or Dave Nebinger or Jamie are the ones that are always pushing in the forums and answering questions and trying to help the community or be always present in Slack. But the idea is that the product dev teams interact more with the community and answer questions and listen to the feedback, and that's a very important thing to know which are the most voted questions, if those have been answered, if they are really important for the next release. So listen to that flow. We do know that the feature request flow with Jira having to be registered, the feeling that that question is not being answered, we want to put a stop to that. We want to be able to listen to what the community is saying, what are the most important issues for them, and having answer that issues and answer in a brief window of time. So for that, we are also building backend backend things to be able to deal with those answers and to be able to ping and iterate with the productive teams to in a sense force them to answer that. So those would be the first two reasons to build a new community site, to have more participation of the Liferay product teams and to listen more to the community. And the other two are to try to ease interaction and participation, because right now the existing forums have a layout that hasn't been changed in a while, and there are some things that are hard to do, like for example to have code that has nice syntax, or to have a quick and easy view of the most important things. So those are hard to do right now, and we want to simplify the flow and to also be most agile and a most fast site. That's another reason of the why we want a new site. And the other reason is that we want to do dogfooding of our own APIs, and in this case we are using the GraphQL APIs, because we know that we have quite a lot of knowledge about REST APIs, the product team, not me, but we want to use more the GraphQL. That's the aspect maybe that we have more. We have less knowledge on it, so we wanted to have a full site with the full support of the existing data to use our current GraphQL APIs. So how do we build it? So basically, it's a React application. It's a pure React application. It was started with create React app to do some fast iteration to see if it was viable and easy enough. And right now, it's a React application served inside a portlet. So it's a pretty common React application. And it's using GraphQL. And apart from the fooding, the GraphQL APIs, we thought that in this use case that is very front-end oriented, the GraphQL APIs could give us some benefits, and we are going to see later why. But mainly, the main reasons are the concept of relationships, the ability to do a lot of things in just one query, and to get some related information in the same query. That's also possible with the REST APIs, but we thought that it fit better, and it was more clear to do with GraphQL. So that's the reason we went that way. And we are using the existing message boards APIs. So MBB message, MBB thread, MBB category, all those concepts that already exist, we are using them. So it's a new view for message boards. It will be launched soon in the future, but everything we built is open source, so it's already available in the repository. If you go to Liferay portal, you can see that there is a questions web portlet that is under modules, as almost all the portlets, and it's available here, so you can try it. In the previous GAs was also available, but we were, as Jamie told you, we were iterating through it and improving it, but the code is already there. Okay, and it's a portlet, so we are just using a portlet. It's another completely viable way of showing the existing message board right now. So you can just throw it here, if I throw it correctly. And as you can see, the portlet has some differences with the style of the community site, because the community site is more, I don't know, these are style questions. It's more blue, for example. But it's basically the same. So here we can interact with message boards, create speak, and start creating questions. It has some new. I'm going to create a question. I don't have any kind of imagination. So it has several new UI patterns, like for example, a breadcrumb, and it's basically it. You can subscribe to a question, you can delete it, navigate through the answers. It has a three-tiered structure. So questions have answers; those can be marked as answer, and answers have comments. It's pretty similar to what Stack Overflow is doing. We have some related questions. We have a full CK editor with code highlighting. So and you have several views to see which are the most voted answers, which are the oldest. Navigate through the user activity of a person, etc. Okay, so a full replacement from the forums. It's as I told you already, it's a portlet. It's a portlet that doesn't do anything special. So just deals with an item selector and has some configuration to let you change some special behavior. But that's it. It doesn't have a lot of Java code. It's basically a React application, and it's served inside Liferay. So we are using the existing fetch. We don't need any kind of authentication code, CSS management, because we are using existing fetch utility that's exposed through frontend in Liferay. So that's already dealing with the auth token, and it has a heavy use of Headless. So we are using several things. So for example, I mentioned in my talk earlier that we use permissions to avoid. You use the permissions stuff in the Headless APIs to avoid using the client permissions, to avoid hard coding those permission checks in the client. So for example, all the things that we can do depending on permissions are prefixed by a question to the actions block to see if we have that permission. You don't have to hard code if you are an admin, if you are a power user, whatever. It's just stored in the Headless APIs. Oh.
Javier, your audio stopped. We have lost your audio. Javier? Javier? We have lost your audio. Say
Hi.
something.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay, now we got your audio. We lost your audio about like 30 seconds ago, or 30 seconds or a minute ago.
Okay. My microphone was doing something strange. Just that it was muted and then it came back, but I thought it came back already. Okay, so I was talking about we are using actually the GraphQL part. We are using, for example, fragments. That those of you who are not very well used to GraphQL, you can return any kind of content in GraphQL. So for example, here we have an endpoint that deals with subscriptions. Those are the messages that you receive when you post a new message and you subscribe earlier. And those can return anything, any kind of content. So we are able to do some like generics stuff on it and say, okay, if I receive a message per section, I just want to get this. But if that content is a message per thread, I want to receive that one. So it's pretty well advanced use of GraphQL. So there are some nice things here if you want to look at them. Another thing that we use a lot in GraphQL is relationships. So the main advantage right now of the GraphQL implementation is that it lets you avoid queries by getting content that is related in some way. So for example, here we can get all the message board messages of a thread. That's message board thread, message board messages. We do some sorting, getting some specific page. We get all that content, but we also get the statistics of the creator. That should be another API request if we were using the REST APIs, except if we nest this information somehow with the nested fields. And we are also getting the child messages, the answers of those messages at the same time, and the creator of those, so and the rating. So we are getting a lot of information in just one request. So this is an example of the power of the GraphQL relationships those are pretty cool. And we are usually using the parent relationships. So for those of you who are not well versed on the GraphQL implementation in Liferay uses the existing headless resources on the Red Hood, but it gets you even more. So it calls those resources as Java code to avoid performance penalties, but it also creates new endpoints automatically. So if it notices a relationship like this, that you have a message that can have child messages, it gets you that property. It creates that property for you in that schema automatically, dynamically when the GraphQL implementation starts, and just as a singleton. And it also gets you other kind of relationships like parent relationships. So for example, it notices that a message board section, it has a reference to a parent message board section ID, so creates automatically a new property, parent message board section, and it links that property with a call to that Java code to get the relation. So that in GraphQL, what allows us is to get something like, give me all the sections. This query is to fill the breadcrumb. You saw it earlier. Give me all the sections that comply with several requests. Like we want to flatten the hierarchy, as I mentioned in my talk, but also I want to get the child sections of those sections, and I also want to get the parent section to be able to go upwards on the relationship, and the childs of those and the parent of those. So this is to get the brothers of this section. So it's pretty well advanced, the things that we can do. And these properties were generated automatically by our GraphQL implementation. We didn't define them in our REST APIs. We didn't define in our code. They were inferred by several logic. So it's pretty well, it's pretty advanced, and it lets us to do a lot of things in one query, and it's pretty cool. But mainly we are using the message boards APIs, ratings, and subscriptions. As it's a replacement for the message boards, it doesn't have to do queries outside this scope. To build it, we didn't do any kind of API changes. We didn't use the station API capabilities that I showed you in the talk. I didn't mention it in the previous talk, but there are a lot of things that we can do to extend existing Liferay APIs. We can add our existing API. We can add a new API. We can add an endpoint, a custom endpoint inside an existing API. We can change an existing API. We can change the fields of an existing remove them, remove existing endpoints or the full API. There are a lot of things that we can do, and I saw in my previous talk, I saw just one. But there are also, but in GraphQL we have even more capabilities of customizing, because those changes we can change the GraphQL and the Headless APIs, the REST APIs at the same time. There are some things that we can do just for the GraphQL stuff. So, for example, we can define GraphQL type extensions that allows us to create new properties and new methods to an existing schema just for GraphQL. And here, for example, this one is inferred, is created automatically. We can do that in the document type. We can see that we have a reference to a document folder, because we have a property, for example, that it's called folder ID or something like that. So the GraphQL, the REST builder implementation is able to create automatically this method and link to the existing Java code to get the document folder. So it creates a property for us that is called a folder inside of document that retrieves the document folder. So we can contribute GraphQL type extensions to our existing APIs, but we can even do in a nicer way that Javier Arcos did, that's called a GraphQL contributor. Instead of dealing with the type extensions, you can just create a GraphQL contributor and add queries or mutations or new type extensions to your API. So this is pretty cool. We didn't use it, we didn't need it, because the system APIs were just fine for us, and the relationship stuff, but that would be an option. It's pretty sure that we are going to use it for some capabilities that we have to add, like for example spam and on those things. So those could be done that way. Right now they are done in another way, but those could be implemented in this way. But we did add new APIs to show rank information. So ranks are get me the most the thread with most ratings, and those we did add them. So you can add also existing APIs, but it's pretty well supported. So we are using Apollo JS client. We were using a custom client before, so we did some iterations with it. Apollo JS client has this layout. So we have a hook, a React new thing. Well, it has several years now, and it's pretty clear. It has some drawbacks. It's not ideal in some use cases. So I've written some drawbacks of it. So for example, hooks get messy if you have to do that transformation. So I'm getting a query right here, but I can't transform it easily. So to do that transformation, the way of hooks are designed, it's pretty tempting to do it in the right now in the component instead of creating another layer. So that's a small drawback. It's a bit verbose also. So if you see the clients, you have to define the variables, and those can be inferred automatically. Sorry, I lost the way. There are some things that doesn't work well, like using refetch, the ability to do the query several times, and using non-complete. That's a callback that you get when the request has finished. And you can do easily conditional logic. So if you have to do one query or another, depending on some condition, it gets messy fast. So for that, what we are using is a mixed usage of the hooks and Apollo client directly. So you can use the Apollo client as a promise based client, and we are using it several times. So to do some data transformation, to do some conditional rendering. Also, one drawback is the cache, the GraphQL Apollo cache. It doesn't work very well with the IDs, so you have to do a lot of manual invalidation. But I would say that it's very, very worth it, even with those drawbacks. I recommend using Apollo JS client just because there are sometimes that the syntax aligns very well and it's very brief. A lot other the times that you have to use on complete on several things that it's not as clean as I would like, but the local cache works really, really well, even having to do a manual invalidation. So all those while we are navigating through these questions, it's creating a local cache that is clean after I do a full refresh, and it lets you to navigate really, really quickly. This was a clean open, but here you can see that, and this was a cache open. So the application is quite fast, even without the local cache, but it works marvelous. And it works with the all volumes. So this is more complex than I than I thought. It has to deal with a large forum. I guess that this is not a huge forum, but it's quite large. So I think it has like 500,000 threads. Olaf and Jamie can say the exact number. And it has to be compatible with VB code and HTML. It should be compatible right now because the forums have messages with both format. But we can say openly say that we are going the HTML way. So we are doing conversion. The existing be compatible with both. But I think that the usage of VB code is way less than it was before. So we recommend HTML onwards. That also works better with Zeka editor. So we are using Zeka editor for everything. A thin layer over the editor that is available in front-end editor Zeka editor web. That also is a very thin layer over Zeka editor for, with the item selector plugin to be able to select files inside the community. And we support the all existing forums URL with the URL rewrite XML. I don't know if you know that, but there is a possibility of doing where URL redirection inside of the portal, inside of your server here in this XML. So to support the existing URLs, we're rewriting the URLs and using JavaScript components that redirect to the new URL, because we are trying to use friendly URLs for everything. So we are trying to use slugs here and how to not include theme instead of all IDs. So and here also in the sections, etc. So we are trying to use friendly URLs for everything, and we are going to add them to all the possible entities. So expect more use of it. We have some small things with performance. We are reviewing all the endpoints right now because there are some pretty easy optimizations that you can do that have a very impact change on performance. For example, we noticed that just doing several permission checks, we have some repeated permission check was destroying the performance of a particular endpoint, because the permission check was inside trying to access the database and querying and getting the entity without an index, and it was pretty helpful in a very large database. And we had some issues. Other clients of Liferay had, or other clients of Elastic had also the same issues. Elastic has issues with very big size windows. If you query a very big cursor to Elastic, is going to suffer, and it has a soft limit in 10,000 results. It doesn't make sense from an UX perspective to do a very large pagination like this. So for example, here we have like 2,700 pages. This doesn't make sense from a UX perspective. The user is not going to get the last page. So we should try to avoid this kind of queries because this is better served with search. But we wanted to support it. So if you want to search for the messages in 2007, you can do it. But this is very hard to do in Elastic. So there are several options apart from a UX fix, and you could do a scrolling API, or you could query the database. So after some tuning, everything looks good under a 1 second load. And we are trying to use nested fields for everything. Nested fields is a REST feature that lets us to embed fields optionally. So I didn't mention in the previous talk, but it's pretty sure that we are going to go to a future lazy implementation for the APIs. So what that means is that the code for one particular property is only going to get called if you query that property, if you specifically either using fields, REST fields, or GraphQL need that property. And we are going to, with that, we are going to avoid to call a lot of code for properties that you are not going to use. So if you do a general HTTP REST API call to give me the blogs, and you are going to return all the properties, but you are going to use be able to use fields, not only for removing that property, but also to avoid getting the calling the code that gets that property. So that's pretty powerful, and it's going to avoid a lot of database queries and Elastic queries. So the performance would be completely awesome. So right now it's pretty good, but with this feature-less implementation, is that something that no one is doing. That I think that it can make a very big difference in everything. So that's going to be amazing. I'm pretty well hyped about it. In the styles, we are using Clay everywhere. I think Clay works like magic. I'm not a front-end guy, but my recommendation is please use Clay. It's amazing. We have some technical depths to deal with subscription URLs, some limitations because this is in the database structure, and we could improve some new things, but those are we are quite happy with the end result. So that's all, because I skipped 5 minutes of the ending time. So if you have any kind of questions, I will be available anytime. And thank you so much for having to support me, to deal with me 2 times. So I don't know if there are any kind of questions, and that's a wrap.
So we do not have any questions on YouTube, and we do not have any questions on Slack either.
In fact, we have had some questions, but they are already replied. They are already answered, because as far as I remember, one of those questions was by Louis, but by Jan Berweg, that is asking if
if the questions portlet will be an official module of the Portal DXP, sorry. And Jamie has already replied to him, and I think also you, Javier, has shown that is part of the official distribution.
Yep. So thank you so much, also Jamie and David, that we were iterating with them, with the developer advocate team, and they were amazing, and they are amazing building the site. So
yeah. So next steps, let's get this released.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what's on my list.
Yeah,
so
that's,
we're
that's
hoping
my holding
not.
feet. That's my holding feet over fire. The session was named "How the New Community Site Was Built."
Well, it is built on dev. It's just not released to production yet.
Yeah, I think that technically the grammar is correct, because the site is already built. So the past tense is right. The only thing that is pending is to promote to production.
Well, and yeah, it's on a pre-release of GA6, so we kind of got to wait on the official release too. So we got a little bit of a chicken and egg problem going on right now.
Yeah, we have some delays with the release, as almost all are aware. So
I'm pretty comfortable with Liferay portal, but releasing on master is just that's not something I want to get into.
Yeah, when I heard the release is delayed, I said, well, what will not be delayed is Dev 24, because why would you start Dev 24 on a different day than 24th?
Yeah.
David, is it possible that your battery is almost dying?
Yeah, because it's been almost 24 hours now, and my battery is dying. But in any case, I will change to my other camera.
I have just inserted a new one, but I refuse charging this one now. The last one will have to suffice. Well,
so I'm going to leave you for the closing, and thank you so much for hosting me twice.
Thank you for the for the work on the questions app, for being available twice, for getting up early, even though I know that was not very popular. And Jamie, thank you for staying up late. Because
thank you,
one
Jamie.
in Europe and the other one in Florida, I guess. So, yep, then we'll see you again at the next event, probably wherever that is, most likely online, I guess. But we'll see. We'll see whatever happens.
And I will also mention Loïc Guillon, that I think he's still here. So
yes, he just said something on the chat. He's around.
Yeah, so let's promote him as panelist, because he has been speaking a couple of times, but he's also have been for the whole event with us. So he's another of the guys that have been for the 24 hours in a row.
Hey guys, I did it with you.
How did you do that?
I don't know. I'm dying. But it was really a great event. So many great talks. I couldn't sleep, you know. I was hungry for them, and I was fulfilled, I would say. And I hope that it would go the same with the community.
Well, I couldn't sleep as well. That's right. I know how that feels. That is close to my heart. And Surya was with us from the beginning and until the end. However, he cheated. He went to bed in between. At least he was no longer on the meeting. But that's fine. That's fine. Not everybody has to. But we may want to continue a little bit because the audience size gets up a little bit. They're probably waiting for their treat.
Yeah, the starting one.
Yeah, we have a treat for the closing, but as we do, and well, that closing treat will bring us safely over the 24-hour hump, which we should do, but all of that doesn't go without thanking everyone who helped behind the scenes that this is possible. Everyone who submitted a presentation, who helped it behind the scenes or on the stage in preparation, the agenda. We had a committee there. We have seen a lot of people here helping out, Surya, Jamie, Louis Guillaume among them. And I guess if I now start naming everyone, I will forget one person, and that will haunt me until the end of life. So you know who it was. I think the only one who couldn't show up because there was some sudden problem somewhere was Danilo, right? So there's a shout out to Danilo. David.
Yeah, well, Danilo couldn't. I think he's not here right now, but he also was helping us a lot during these days, preparing this craziness, this sweet craziness. And well, we have seen him in a couple of moments during the live stream, but he couldn't be all the time that he would have loved to.
Yeah, but most of the others showed up. Well, and then of course we had people way behind the scenes who then weren't really involved in doing this, which is, for example, the graphics or design team that designed our graphics, our images, and our surprise that will go out to everyone, to all of the volunteers. And marketing sent out a couple of emails and informed everyone. Well, and I guess next year is 2021. So we've had that question in between, when will that happen again? And if we go by the rhythm that we have now established, James Faulkner started the Day of Liferay. That was a 24-hour live stream in 2013. We now have this in 2020. If we make that a rhythm, we'll be back in 2027. And that will most likely be somebody else if we keep that rhythm, because why not? David.
Well, I don't have anything else to say because you already said it. Thank you to everyone. Thank you for all the panelists, speakers, volunteers, attendants, and it's been quite a trip.
Yeah, and in the end, thank you to the company, the organization that, well, you were there, David, asking for the resources for this event. I think it took 5 minutes.
Yeah, more or less.
That was quite interesting. And yeah, so with that, thank you to the company or the organization, because without that, we wouldn't have done it. David, you have our treat ready, I guess.
Yeah, let me just hold on a second.
Okay, while you work, I would say goodbye, good night, even though for me it's light outside, but
okay,
I'll be in bed. I'll clean up my bed of all of those t-shirts, and then I'll go. And on other conferences, we have better services. They take everything that's lying around and they take it away. And if I now look at my bedroom where all of the t-shirts are, well, we really had better service at other conferences. I'd rather be at a live conference. And also I wouldn't have to cook for myself, and especially the coffee.
So what a better way to finish that the same way that we started, with a good rhythm, good mood. Thank you all, and see you in the next event.
Hola, buenas. ¿Qué tal? Sí, lo estoy poniendo ahora. Yo creo que nos da tiempo a grabar algo, ¿no? Venga, pues llama a los otros.
I used to rule the world. Seas would rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone. Sweep the streets that I used to own.
I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes, listen as the crowd would sing. Now the all king is dead, long live the king. 1 minute I held the key, next the walls were closed on me, and I discovered that my castle stand upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword, my shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, once you go there was never a honest word, and that was when I ruled the world.
It was a wicked and wild wind, blew down the doors to let me in. Out the windows and the sound of drums, people couldn't believe what I'd become. Revolutionary